In the mid-air battlefield, Gai Huang overpowered Xingtianzhan and Wu Yong, who were both holiness of nirvanas, all on his own. Gai Huang was of immense renown, and he was an exceptional figure among the holiness of nirvanas found in the realm. He was deemed a truly terrifying figure, as he was lauded as one who stood at the pinnacle of the final plane of sainthood. He was so immensely powerful that he would be able to reign supreme in any realm found within the Crimson Dragon region. However, due to the debt he owed to the Ninth Servant, he spent most of his time training in ancient Imperial City instead, and was considered a member of the city by all in Crimson Dragon realm. He held Xing Kai in extremely high regard, hoping that he would be able to continue Emperor Zhan's legacy and make it into Renhuang Plain. Even though Xing Kai was not someone he taught personally, he watched the younger man grow. Yet there were two figures capable of threatening Xing Kai's existence in the Peach Banquet. Yi Futian managed to overpower Xing Kai in 2 battles. While Gai Huang was concerned for Xing Kai somewhat, the younger man's decision to act against Yi Futian made him realize that he needed not worry for Xing Kai after all. Xing Kai knew very well what he needed. He knew his mind better than anyone else. He was unable to accept Yi Futian managing to surpass him, and the idea of Yi Futian being able to reign above him in the future. As such, he decided to take Yi Futian out of the picture outright, furthering his progress in training by killing Yi Futian. Both men had not been on good terms to begin with. Xing Kai was thinking that if he were to deal the killing blow during the sparring session in Crimson Dragon City, the royal palace would not bother doing anything against him. Winner takes all, after all. If Yi Futian died, he wouldn't have been such a big deal anyway. There was no doubt that Xing Kai picked the best opportunity to make his move. There was no way Gai Huang would have done anything that was not in Xing Kai's favor. He was not alone, as everyone from ancient Imperial City would have done the same, making sure that Xing Kai was able to cut Yi Futian down in that very same place. However, Wu Yong and Xingtianzhan did not let anyone else interfere when they saw Yi Futian and Yu Xing join hands. The 2 older men did not rush in to aid their juniors. They held their own against Gai Huang, stalling him on that battlefield instead. Both Wu Yong and Xingtianzhan had extremely great faith in Yi Futian's powers. Furthermore, Wu Yong believed that even though Yi Futian paid a hefty toll when he last summoned Emperor Qua, everyone knew that it was not something that Yi Futian was able to do at will. Nonetheless, he could pull it again if his life were once again on the line. It went without saying that it would have only worked when he truly needed such powers. At that moment, there were 3 men in front of Yi Futian on the battlefield. Xing Kai frowned slightly. He was able to tell that Yu Xing and Yi Futian were getting increasingly aggressive. None of them showed any signs of lethargy or dread from being overpowered. Both of them were enraged instead. Yu Xing's devil bat leaks was brought down again and again. Every single blow felt like a devil trying to split the sky, cutting the space down right there and then. Yi Futian's halberd of space and time grew intensely powerful. Every single strike saw the might behind it burst. The light from the deed of thorough comprehension's power on his body grew increasingly intense. The might that burst with it seemed to have burned the great path around them. Attacks from both men posed increasingly great stress to Xing Kai. Xing Kai, who had become a saint of true self, was being pressured by attacks from 2 cultivators of lower planes. Xing Kai had never been one who would have bothered acting against anyone of planes lower than his, as he could have easily overwhelmed and taken them out without breaking a sweat. However, Yi Futian was one who forced his hand. He was worthy of him doing so. But then again, Xing Kai never expected that he was unable to take both men down outright. Instead, he began to sense a looming threat from both of them. Boom! The axe was brought down again. The air in the sky felt like all demons have returned to become a single being, melding into a shadow of a great, overbearing devil, overlapping with Yu Xing's body. Boundless demonic auras washed throughout the space around them when the axe was brought down. The dark axes tore through the sky at the same time, especially the extremely terrifying one in the middle, trying to tear through Xing Kai's body. Xing Kai, who took the form of a god of war, shouted. Will of combat surged throughout Xing Kai, and his aura burst to maximum capacity. He stepped forth, and it looked as if one shadow of the Saint of War after another rushed outside his body. Every single shadow looked as if they came from him. What was more terrifying was that every single god of war's shadow was imbued with extremely terrifying spiritual willpower. It was as if every single one of them was Shinkai himself. The shadows blasted divine seals at the same time. Their surroundings continued to shake, turning into tidal waves sweeping forward, clashing with Yuxing's bat leaks. It tore through the weapon's light. The waves eventually blocked the most devastating move that Yuxing was able to bring to bear, causing the weapon to rattle without stopping. All who witnessed the battle shook within. The three who were fighting right there and then were indeed terrifying. Each of them was of an extreme embodiment of devastating offense, extreme physical resilience, and adamant spiritual will. All three of them possessed peerless head-on offensive capacities. It was a case of fighting a firestorm with a firestorm. Few would have been able to block attacks from someone as terrifying as Yuxing, whose devil-like bat leaks was brought down with force capable of leveling mountains. If Shinkai had been at proving holiness level instead of a saint of true self, he probably would not have been able to stop one such overwhelming attack from Yuxing, which offered no mercy or no way out for its target. If Shinkai were only taking on Yuxing, he would have still been able to handle it fine. The edge of his plane was obvious, and it was not something that could have been compensated for through tricks and skills alone. Furthermore, Shinkai was a descendant of a Renhuang, inheriting the heaven-punishing fighting will, which made him near peerless in Crimson Dragon Realm. However, Shinkai was pressured. That was because he was not only fighting Yuxing. Devastating currents swept all over the place when the attacks of both men clashed. However, at that moment, a terrifying hurricane appeared in the midst of the chaotic space turbulence. The halberd of space and time was brought to bear within an instant. The glow of the stars glittered when the strike from the halberd lashed out, shining brightly in the sky, bashing right onto Shinkai's god of war form. The rumble was continuously heard. The halberd struck right onto Shinkai's defenses. Shinkai's hurriedly attack after a rumble was heard. The incoming attack penetrated through Shinkai's defensive powers and continued raging on. Shinkai frowned and took one hard step forward. The light of the Great Path laid down screens of defense right away, before stopping Futian's attack. Even so, a stifled rumble was nonetheless heard. What? The pupils of many who were watching the battle constricted somewhat. That attack from Futian actually managed to tear through Shinkai's defense. That had been impossible before. It seemed as if the tables were turning without anyone realizing it. There were many who attended the peach banquet among the surrounding mighty ones. They had left before, but they turned around to return and watch the battle after sensing the raging aura emanating from that area. All of them turned to eye each other and looked rather surprised. It was especially so with those who were training in the regional palace. They knew how powerful Shinkai was. Futian's attack is still growing in force. One strike is getting more powerful than the previous one. Shinkai is taking on both Yuxing and Futian, who are getting stronger. If things keep going on like this, we'll be seeing a showdown before long, Pei Min commented. Futian's combat prowess surprised him immensely. While he and Shinkai both trained in the regional palace, and both men were of the same plane, the truth was that they never truly fought each other. Shinkai joined the ranks of the regional palace later than he did. In truth, he was considered Shinkai's senior. Both of them were only on the same plane because Shinkai managed to catch up later. Shinkai had been amplifying all of his powers using heaven-punishing fighting will right from the start, while Futian and Yuxing were growing increasingly strong in the fight instead. If things keep going like this, the odds will be stacked against Shinkai soon enough. Xie Qinshan crossed his arms and said with a smile, "This is interesting indeed. Two proving holiness saints are proving to be a threat to Shinkai." Before Futian and Yuxing fought, everyone was listing the likes of Pei Min, Xie Qinshan, or Luo Yang when it came to figuring out who of the same generation as Shinkai would be able to take him on. Yet Futian and Yuxing seemed to have emerged out of nowhere and attracted all the attention, surpassing Shinkai within an instant. It will be unbelievably difficult to continue to climb in terms of power without limit, though. The process will be needed to repeat several times before they can truly threaten Xing Kai. Pei Min replied telepathically. Xie Qinshan smiled and nodded. He naturally understood that as well. What they were doing was somewhat similar to Pei Min, who was a swordsman. However, Pei Min, who was a saint at the art of the sword, would have reached a ceiling nonetheless. It would have been merely impossible for his powers to continue climbing. He would have been invincible if he were to be capable of that. Yu Xing's axe continued to be brought down again and again. After yet another rumble was heard, Xing Kai no longer moved forward. He was thrown behind by the force of the strike instead. It was apparent that he truly felt the pressure by then. An extremely dazzling beam of light tore through the sky like a star streaking through the heavens. That attack from the halberd came right after Yu Xing's attack, with the follow-up done almost seamlessly. Xing Kai threw a huge palm print right away before he was able to steady himself. A rumble was heard at that time. Halberd of time and space shattered the palm print right there, and then as it continued to move towards the god of war. Boom! An embodiment of will was conjured, and the halberd streaked through space. The light arrived, and a rumble was heard. Xing Kai's battle form was shattered to nothingness right away. Xing Kai was then thrown back. He was forced to retreat by Yi Futian and Yu Xing. They are actually able to grow even stronger. Furthermore, that attack was imbued with extremely raging power of devastating while, at the same time, it contained extremely frightening shredding power. Just what kind of art of the halberd was that? Many who were able to read what happened shuddered deep down. They were surprised to find that Yi Futian's halberd of time and space attack was still growing in terms of power. Is his attack going to continue growing in power? Xing Kai's expression was ugly and awkward. However, there was no time for him to think. It seemed as if the heavens were about to be brought down on him. Yu Xing's batliks continued to be brought down on him, giving him no respite at all. Yi Futian stepped forward while Yu Xing was attacking at the same time. Boom! An extremely devastating wave washed all over the place. He felt as if he melded with the great path of that space around him. A meteor streaked through the sky and landed on the god of war. His force was felt before he was even there. Boom! A dazzling beam of light came and went. Attacks from Yi Futian and Yu Xing arrived one after another at that time. The halberd burst with light that was even brighter than the stars. Vast, unending stars seemed to have expanded. However, the halberd seemed to be able to snuff all those stars out. Boom, boom, boom. The rumble from the continuous clashes was extremely raging. It was as if a divine seal from the god of war clashed with Yu Xing's batliks. However, the halberd that came right afterward banged on the rattling seal. Intense light burst, and the seal was shattered in the middle. Furthermore, the halberd of time and space did not stop. The beam of dazzling light continued moving forward. Xing Kai roared, and his spiritual will burst to the extreme, yet his body was sent flying. His spiritual will seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, under that intense, raging attack. Boom! A loud rumble was heard, and Xing Kai's huge body was sent flying. The pupils of many surrounding mighty ones constricted as they stared at the scene before them. Xing Kai balked before the other two gave in. Wait, what? They thought. Yi Futian basked in a divine glow at that moment. The power of the deed of thorough comprehension was brought to the maximum. Ancient symbols surrounded him, and he melded with the great path. His raging body itself seemed like the manifestation of the great path. Every single breath and every single step he took seemed to be that of the great path. Boom! He was shrouded in stars as he walked. Extremely brilliant light pulsed on the halberd of time and space, as if the might of the stars was all condensed into a single point, which was at the same time packed with condensed devastating power of space. Every single attack he lashed out with the halberd seemed to have been an upgrade from the attack before. Be it his spiritual will power or the might of the great path, everything was amplified without exception. Xing Kai let out a low rumble and took one hard, devastating step. The heaven-punishing fighting will seemed to have coursed all over his life palace, shrouding the body of his god of war form. His eyes were ice-cold, and his killing intent reached the heavens as he glared at both Yi Futian and Yu Xing. He was actually sent flying by the continuous attacks brought by both men before him. That was a true, no bars hold battle. None of them suppressed their powers of the great path. The battle was able to showcase the extent of their powers better than in the peach banquet. Shinkai should have been able to overwhelm those two, who were of a lower plane than he was, without breaking a sweat. The power difference was deemed so vast that he was toying with Futian right from the start, thinking that he would have been able to make short work of them both. However, as the battle progressed, both Yuxing and Futian fought increasingly hard and grew increasingly powerful. He was afforded no respite under the relentless attacks from both men. Rumbles were heard as terrifying demonic pressure loomed over them. Yuxing was again the first who emerged to lay down suppressive attacks. Futian and Yuxing seemed to have reached a certain consensus as they fought alongside each other, with Yuxing pinning the opponent down while Futian landed the killing blow. Brum! Beams of extremely dazzling light burst from Shinkai's massive body. His spiritual will was cranked to the limit. His spiritual will took the form of one shadow of God of War after another, stacking right before him. Furthermore, the multiple layers of shadows waved at the same time. It was as if every single shadow was a clone of his own body. Every single shadow was imbued with the heaven-punishing fighting will. He then performed seals again. Many were shocked by what was happening right before their eyes. It was as if there were thousands of gods of war appearing at the same time, performing the mudra of God of War with their hands. His surroundings shook. It was as if the space around him itself was about to collapse. The seal of 1,000 gods. The mighty ones from the regional palace were shaking deep down when they saw what he was doing. They never expected Shinkai to be cornered until he needed to do that, bringing the seal of 1,000 gods, the ultimate technique of the mudra of God of War, to bear on his opponents. The attack was like the gods attacking all at the same time. Shinkai would have needed to crank his spiritual will to the limit to do so. There was no other way he could have used the seal of 1,000 gods otherwise. If that attack proved inadequate of killing or at least severely injuring both Yuxing and Futian, then Shinkai would have been the one in danger instead. There was a limit to how much of his spiritual will he was able to expend, after all. Attacks of such levels were not something that he could have brought out without care. The seal of 1,000 gods was activated. It was like the seals of all great paths in the world, unbreakable and nigh invincible. The attack was cast straight at Yuxing, who was closing in fast. The seals were about to drown him, encompassing the entire space in his immediate vicinity. Yuxing sensed the peerless pressure imbued within that attack. His eyes glittered with frightening light of the devil. An overbearing demonic will appeared. Like Shinkai, Yuxing looked like he was surrounded by all devils to be found in the world. The devils all submitted to him, moving alongside him. The Batlix, which was capable of shocking the gods, was brought down. Thousands of devils swung the axe at the same time, banging onto the bursting seals. Their surroundings seemed to be on the verge of collapse when both men clashed. The hearts of many spectators raced as they saw what was happening. The demonic will on Yuxing was completely on par with the heaven-punishing fighting will coursing on Shinkai's body. Many wondered just how powerful the might of that demonic will would have been. They were wondering if Yuxing was actually a descendant of a devil himself. They wondered whose lineage he had inherited. Boom! A rumble was heard at that moment, pulling the attention of the spectators elsewhere, reminding them that other than Shinkai, who was overwhelmingly imposing, and Yuxing, whose demonic might reached the heavens, there was still another man on the battlefield, Futian. Every single attack he brought forth was imbued with extremely refined killing power. His aura continued to climb as he moved, becoming increasingly powerful. The halberd in his hand pulsed with towering light. The power of the deed of thorough comprehension surged to the weapon. Boundless light of the divine halberd burst at the same time, causing his surroundings to howl. His feet twisted slightly, and he took another step. The great path in his immediate vicinity howled. That single step seemed to have brought his spiritual will to the limit. He flung his arms about and brought the halberd of time and space down from above. Countless halberds tore through space, yet it seemed all the light had gathered into one single weapon. The weapon tore through the air and came right before its target. Rumbles were heard exploding as the halberds hit the seals, which shattered right away. It was as if the seals were destroyed by the boundless light around the weapon. The spectators then witnessed a huge divine halberd that seemed to have torn through the heavens and penetrated the earth. The light of the halberd looked as if it had melded with Futian's body. All powers within his body surged into the weapon. The light bursting from the deed of thorough comprehension was all infused within the halberd. The attack seemed to be without an upper limit. The madras of God of War crumbled. The shadows conjured from Shinkai's spiritual will were being destroyed one after another as well. The light of the halberd tore through everything as it headed straight for Shinkai. There seemed to be nothing capable of stopping it. Shinkai wore a startled expression. The shadows of gods of war on him gathered and charged. However, the attempt proved futile, as they were all penetrated right away. That one attack of the halberd tore right through every single bit of power of spiritual will he was able to muster. The distance between two men was utterly ignored, as the halberd headed straight for Shinkai. It burst through. All those who witnessed the dazzling halberd attack seemed to be about to stop breathing. Time seemed to have stopped at that very moment. Shinkai felt as if everything in the world slowed, including his thoughts and speed at counterattacks. It was unknown if it was he who had become slow, or it was just that attack coming too quickly. Boom! A loud rumble was heard. Many saw Shinkai, whose shadows of gods of war seemed boundless, crumble. It was as if his spiritual will had suffered considerable damage as the constructs around him shattered. Yet another stifled rumble was heard. That huge divine halberd pierced the god of war's body. The light from Futian continued to surge into the weapon, making it look like an extension of his body. Rumbles continued to be heard as the tall, imposing body of the god of war crumbled. Shinkai's true body appeared right before both of them. His god of war life spirit behind him continued to look extremely dazzling. However, his heaven-punishing fighting will seemed to have been almost exhausted, making him look rather shriveled. What was worse was that Futian's attack actually made it through, punching through his body. How could this possibly be? Xingqiu, who was fighting far away, stopped fighting and looked at the scene, feeling baffled. His brother, Shinkai, was defeated in a real battle. Furthermore, he was defeated as a saint of true self, at the hands of Futian and Yusheng, who were both of lower plane than he was. All the other mighty ones looked at the scene with baffled eyes as well. Shinkai, who was at saint of true self level, should not have lost, even if he were to take on two mighty ones. The difference in planes had never been something that could be compensated for number of opponents. A holiness of nirvana could have stood against dozens of unblemished saints without a doubt. But then again, that was if the difference in actual combat prowess was not all that far off. Well, was the actual combat prowess between Shinkai and the other two, Futian and Yusheng, actually that far off? Shinkai was someone who had been standing at the pinnacle. Following that line of thought, one could have easily figured out just how terrifying the actual combat prowess of both Futian and Yusheng were. That really is something. What kind of art of the halberd is this? Pei Min voiced his admiration. The weapon art that Futian wielded was even more terrifying than Pei Min's art of the sword. That one attack was actually able to break through attacks as powerful as that from Shinkai, and the man himself was hit by the weapon. Shinkai's face was ashen at that moment. His robe and his hair billowed. His eyes remained glaring at Futian, finding it hard to believe what had just happened. He actually lost. That battle was not a sparring session like back in the Peach Banquet. He did not hold back at all and fought in earnest. He had even brought the attack of the Seal of Thousand Gods to the fore. Yet he still lost nonetheless. He wanted to kill Futian as a way of showing his resolve. But things did not happen as planned. He grunted, and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. His face looked pale. His mindfulness of the path was evidently cracked. None managed to make it through their training in the Great Path without failing even once. However, he was unable to fathom why his defeat had been so humiliating. He lost to two who were of a lower plane than he was. Xing Kai was destined to be someone exceptional from the moment of birth. He inherited the heaven-punishing fighting will, and he knew right from the start the path that he was to take. It was destined that he was to become a Renhuang, one who would bring the glory of his ancestors back again. He was shouldering great responsibility, and he worked diligently towards that goal. He was not alone, as the ninth servant and the others around him worked hard as well. No one would have been able to stand in the way of their resolve and his destined path. Futian, however, affected his path. Futian was someone from Emperor Xia's realm, and was liked by the princess of said realm. He had also performed extraordinarily in the peach banquet. However, none of that mattered to Xing Kai. Futian was deemed an obstacle, and as such, needed to be killed. He was about to kill Futian to prove his way and his resolve, enabling him to continue moving forward. His mindfulness of the path needed to be as indomitable as it had always been, and no one should have been able to shake it. Yet, that battle fought right after the banquet was over was breaking up his mindfulness of the path. Xing Kai began to have doubts at that moment. He was unable to even win against someone who was of a lower plane than he was, and that made him question how he was going to progress in his path of cultivation and reach the Renhuang plane. He doubted how he would be able to restore his ancestral glory and achieve unparalleled fame, and might that was solely his. The battle on that day would have let everyone know that Xing Kai was inferior to Futian and Yu Xing. Blood continued to spill, and Futian did not bother going easy while Xing Kai was steeped in those thoughts. The halberd pulsed with shredding wool of the great path as it tore through Xing Kai's body, intending to kill him right away. Xing Kai wanted to kill him first, so he saw no reason to hesitate. They were all in this predicament, so one of them had to die. The chance of killing Xing Kai presented itself, and Futian saw no reason to let it slide. His eyes were filled with intense murderous intent at the moment, as well. Devastating beams of light tore right through Xing Kai's body, intending to shred the man himself. However, extremely raging spiritual will burst from Xing Kai at the moment. The aura was incredibly vibrant, making Futian feel as if his killing intent was being blocked. He looked at Xing Kai's eyes, which had changed. Those eyes looked tremendously deep and frightening. It was like they were about to tear right through Futian's spiritual will. The ninth servant of the ancient imperial city was very, very mindful of the Xing brothers indeed. Xing Kai's eyes became deep and terrifying. They looked a bit surprised as well. The man before Xing Kai was not a top-notch figure at a very high plane. He was but a saint at proving holiness level. Yet, such a man managed to trigger the mark left in Xing Kai's body. Xing Qiu had almost ended up killed, and that triggered the mark in him. Xing Kai was unexpectedly the next one to experience that. The brothers lost one after another. Furthermore, the man who had defeated Xing Qiu was present on the battlefield as well. Xing Kai was probably out to seek vengeance for his little brother, yet it was unexpected that he, too, had lost. The man behind the eyes watched the brothers grow up and knew what they were capable of. However, both of them were defeated one after another by the two men standing before Xing Kai. After what happened in the last battle, he heard that Futian, the young city lord of Qianye City, had opened up Emperor Kua's ruins. The young man then went on to subjugate the 9 tribes of the western region, putting the 9 tribes under the rule of one man again. The 9th servant realized that Xing Kai and Xing Qiu had indeed truly met their match. However, the 9th servant was hardly surprised. Having lived as long as he did, he had witnessed great battles between Renhuangs and naturally knew just how abundant legendary figures were throughout the 3,000 realms. Despite Xing Kai's superbly gifted talents, as his training progressed, he would definitely run into some legendary figures. Furthermore, that event that was held not long ago would have been the Peach Banquet of the Crimson Dragon realm. The Peach Banquet attracted the most brilliant of figures to be found in all of Crimson Dragon realm, so it was natural that Xing Kai met his match. However, from the looks of things, Xing Kai seemed rather vexed, and he was adamant of getting rid of the threat. The 9th servant believed that the people from Qianye City did not dare to make a move against Xing Qiu, so it would not have been an exception this time as well. Furthermore, Given that Gai Huang was around as well, Xing Kai would have been the one to make a move first, and he was defeated for it. An extremely brimming pressure shrouded Yi Futian. The ninth servant's will was impeccably strong. As a person standing at the pinnacle of holiness of nirvana level, and the number one city lord outside of Crimson Dragon City, the burst of his will made Yi Futian feel as if he was withstanding pressures the size of mountains. Yi Futian's halberd of time and space was unable to move forward at all. Everyone turned to look at Yi Futian, and they all sensed the aura emanating from Xing Kai. All of them naturally knew that the will of the ninth servant was there. The man standing before Yi Futian was no longer Xing Kai. The battle between Xing Kai and Yi Futian and Yu Xing was concluded. Xing Kai suffered an overwhelming defeat. The circumstances were so severe that his life was in danger, triggering the mark the ninth servant left inside his body. The ninth servant trained in a particular method called the Mudra of God of War. It was said that the phenomenon took place when Yu Xing was about to kill Xing Qiu as well. The spectators found no difficulty making the connection. If such a mark was on Xing Qiu, it was only natural Xing Kai had it on him as well. However, no one expected that the humiliating defeat suffered by Xing Kai would trigger the mark. Many wondered if Xing Kai's state of mind would be able to tolerate such a result. His mind would have been affected after suffering defeat in the battle before. The blow would have been a hefty one. And then, he needed to rely on the ninth servant's power to stay alive. To someone as prideful as Xing Kai, that was an insult like none other. It was especially so since he intended to kill Yi Futian to prove his resolve. However, that seemed to have dealt an even more substantial blow on him, making it more difficult for him to overcome the trauma resulted. The pressure that Yi Futian was withstanding grew increasingly intense. It was as if he was about to be crushed by that overwhelming power of will. "Senior!" A voice was heard at that moment. Xing Kai turned his eyes around and looked at the one who talked. It was none other than Duan Wuji of Emperor Dong's palace, who had supposedly left yet had returned later. He looked at Xing Kai and smiled, saying, "I assume that you must be the city lord of ancient imperial city." Xing Kai seemed to be the one who picked the fight. "I think it'd prove rather unbecoming for you to throw your weight around after the loss. Don't you think?" The ninth servant was known to be the number one city lord. Other than the Renhuan of Crimson Dragon Realm, the only ones capable of taking him on were none other than the few ranked at the top of regional king ranking. Furthermore, all of them seemed to have hailed from Crimson Dragon City. There were even old, terrifying monsters of people from the royal palace itself. As such, the ninth servant was known to be nigh invincible outside of Crimson Dragon City. Few were even able to stand up to him in terms of powers. But then again, some would not have cared less. There were few training in the regional king palace, and then there was also Duan Wuji, who was training in the Emperor Dong's palace. He was, after all, a descendant of a native Renhuang in Crimson Dragon Realm. No matter how powerful the ninth servant was, he could not beat a Renhuang. Furthermore, it was not one from somewhere outside the realm, but one who was from the Crimson Dragon Realm itself. The ninth servant looked at Duan Wuji of Emperor Dong's palace and said, "The feud between the ancient imperial city and Qianye city has nothing to do with Emperor Dong's palace. It indeed has nothing to do with Emperor Dong's palace. However, this is Crimson Dragon City. It was totally fine for Xing Kai to ask for a rematch after losing to Yi Futian in the Peach Banquet. But then again, I assume that you, senior, as the city lord of ancient imperial city, are not going to kill Yi Futian in Crimson Dragon City, no?" Duan Wuji smiled and added, "That would be difficult to explain to the royal palace, wouldn't it?" The ninth servant frowned. "Senior, the battle was indeed started by Xing Kai. Even if the royal palace were to turn a blind eye to you bullying a junior, the city lord of Qianye City is still someone from Emperor Xia's realm. If Emperor Xia himself makes a move, I'm sure the royal palace would be even more reluctant to get involved." Yet another voice was heard. The one who spoke was Pei Min, who trained in the regional palace just like Xing Kai. While he trained in the regional palace just like Xing Kai, Yu Xing, and the others, Pei Min never fought any of them and was not all that familiar with them. He, too, had no beef with any of them. As such, he had no cause to speak on such a matter. However, he was still able to tell right from wrong. Yi Futian and Yu Xing performed admirably and peerlessly in the peach banquet, overwhelming Xing Kai. Xing Kai then asked for to spar so that he could kill Yi Futian. That was personal. However, since he made his move, he had to accept whatever the outcome was. Having his old man show up right after he lost to fight his opponent would be quite disgraceful, after all. If Xing Kai were to agree deep down, then Pei Min would have looked down on that so-called top-notch genius training in the regional palace. He would not have cared in the least if Xing Kai was not fine with his opinion. Xia Qingyuan shot from the sky. Her eyes were cold. That was the second time the ninth servant appeared. That number one figure outside of Crimson Dragon City was someone that none could threaten. It was probably due to the presence of the ninth servant that both Xing Kai and Xing Qiu were able to act so impudently. Regardless of how much of a genius one was or how prideful they were, someone without serious backing and with such an attitude would have died many times over. The ninth servant then turned his eyes to Pei Min. He never expected the defeat would have put Xing Kai in such an unpopular spot. All of that would be a severe blow to Xing Kai. His eyes softened as he looked at Yi Futian and Yu Xing. He was able to understand why Xing Kai chose to do what he did. Those two from Qianyes City would probably become Xing Kai's inner demons, so he wanted to get rid of them. If Xing Kai were to leave them be, his path from here on out would probably be overshadowed by those two. He found such a turn of events unacceptable and chose to cut them down right there and then instead. Even though Xing Kai would have found such an outcome to be difficult to stomach, he would have been able to overcome it in time. He needed to be decisive when the time called for it. If he was unable to bring himself to do so, then he was the problem instead. At that thought, the ninth servant's eyes became imbued with killing intent, which was then infused into his will. It continued to bear on Yi Futian. Yi Futian was able to sense the killing intent within. Return. The killing intent lasted only for a split second. No one else other than Yi Futian would have been able to sense it. Furthermore, the ninth servant seemed to have heeded the words of Duan Wuji and Pei Min, getting ready to return. He had no intention of making a move against Yi Futian any further. That split second prior made Yi Futian realize that the ninth servant did not intend just to let everything slide. It was clear that he did not want to make a move in Crimson Dragon City, to avoid getting on the bad side of Crimson Dragon Emperor and offending the royal palace. He would have been unstoppable outside of Crimson Dragon City instead. The sparring has yet to end, and you're about to return? A low voice was heard, and everyone was stunned as they heard those words. Everyone turned around to find that the one who spoke was none other than Yi Futian. The light of deed of thorough comprehension burst to its limit on Yi Futian's body at the moment. Terrifying aura surged from within his body, shrouding his entire being. Return, Yi Futian thought incredulously. The ninth servant was getting ready to leave, and yet Yi Futian did not intend for things to end just like that. You think you can just come threaten to kill him and leave when you're unable to do so? Do you think you can take me on once we all leave Crimson Dragon City? What the hell? Many turned to look at Yi Futian and wondered what he was trying to do. They were wondering if he had intended to end Xing Kai right there and then. If that were the case, the ninth servant would not let things slide. Everyone in Crimson Dragon Realm knew that the Xing brothers were the embodiment of the ninth servant's mission in life. He would not have allowed anyone to harm Xing Kai, let alone killing the younger man. Holy flames burned as the light from the deed of thorough comprehension burst. The weather changed, and Yi Futian's eyes seemed to have become flames. It was as if a terrifying will was shooting out of his eyes. His body was bursting with powers that did not belong to him. He is still able to tap into the power of Emperor Qua? The hearts of many raced. All of them thought that Yi Futian had paid a hefty toll in that battle before. Many thought that there was no way he could have sustained fighting like that. The recoil would have been extreme, and it would have possibly ended up taking his life. Many speculated that he would have probably died from the recoil of that battle a while ago. However, he once again stood before everyone. But then again, that battle is still very much a recent thing. Is he trying to pull what he did before again? They wondered. Yi Futian's body rumbled, and the flames of the way in his body became extremely hot. That fire spirit orb in his life palace unleashed its power, tainting the skies red within an instant, making the place look like a world of fire. However, Yi Futian was actually doing his best to control it. The outcome was not something he would have been able to sustain easily, so he did his best to limit the release of such powers. While the ninth servant was there, it was nonetheless just an effect of the Madra of God of War in Xingkai. It was not that the ninth servant showed up in person. He wondered just how powerful that mark would have allowed the ninth servant's powers to be. He thrust the halberd of time and space straight at Xingkai. The weapon pulsed with terrifying light of flames. All eyes were on to that towering might. Countless nearby turned their eyes to the battlefield, feeling rattled deep down. It was Xingkai who wanted to kill Yi Futian before to prove his resolve, due to what happened in the peach banquet. However, he lost to Yi Futian and Yu Xing. Things were different at the moment. Yi Futian became the one out to kill Xingkai, going as far as to want to kill him despite the will of the ninth servant giving Xingkai an advantage. Everyone present knew just how powerful Yi Futian had become after tapping into those powers back in the battle at Qianye City a while ago. He had been able to overpower a good number of holiness of nirvanas. There were several such figures rendered dead by his hands. Things were so severe that the Saint Lord of Jiuyang dared not touch him, and even the likes of Gai Huang had not been able to do anything about him. Everyone wondered how much of that power Yi Futian was planning on tapping into, and if he could have performed as he had in that battle a while ago. They were also wondering just how powerful the special mark the ninth servant placed onto Xingkai was. If the ninth servant had indeed shown up personally, there was no need for further speculations. Even if he were to bring the full power of Emperor Qua to bear, like how he did in that battle before, he was still borrowing someone else's power. That would not be enough to deal with someone like the ninth servant, who was at the pinnacle of holiness of nirvana level. The ninth servant, however, was only doing battle remotely through the use of that mark in Xingkai, and through the younger man. There was no way he could have brought all of his might to bear on Yi Futian. The halberd of time and space contained extreme might of flames. The spirit orb inside Yi Futian's body seemed to have channeled all of its will of the great path into the weapon. Terrifying whirlpool of flames appeared in their surroundings, gushing into the halberd in a frenzy, causing it to burn. It turned into a tremendously divine halberd of time and space imbued in flames. The fearsome weapon was thrust right at Xingkai's throat. Yi Futian's fiery eyes were extremely cold instead, with his killing intent scorching hot and the fires burning in him. A figure stood tall above the palace at the ancient imperial city. His aura was towering, gushing outwards, and shrouding his surroundings. The vast ancient imperial city seemed to have been shrouded altogether by that towering might. Everyone near the city lord's office of ancient imperial city was shuddering deep down. They were all wondering what was happening. They looked up at the pinnacle of ancient imperial city. They were able to see the ninth servant hovering in midair vaguely. His gaze was cast far away, and his will gushed in a frenzy, shooting out at a distant place. The ninth servant's robe billowed, and his overpowering might looked extremely fearsome. It was as if he was like a god himself. Furthermore, the ninth servant was filled with intense killing intent. Yi Futian of Qianye City intended to kill Xingkai right before his eyes. As the protector of the descendants of Emperor Zhan, the meaning of his existence was none other to watch them grow, witnessing them eventually surpass him to step into that legendary plane, achieving the former glory of Emperor Zhan of the past. There was no way he could have watched Xingkai and Xingqiu get killed. He absolutely would not allow anyone to kill them. He was not about to let anyone threaten the Xing brothers' lives. Anyone who did so, he would make sure to kill them. Yi Futian is thinking that he can kill Xingkai just by tapping into the will of Emperor Qua then? The ninth servant thought. He has no idea what the significance of the Madra of God of War is, he thought. The ninth servant lifted his arm and pointed his finger in front of him. The place right before him trembled as if that finger was penetrating it. At the same time, Xingkai, who was far away in Crimson Dragon City, lifted his arm as well, pointing a finger before him. There seemed to be a shadow manifesting from Shinkai's body in that instant, which did not seem to be his own. Futian seemed to have been able to see yet another figure far, far away through that shadow, the shadow of that legendary figure, who was standing at the top of ancient imperial city. That finger attack was not brought forth by Shinkai, but by that man represented whose shadow. That finger attack seemed to have imbued the great path of the world around them, which was gathered at a single point and pointed at the halberd of time and space. The fact that he was taking on one such weapon with only a finger spoke volumes of his tremendous confidence. The clash between the finger and the weapon seemed to create a terrifying, dark whirlpool, twisting the great path. It swallowed everything in its immediate vicinity. The will of flame shot at the finger with the intent to burn everything down. Yet, at the same time, Futian felt his arm tremble quite a bit. It was as if he was losing his grip on the halberd. That immensely heavy power burst through, trying to wreck Futian's body through the weapon. A grunt was heard, and Futian was sent flying. A stifling rumble burst from the place the attacks clashed, with a terrifying whirlpool out to destroy everything remaining. Flames engulfed Shinkai's finger. It was like it had been scorched. A great wool of the great path then enveloped the finger, repairing the damaged parts. It was apparent that both men were tapping into powers that were not theirs, and it was also apparent that their attacks were defective, as both of them lacked the strength to master such powers. Futian, who was boosting his physical constitution by tapping into powers of others, was unable to withstand that one attack the ninth servant brought forth, which was evident from the fact that the ninth servant was still able to hurt him through the halberd. Futian might have tapped into the powers of Emperor Qua, but he still was not Emperor Qua. He was still a saint at proving holiness level. Furthermore, he did not tap into those powers completely. He was doing his best to keep himself from biting off more than he could chew, being concerned about the magnitude of recoil he would suffer. Shinkai faced Futian. At that moment, Futian felt as if it was the ninth servant at the ancient imperial city who was watching him from afar. That overbearing aura was unshakable. It was not something he could have managed to shake off. That man was at the pinnacle right below Renhuang Plain, and a holiness of nirvana ranked high on the regional king rankings. He managed to bring out his true might simply by borrowing Shinkai's body. Futian wondered what kind of powers they had. Regardless of the methods used, there was no doubt that it would take quite a hefty toll on the ninth servant for being able to go so far. At that moment, Futian saw Shinkai beginning to grab at the air. The great path of their surroundings churned in a frenzy. It was as if the space he was in was isolated altogether. Boundless will of the great path bore onto Futian. It was as if countless hands of victory were manifested in the air, enveloping the space around them. The might of a holiness of nirvana. Everyone around them shook tremendously deep down. Those were powers from the ninth servant himself. Even if he was not physically present, he was still able to use his powers remotely. The spectators looked at that battlefield, finding Futian's body shrouded by the will of the great path. The space surrounding them seemed to have been isolated by that will of the great path, forbidding anyone else from stepping in. That space was put on lockdown, trying to kill Futian inside. Futian clutched the halberd of time and space tightly. His body seemed to have been burned red. The place around him was still burning, and a tall, imposing god of war of flames appeared. He glared at the figure before him, and the fires seen his eyes seemed able to burn space itself down. Boom! The flames of the great path burst, and Futian trembled, looking rather pained, yet his eyes remained adamant. The killing intent on the ninth servant at ancient imperial city burned even brighter, after seeing Futian's eyes. The ninth servant vaguely realized why Shinkai would lose. He extended his hand and grabbed tightly. In that instant, the palms of the great path surrounding Futian rained down in a frenzy. Their surroundings shook, intending to bury that space. Furthermore, every single attack from the hands was incredibly intense. All of them tore through space and landed hard on Futian's body. There would have been no way he could have sustained even a single hit even if he had a body of a saint. Due to him still being a saint at proving holiness level, the attacks would have killed him right there and then. Yi Futian's body seemed to have transformed into a sun amidst the terrifying attacks. Rays of sunlight shot forth, looking just like the sun that Yi Futian saw in the ruins of Emperor Kwa on that day. Terrifying light of the sun shrouded everything within his immediate vicinity, shooting at the attacks from the hands around him. The attacks rumbled and intended to continue moving on to kill Yi Futian, yet they were gradually melted down to nothingness, and they were then punched through by the divine light of the sun. Yi Futian basked in boundless holy fire under the intense light, as if he was a god of war of the sun. He stepped forth and blitzed, bringing the might of the holy fire of the sun to bear. The halberd itself seemed like it was burning. The light of the flames punched through everything as the attack was underway, heading straight for Xing Kai's body. The ninth servant saw him coming and took one step forward. A golden divine wall appeared right before him, which looked like a divine seal of the great path, howling as it headed towards its target. The halberd and the seal clashed. The resulting force made it seem like the space was about to be torn apart, yet the seal was gobbled by the flames, burning a hole through it. A flash of the halberd was seen through the seal. The ninth servant lifted his arm and banged onto the weapon, retreating as he did so. A ray of terrifying light pulsed on the halberd as it continued to move forward, shooting at Xing Kai. Yi Futian's god of war of flames form was sent reeling as well. His body rattled intensely, and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth, which was instantly dried up by the flames around him. "Retreat!" A voice was heard. The ninth servant said this as he was seen retreating. The mighty ones from ancient imperial city retreated one after another. Gai Huang threw a palm attack. The light of space glittered, and he retreated as well, with Xing Qiu and the others in tow. Xin Tianzhan and Wu Yong stepped forward, glaring at the ones who left coldly. However, none of them gave chase, and they went up to Yi Futian instead. "Let's head home." The aura on Yi Futian gradually subsided. He turned around and left where he was. While he had not used his full power in that battle, he was thoroughly exhausted. The injuries on him were just as grievous. However, he was sure that the ninth servant was having a hard time as well. He was borrowing Xing Kai's body to do battle, after all, and that would have caused severe limitations. The people of Qianye City retreated in another direction. Countless in that place watched all of them left. Their minds were still reeling somewhat from what they saw. If the ninth servant had not appeared, Yi Futian would have most probably killed Xing Kai. Furthermore, even after the ninth servant advent, Yi Futian remained adamant about killing his opponent. However, the ninth servant was too powerful. Despite fighting through the use of the Mudra of God of War, it still looked as if he had been present personally, bringing holiness of nirvana level of powers to bear. The conflict between both sides would intensify after that battle. Worse still, none of them needed to hold back after leaving Crimson Dragon City. It seemed that a furious storm was brewing. Yi Futian went to train in isolation as soon as he returned to Qianye City. The mighty ones staying in the city lord's office all got busy as well. Xia Qingyuan ordered some men to head to the 9 tribes in the western region of Crimson Dragon Realm, getting ready to gather the mighty ones from those tribes. Ancient Imperial City and Qianye City had butted heads in that battle, and Crimson Dragon City, officially making them enemies. The 2 city lords had been involved in the conflict, with the 9th servant borrowing Xing Kai's body to fight Yi Futian. The battle meant that the 2 strongest cities other than Crimson Dragon City had declared war on each other. Under such circumstances, Qianye City had to put all its effort into getting ready for war. While their opponents this time were only from one city instead of an entire region or a realm, it seemed that they were still at a disadvantage compared to their past battles. In the world of cultivators, a figure who was truly at the pinnacle of a plane symbolized far more than what could be measured through sheer numbers alone. The threat from the 9th servant, who was known as the number 1 figure outside of Crimson Dragon City, posed a far greater threat alone than all of the mighty figures from past conflicts combined. The people of Qianye City had to get ready for war under these circumstances. The news of what had happened at the Peach Banquet and the battle in Crimson Dragon City spread far and wide soon enough. The names of Yi Futian and Yu Xing became known throughout Crimson Dragon Realm. Countless people were talking about them. Those two men from Qianye City had exhibited tremendous talents and combat prowess in that one battle. Even if one were to judge from their performance in the Peach Banquet, they had ruled over everyone else then too. Xing Kai had probably gotten jealous of all the glory he was supposedly robbed of, which made him want to kill Yi Futian. The future of Qianye City might turn incredibly grim. As city lord of Qianye City, Yi Futian's powers became known to all. He became the master of the 9 tribes left behind by Emperor Kwa, uniting them all under one banner. He'd also inherited the lineage of Emperor Kwa. Xia Qingyuan, princess of Emperor Xia's realm, seemed to have paid close attention to him in those 2 battles, witnessing how he'd tapped into powers that were not his. All of that, coupled with what had happened at the Peach Banquet, made it certain that if the city lord of Qianye City could make it out of the altercation with ancient imperial city in one piece, his success in the future would be immeasurable. As had been expected by many, more news came after that. News from the regional palace said that Yi Futian was to be ranked on the regional king rankings. Furthermore, there was no waiting. An exception had been made and he was being ranked without due process. With the talent and combat prowess he'd showcased at the Peach Banquet and the battle in Crimson Dragon City, there was no doubt that he would make it into the rankings. He managed to overwhelm many legendary figures who were ranked on the regional king rankings, as well as defeat Xing Kai, who was a saint of true self, by joining hands with Yu Xing, forcing the 9th servant to save Xing Kai. There was little need to elaborate on the significance of that battle. The difference in planes was obvious, yet the two had been able to bridge the gap and defeat Xing Kai. If all 3 of them had been on the same plane, both Yu Xing and Yi Futian would have probably been able to defeat Xing Kai on their own. Xing Kai was already quite a legend. He was ranked on the regional king rankings. As such, it was only natural for Yi Futian to be ranked as well. However, Yi Futian did not know about anything going on in the outside world at that moment. He had been training in isolation in the city lord's office ever since he'd returned. Yi Futian was sitting cross-legged in a sealed-off training ground. The jade-green leaves and branches of the world tree enveloped him. The will of life coursed through him, repairing any damages his body had sustained. While he had not been going all out in terms of tapping into foreign powers during that battle in Crimson Dragon City, he had nonetheless activated the fire spirit orb in his life palace, wielding combat prowess exceeding his own plane. As such, it was only natural that his body had taken a huge toll from the action, requiring a certain amount of time to recuperate. Fortunately, Yi Futian's special constitution was one that was capable of self-repair. Furthermore, his physical constitution had always been extremely strong, meaning that the extent of the injuries he'd sustained was not particularly concerning. At the moment, he was steeped in training. The injuries on both the outside and the inside of his body were being repaired. The scenery within his life palace, on the other hand, was something else altogether. A figure conjured by will appeared within the world in his life palace, training and digesting what had been learned. He gained quite a lot of knowledge from the Peach Banquet. While he couldn't use the magic zither at the moment, the 1,000-character proverb and starry steel nonetheless proved extremely useful. He had to devote some time to digest them, melding what he'd learned with his existing powers. Be it the 1,000-character proverb or the starry steel, both of them were Rinhuang-class ways of learning, which would enhance his combat prowess a great deal. Furthermore, both abilities were different from one another and were even able to complement each other, melding into a single entity and creating even greater power. Ancient symbols circled Yi Futian. The symbols resonated with the surrounding Great Path. Every symbol contained powers of the Great Path, which were then imbued within his will. Any of the symbols contained the extremely powerful aura of the Great Path. Training with the 1,000-character proverb did not allow him to wield his complete powers in combat due to the limitations of his current plane. He was only able to get the symbols ready prior. Such a method of fighting was akin to burning through consumables. However, the powers of the Great Path that were brought about when the symbols attacked were worth comprehending. If his comprehension was profound enough, he would be able to harness such powers at any given moment. He speculated that he would need to get near the Renhuang plane before he would be able to bring the powers of the 1,000-character proverb to bear at will. Doing so would practically allow him to wrap powers in symbols and get the powers of the Great Path to burst whenever a symbol appeared in his mind. The offensive techniques on the starry steel shared some similarities with the one on the 1,000-character proverb, yet there were differences nonetheless. Serene saw most of what it was able to do on the divine martial road. It was truly a tablet of the Great Path that was able to summon the stars, overwhelming everything before it. That was probably not something saints were capable of doing, making it so that he needed to take his time to comprehend and train. The inherent powers of Renhuang-level methods were naturally things that no one at the Saint Plane was able to fully access after all. After training for some time, the shadow conjured by his will arose. A staff appeared in his hand and he began to work on his staff techniques. His moves with the staff did not have any earth-shattering force in them, yet every single stroke contained the power of the Great Path. The moves melded well with the Great Path itself. The 9 heavenly attacks were something that he had acquired from close observation. After training with them for many years, they were no longer just the moves that had been imparted to him by the snow ape anymore. The moves themselves had been incorporated with all that he'd come to understand over his years of training. The moves were ever-changing. While the move sets might not be as powerful as those wielded by the snow ape all those years ago, the sets were nonetheless the most suitable for his use in his current state. Rumbles were heard within his life palace. Futian stopped after working with the staff for some time. He then moved on to train with his halberd. The move sets with the halberd were something he'd created himself using references from the 9 heavenly strikes and many other methods. This helped to complete his way with the halberd. One could see the training methods of the staff in the way he moved with the halberd, yet his way of wielding the halberd remained different nonetheless. His way with the staff was fierce and overbearing, while his way with the halberd looked to be imbued with a sharpness capable of tearing anything down. The similarities between the two were that they were both very offensive-focused. This similarity strengthened as he went on to complete them. The battle he'd fought with Xing Kai in Crimson Dragon City had brought his way of the halberd to the very extreme. Each strike grew stronger than the strike before, making it so that Xing Kai was no longer able to withstand his blows. Futian, who was still working in his life palace, continued to play around with the halberd. The force of his moves was natural and continued to grow stronger, as the will of the Great Path imbued within. He then thrust with the weapon. The air around him shook and then stopped altogether. He stood quietly, seemingly having developed something. He repeated the move several times as if he was trying to grasp something which was proving difficult. He finally stopped and resorted to thinking quietly instead. Futian's eyes opened in the quiet training ground. He stood up and extended his hand. A halberd appeared in his hand immediately. Raging currents howled around his body as he stepped forward. His arms went into action and moved forward, thrusting the weapon out right before him. Boom! A stifling rumble was heard. Terrifying, space-shredding powers were felt right in front of the halberd. It contained the heaviness of the stars and overwhelmed the entire place. Something is not right, Futian muttered to himself. He was still unable to find the feeling he was looking for. He sidestepped and moved his body forward as he lashed out with another thrust with his arms. It looked as if the powerful will of the Great Path was all being condensed into a single point, forming a devastating whirlpool. Futian looked as if he was in trance afterward, repeating the moves over and over. He did this so many times that he seemed to have forgotten about his injuries altogether. After many attempts at the attacks, the deed of thorough comprehension activated without him realizing it. The will of the Great Path flowed within the cauldron of the Great Path of his body. The force burst through the halberd, growing increasingly powerful. Slivers of holy light shrouded his entire body. He thrust yet another time. At that moment, a beam of dazzling light burst through the air, lashing out like a straight line. Boom! A rumble was heard as the space around him crumbled. The matrix isolating the training ground shattered in an instant as if it had been reduced to nothing in a split second. Futian finally stopped. He looked at the halberd in his hand and reached out to sense the power he felt. he extended his left hand. A powerful aura emanated from it. Dazzling beams, calamity, and lightning glittered, shooting out far away. At that moment, every single bolt of lightning burst like thunder as they shot forward, tearing down every single thing they crossed. That will of the great path seemed to be everywhere in the sky. Futian looked up at the sky and saw something joyful. He had unexpectedly developed yet another mystical will of the great path while trying to train with the mystical methods he'd learned. The new will was something that was not of his own. That will of the great path contained powerful space-tearing powers. At the same time, it was imbued with very frightening powers of the stars and suppressing powers. The force that burst from the attack could have been considered a product of melding several of the powerful wills of the great path. Entropy, Futian muttered to himself. The will of the great path was named entropy, which was an offensive power. Such will of the great path would enhance every attack it was imbued with, making them overwhelming and fearsome. One attack was all it would take to reduce everything to nothing. Futian glittered with holy light after he developed the new will of the great path. The light from the deed of thorough comprehension became even more blindingly brilliant. His aura had also strengthened, melding naturally with the great path. His comprehension of the great path had deepened. He had reached the pinnacle of proving holiness level without even realizing it. A group of mighty figures arrived at the city lord's office of Qianya City. Xintianzhan received them personally. The ones who'd arrived all sported an overbearing aura and the fiery crimson robes of the regional palace. The one who took the lead was a top-notch figure at holiness of nirvana level. "How may I be of service?" Xintianzhan asked, cupping his hands. "We're here to look for City Lord Yi," the man in the lead answered. "City Lord Yi is now training in isolation. I'm sure you all know about the recent battle. He needs some time alone." Xintianzhan then added, "If you don't mind, I'll be glad to relay the message." "That will do." The messenger nodded slightly and continued. "The regional palace hereby extends its invitation to Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan to join the regional palace for training. The invitees are welcome at the Crimson River any time." Many in the city lord's office looked up at the ones who'd arrived and shuddered deep down. While they'd speculated that something like this would happen, it still nonetheless proved shocking when the time came. The regional palace made yet another exception. In the Crimson Dragon realm, those who had missed the selection process at the Crimson River had not necessarily foregone their chance to join the regional palace just yet. If the ones intending to join the regional palace proved extraordinary enough, they still had a shot at it. Both Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan had earned the regional palace's approval. What they'd done back at the Peach Banquet had proved exceptional enough. There was little need to say anything about Yi Futian. As for Xia Qingyuan, she had also proven her talents by defeating Xu Zi. As such, it was not a strange thing for the regional palace to extend their invitation to her as well. "Very well, I shall inform City Lord Yi." Xintianzhan nodded. Common people would have been extremely elated by such news. However, those who truly earned the right to enter the regional palace would never be so excitable. That was because they were people who stood above most others, prideful and confident. As for Yi Futian, who was more than qualified to be ranked on the regional king rankings, the regional palace had made an exception by putting him on the rankings. Deeming him qualified to train in the regional palace was something normal enough. Xintianzhan felt no surprise about any of that. Compared to what Yi Futian had done before, getting into regional palace hardly seemed significant at all. What put him at ease, however, was that the invitation from the regional palace was akin to a tag for protection, so long as Yi Futian agreed to train in the regional palace. That would mean that he was out of the ninth servant's reach. While the ninth servant had scoffed at a cave master of the regional palace not long ago, showing how arrogant and abrasive he was, that was due only to his strength and backing. If one were to truly compare the strengths of their resources, there was no way ancient imperial city could compare with the regional palace. Furthermore, the regional palace was backed by the Crimson Dragon Emperor himself. Very well. Those from the regional palace nodded before departing into the sky. It seemed as if they had only been there to deliver the news. As for Yi Futian's choice, that was something entirely up to him. There were quite a few people who felt rather shocked by what had happened. Xintianzhan turned around, getting ready to tell Xia Qingyuan about it before letting both her and Yi Futian decide what to do about it. News quickly spread from the city lord's office of Qianyes City that Yi Futian had accepted the regional palace's invitation and was about to train there. The news seemed to calm down the tense atmosphere that had been building up all over the place. Everyone was wondering if this meant that the great battle would be avoided. Yi Futian wanted to avoid confronting the ninth servant for the time being. Instead, he wanted to devote his time to training and enhancing his powers. However, when everyone realized that both Yi Futian and Xing Kai were about to train in the same place, the expression of many turned rather peculiar. They then wondered what would happen if they were to meet at the regional palace. Many wondered if they would continue fighting each other. Xing Kai was training in peace inside a palace within ancient imperial city. Dazzling light sparkled as the heaven-punishing fighting will coursed all over him, emitting an imposing aura. However, Xing Kai's expression remained tense throughout the training, as if something was weighing on his shoulders. That battle in Crimson Dragon City had dealt a heavy blow to him. He never expected needing the ninth servant to show up, just so to keep him alive. It was an insult like no other to him. He heard footsteps approaching. Xing Kai opened his eyes to look at the ninth servant. His eyes no longer looked as pure and adamant as they had before. They looked tainted by some other thoughts. The ninth servant looked at his eyes. He was able to tell Xing Kai's current state of mind just by looking at those eyes. Xing Kai seemed to have developed some inner demons due to dealing with Yi Futian. Regardless of what you have run into on your path in cultivation, you needed to deal with it on your own. You have met your match this time, and he might be more extraordinary than any whom you have met in the past. Until you can overcome that, you will forever live in his shadow, the ninth servant said. I believe you could make it. Xing Kai remained silent. There was news not long ago that said that he has earned the approval of the regional palace and is about to enter the regional palace to train. The two of you will probably meet in the future, the ninth servant continued. Xing Kai's eyes turned cold within an instant. So, Yi Futian was going to join the regional palace's ranks? Xing Kai got up and walked outside. He walked over to the steps and cast his gaze far away. Are you feeling disappointed in me, teacher? Xing Kai asked. The ninth servant looked at his back and was silent. I'd like to hear the truth, Xing Kai added. I'm disappointed because I have too high of an expectation of you. You should know the extent of the hope I've placed on you, but such a day would have come sooner or later on your path in cultivation. As such, I do hope you'll first win against yourself, young master, the ninth servant said with a bow. It seemed as if his attitude had changed. I have to win against myself because I couldn't win against them, eh? Xing Kai sighed. It was not something that he could simply let slide. He needed the ninth servant to be around just so that he could survive. How could I face anyone else ever again? How could I ever claim to be a descendant of Emperor Zhan again? He was even more disappointed in himself. With your permission, I shall head to Qianyes City right away. I will cut off their heads and bring them to the ancient imperial city. You will no longer have to be concerned about him if I were to do so, the ninth servant said while looking at Xing Kai's back. Xing Kai did not doubt the ninth servant. If he truly wanted the older man to do so, he only would have needed to tell the ninth servant, and the older man would see to it for him. However, it seemed ridiculous to send the ninth servant to kill someone who had defeated him. Sir? A voice was heard from below the steps. Someone had arrived, asking for an audience. What is it? The ninth servant turned around to look at the one who had spoken. His eyes were sharp as they shot through the space. He wondered what would have caused someone to interrupt him at such a moment. That man extended both hands, holding a letter. It looked like an invitation of sorts. The ninth servant grabbed at the air. The letter then flew right into his hands. The ninth servant opened up the letter to read its contents. While his expression looked as calm as it had always been, he shuddered somewhat deep down. The ninth servant's eyes seemed to pierce through the space before him as he looked in the direction of Qianyes City. City Lord Yi Futian of Qianyes City. He really was something. What is that? Xing Kai, who was at the ninth servant's side, saw his reaction. The ninth servant looked at Xing Kai, but he did not hand the letter over. Xing Kai seemed to have sensed that something was amiss, and extended his hand. The ninth servant only handed the letter over to him after that. Xing Kai took a look at the letter. His eyes became extremely pointed within an instant. Powerful fighting will seem to surge from him uncontrollably, bursting out furiously. Yi Futian. This was just insane. That letter he'd sent to ancient imperial city was a challenge. A challenge to fight to the death right outside the regional palace, above the Crimson River. The regional palace would bear witness. The two of them would no longer be meeting within the regional palace, as Yi Futian intended to fight Xing Kai to the death right above the Crimson River before entering the regional palace. Only one of them would be able to enter the regional palace alive. Yi Futian refused to coexist and train with him in the regional palace. One could imagine what was going on inside Xing Kai's mind when he read the letter. He'd lost to Yi Futian and Yu Xing in Crimson Dragon City not long ago. Now Yi Futian had sent Xing Kai a challenge. He would be the only combatant fighting Xing Kai this time. Furthermore, the fight would be to the death and be witnessed by the regional palace. Only one of them would make it out alive. This was unruliness and insolence of unprecedented levels. Xing Kai had never expected Yi Futian to dare to challenge him to a one-on-one fight to the death. The ninth servant, who was at his side, was equally surprised. He thought Yi Futian would agree to train in the regional palace because he wanted to avoid clashing head-on with ancient imperial city. However, he'd never expected such a challenge to be made before Yi Futian even agreed to train in the regional palace. Worse still, Xing Kai's mindfulness of the path had been damaged, and his state of mind was faltering. There was no way he could shirk the battle after receiving such a letter. If he refused the challenge, his name, Xing Kai, would no longer be worthy of pride, but one filled with shame. Xing Kai would never make it past his current state of mind. However, Xing Kai wondered what had made Yi Futian so insolent, and so confident that he would emerge as the victor. Xing Kai wondering if Yi Futian had become a saint of true self. "Are you going to accept the challenge?" the ninth servant asked. Xing Kai looked at him. The ninth servant was almost able to ascertain Xing Kai's decision from the look in his eyes. Xing Kai had no choice whatsoever when it came to accepting the challenge. He had to fight. "Excuse me for a bit," the ninth servant said. He finished talking and took one step away. His body soon disappeared into the air. Towering pressure reigned all over the city lord's office of Qianye City not long afterward. One figure after another took to the skies. All the holiness of nirvanas arrived midair and looked up. That pressure from above was very terrifying. Boom! A will of great path pressed down as a huge face appeared in midair. It was none other than a conjuration of the ninth servant's will. Terrifying will pressed down in a frenzy, heading straight for the city lord's office. A silver-haired figure took to the skies from within the city lord's office. Looking up at the face in the sky, he said, "Are you here to check on my plane out of concern?" The ninth servant placed Madras of God of War on both Xing brothers for protection. He would not have simply allowed Xing Kai to get into such a dangerous situation after receiving the challenge. If Yi Futian had indeed made it as a saint of true self, Xing Kai might have just signed his death warrant. The ninth servant knew very well from that battle in Crimson Dragon City that if both men were to be of an equal plane and fight to the death, Xing Kai would definitely end up dead. As such, he'd shown up personally to find out. A raging will pressure continued to shroud the place. That huge face stared at Yi Futian, who was among the crowd below. The ninth servant found that the young man was still at the proving holiness level. The ninth servant then wondered what had made the young man so confident that he would issue a challenge to fight Xing Kai one-on-one. In that battle back in Crimson Dragon City, both Yu Xing and the halberd of time and space had only served as auxiliaries. If the two men fought one-on-one to the death, things would be very different. Yi Futian truly needed to be able to win against Xing Kai. Otherwise, he would be the one who would end up dead. The ninth servant did not reply to Yi Futian's words, but it was clear that he was concerned about Yi Futian's plane. If Yi Futian had indeed become a saint of true self, Xing would be in a lot of trouble. He definitely would not allow Xing to fight. A damaged mindfulness of the path could be repaired, but if he were to die in a fight, everything would be over. Furthermore, the spot that Yi Futian had picked for the fight was indeed brutal. Above the Crimson River, outside of the regional palace. He had no intention of showing mercy in any manner. Even someone as powerful as the ninth servant would not be able to interfere in a battle fought right outside the regional palace. If Xing accepted the challenge, there would be no turning back. As such, the ninth servant had to go and check. The huge face gradually disappeared, along with that powerful aura emanating from the sky above. Xintianzhan, Wu Yong, and the others rescinded their auras as well, walking down to Yi Futian's side. Xintianzhan then said, "He's gone." The ninth servant had indeed only shown up to take a look. However, now that the ninth servant had come to take a look, there was simply no way Xing could walk away from the battle. There was simply no reason for him to do so. If Xing were to refuse, then he would lose all face and no longer be able to stand in the Crimson Dragon realm. He would be unable to even return to the regional palace. All of that would have profound effects on Xing. It would probably result in the total disintegration of his mindfulness of the path, making further advancement impossible. If he were unable to resolve that trauma, he would never be able to become an unblemished saint in this lifetime. A huge commotion broke out in Qianyes City right after the ninth servant left. The conflict between ancient Imperial City and Qianyes City had been catching the attention of everyone recently. Many thought that things had been resolved by Yi Futian agreeing to join the ranks of the regional palace. However, they quickly found that Yi Futian had issued a challenge to fight to the death instead. The fight would take place 7 days later, above the Crimson River, outside of the regional palace. Only the winner would be able to make it into the regional palace. Yi Futian did not want to coexist with Xing. There would only be one of them left standing. That was confidence like no other, for he had challenged Xing, who was a saint of true self, as a saint at proving holiness level. Everyone wondered where Yi Futian's confidence had come from. While he and Yixing had teamed up and managed to pin down Xing in their last battle, fighting him one-on-one would be something else altogether. Furthermore, it was a fight to the death, and Xing would definitely go all out. Yi Futian had not even bothered giving himself a way out. Everyone deemed that the young city lord of Qianyes City was indeed brutal. He was not only brutal towards his opponent, but he was also brutal to himself. Many wondered what the consequences of losing the battle would be. The ninth servant returned and everything else happened as expected. Xing accepted the challenge. He would show up 7 days later above the Crimson River with the sole purpose of cutting down Yi Futian. Such massively shocking news traveled throughout the cities like wildfire. Countless listeners shuddered at the news. This showdown would truly be considered a clash of titans. Xing had only lost shortly after he'd gained renown, and he'd lost at the hands of both Yi Futian and Yu Xing. City Lord Yi Futian of Qianyes City had quickly risen in fame after he became known to the world. His actions had truly shocked the Crimson Dragon realm. At present, there was not a single person who didn't know Yi Futian's name. 2 such figures were about to have a showdown above the Crimson River, and one could only imagine just how shocking things would become. Many had only heard about the battle that had taken place in Crimson Dragon City, so they deemed the next one as something not to be missed. Time passed and Yi Futian remained training in isolation in Qianyes City. Xing of ancient Imperial City was doing the same. The ninth servant oversaw his training personally. A saint of true self like Xing would not benefit much from guidance from outside, but he could nonetheless prepare a few more tricks up his sleeves for the fight. Yi Futian trained in the way of the staff at times, and the way of the halberd at others while still in Qianyes City. He kept improving on his techniques to make the attacks even more powerful. He stopped training after quite a while when he noticed someone approaching him. It was Xia Qingyuan. "Are you sure you're going to win?" Xia Qingyuan asked. Yi Futian's opponent was not some common saint. His opponent was going to be Xing, who was known throughout all of Crimson Dragon Realm. Furthermore, Futian was about to fight someone one saint plane above his own. She knew that Futian must have learned something from that battle back at Crimson Dragon City that had made him bold enough to challenge Shinkai in such a manner. "I'm not," Futian said with a smile. Xia Qingyuan was baffled. She stared at him, wide-eyed. Was he telling her that he was not sure that he could win? "I could probably win." Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan's expression and grinned. "Probably?" Xia Qingyuan continued to stare at him. It seemed as if none of those were the answers she sought. "If I were to have absolute confidence in my ability to win, there is no way that Shinkai would have agreed to the challenge. I'm afraid the ninth servant wouldn't have agreed to it in the first place." Futian continued, seeing how Xia Qingyuan was not going to just let it slide. "But my chance of winning is greater." "A greater chance at winning made you dare to throw a fight-to-the-death challenge at him?" A rather cynical voice was heard. Futian turned around and saw two men walking towards him, Wu Yong and an elder. He was rather surprised to see that elder, as it was none other than the star-plucking saint, who had appeared and helped him several times in the past. That old man had even given Futian the first flames of the way he'd stolen before disappearing without a trace. He'd then shown up at the last battle at Xenia City to stop Gai Huang. He then disappeared again after that battle. He came and went as he pleased, and no one was able to get a hold of him. The old man seemed to truly live up to his reputation. Now, he'd appeared yet again. "I've heard that you've been to ancient Imperial City, Senior," Futian said, looking at the star-plucking saint. The old man glared at him and replied, "Enough with old stories. Seems like the rumors were true. But why did you go to ancient Imperial City, despite knowing that you wouldn't be able to win against the ninth servant?" Futian asked. The old man glared at him even more intensely. The young man really had a way of getting on people's bad side. Futian then looked rather apologetic after seeing the old man's expression. He bowed to the old man respectfully and said, "You've helped me several times, Senior, and I'm grateful for that. But I'd really like to know, why did you help me? You know that I've been to ancient Imperial City, so you know the beef between me and them. The ninth servant of ancient Imperial City is known as the #1 figure outside of Crimson Dragon City. He is also known to be invincible in terms of offensive capacity. I've lost to him, and I'm afraid I'm stuck as a loser. I saw your battle with Emperor Li's realm before, coincidentally. I saw that you have a lot of potential in you, so I gave you the flames. And man, you've even gotten your hands on Emperor Qua's ruins. I'm truly honored and relieved, now that I see you fighting ancient Imperial City." "Is that all?" Futian asked with a peculiar expression on his face. "Do you think that I have something to hide then?" The old man glared at Futian. "Very well then." Futian took the answer for what it was worth. He was able to see that the old man was immensely cunning. The old man was someone who would have spilled what he wanted to say. There was no way Futian could have fished anything out of him if he refused to talk. As such, he left it as it was. "So, what brings you here, Senior?" Futian asked. "I heard that you chose the Starry Steel Ancient Path while you were on the Divine Martial Path back at the Peach Banquet. The ability that I'm most proficient in is that of the stars, so I'm here to teach you what I know. The lessons will not be as good as those found in the Royal Palace, but I'll let you decide for yourself if what I teach will be useful to you or not. It may enable you to kill that fellow from ancient Imperial City without mercy," the old man explained. Futian's jaw dropped. Talk about living as you fancy. But then again, the old man was known as the star-plucking saint, so he would definitely be very proficient in the powers of stars. "In that case, thank you very much, Senior," Futian said, cupping his hands. Someone had arrived at his door to help further his training. He would have been an idiot to refuse. Regardless, it was clear that the old man held no enmity towards him. "Keep your eyes, ears, and everything else peeled." The old man's eyes became incredibly deep all of a sudden. He slowly walked towards Futian, and within an instant, Futian's eyes seemed to have sunken into them. He did not resist, simply letting his will enter those eyes. There was a world of stars to be found within. Futian was completely steeped in it before long. He remained steeped in his training and would not emerge from it for quite a while, even after the old man left. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was too short a time in Crimson Dragon Realm. His training in isolation was over before long. The day had arrived when Futian and Kai would have their showdown. The crowd at the shores of the Crimson River was huge. Countless mighty beings arrived, including some great figures of top-notch forces, as well as top-class geniuses from all corners of the world. All of their attention was turned toward that raging river. The Battle of the Crimson River was held there every year, an event that was guaranteed to draw a huge crowd. However, the battle that would be held on this day had captured more attention than any battle of the Crimson River in the past ever had. The Battle of the Crimson River was originally meant to be a battle between figures at the pinnacles of their powers. The ultimate winner would be accepted into the regional palace. However, that impending battle was between two immensely powerful figures ranked on the regional king rankings. Furthermore, it was a fight to the death. Two geniuses who stood at the pinnacle of Crimson Dragon Realm were about to fight above the Crimson River. Outsiders aside, even the ones from the regional palace came to stand outside the regional palace. Their eyes were locked onto that raging river before them. Pei Min, Yin Tianjiao, Xu Zi, Xie Qinshan, and many top-notch geniuses were also present. On the opposite shore of the Crimson River, Luo Yang, Jiang Tai, and many who had been present at the Peach Banquet were there as well. The entire Crimson Dragon Realm was paying close attention to this showdown. "Who do you think will win this?" Xie Qinshan asked rather excitedly. "I've heard that the 9th servant went to check on Futian's progress at Jianye City. It seems that Futian has yet to make a breakthrough. While Yu Xing and Futian beat Kai by teaming up before, but if it will be the two of them fighting one-on-one, I'm afraid Kai will have a better chance of winning," Yin Tianjie said. "Of course, that is only in theory. Futian is the one who issued the challenge, and it's obvious that he's not doing this because he has a death wish. In that case, we should just let him prove how much he is capable of. The outcome is rather hard to predict now. Yu Xing suppressed Kai hard in their last battle. Yu Xing made the first move and dominated Kai every time, preventing Kai from having time to deal with Futian right until he was defeated by that divine implement. I think that battle simply gave Futian too much confidence." Xu Zi did not agree with Yin Tianjiao. She continued with a cold tone, saying, "There will be no surprises with this battle." It was apparent that she thought Kai would win. "I think Futian has better chances," Pei Min said plainly, his voice sounding easygoing and nonchalant. There was hardly any reason behind it. There was no way any analysis of their strengths could make a definite conclusion. He simply stated what he felt. They were not the only ones speculating. The people of the entire Crimson Dragon Realm were speculating about who would win in this showdown. Terrifying might of the great path down rained from above. The Crimson River howled and rolled. A figure appeared in the air and then walked forward, heading straight for the Crimson River. "Kai is here." All eyes were on him. Fighting will coursed all over him and washed all over his immediate vicinity. The battle had yet to begin, yet his fighting will was barely contained. It pulsed ferociously all over him, engulfing the space right above the Crimson River. The Crimson River howled and rolled. The hot flames stained the sky above everyone red. Kai stood with his fighting will coiled around his body. His eyes were cold yet determined. His tall, imposing body looked like a stone pillar, only his clothes billowing in the wind. He was adjusting his aura, getting it into the most perfect state possible. To Kai, this was a battle that he could absolutely not afford to lose. Futian had issued a fight to the death challenge to him despite being only at proving holiness level. Kai had reigned supreme among his generation in the Crimson Dragon Realm and had never lost before. He had to win in this battle above the Crimson River today as well. He was going to cut down Futian, take his revenge, and make his mindfulness of the path whole again. The 9th servant was there today as well. Many at the shores of the Crimson River made way for him. All eyes were on the 9th servant. This battle would determine the rest of Kai's life. At that moment, there was quite a commotion at the shore and many opened up a path. A group of people was seen moving forward, cutting through the crowd. The one taking the lead was clad in white and had silver hair. He looked extremely dashing. That man was none other than Futian. Many mighty figures from Qianye City were there as well. Xia Qingyuan and Yu Xing both stood by his side. If Futian won, the three of them would get to train in the regional palace together. It was finally time. Many turned their eyes to look at Futian. Xing Kai, who was above the Crimson River, turned to face Futian. The fighting will all over his body seemed to grow even stronger as he adjusted his spiritual state. Despite being very sure that he would definitely be able to kill Futian, he was not going to lower his guard. He would give it his all and cut down Futian to prove his worth. Futian took a step forward once he reached the shore, heading straight for the middle of the Crimson River. Several formidable ori shrouded the Crimson River high in the air. They were people from the regional palace. Futian had requested that the regional palace bear witness to this battle. Yet another formidable aura came down, streaking through the air above the crowd. Many looked up above the Crimson River. They had been rather irked before, but their anger quickly subsided. People from the royal palace were showing up. Two figures appeared above before everyone else, landing at the edge of the Crimson River. They stood at the very forefront of the crowd, yet no one objected. "Wasn't that peach banquet hosted by Qisham? He is here to watch the battle." Many looked at the figure at the forefront of the crowd. Indeed, it was none other than Prince Qishang. The person by his side was none other than Yu Shifei, his lover. The two of them were ranked on the regional king rankings. "This is quite a pity," Qishang said, taking a look at the Crimson River. While the stronger of the two fighters had already been identified back at the Divine Martial Road, Futian was nonetheless the one with greater potential. However, Xing Kai was the one who had renewed the record at the last peach banquet. It was a pity that he had run into Futian and Yu Sheng at the last one. Furthermore, he was unable to accept that both of them were more superb than he was. The two legendary figures were unable to coexist. It had been determined on that day that one of them must fall, which was quite a pity. After all, both men were top geniuses of the Crimson Dragon realm. But then again, regardless of what Qishang thought of the battle, he was not about to get involved. Feuds in the world of cultivators were not things that could be settled by talking. Since both of them had agreed to fight to the death, all the prince needed to do was simply bear witness to it all. The crowd quickly turned its eyes away from Qishang and Yu Shifei, watching the Crimson River instead. It was apparent that the fight to the death battle between Futian and Xing Kai was more interesting than anyone showing up to watch it, even if one of the people was the prince. Furthermore, despite the two men standing very far away from each other, their presence and auras were already clashing. When Futian stepped forward, Xing Kai's fighting will rain down across the space, shrouding their vicinity and pressing down on Futian. That fighting will seemed to coalesce into solid attacks, thrashing and striking at Futian furiously. Futian slowly walked forward, every step shaking the space around him. The Crimson River below howled and rolled. He attacked with the deed of thorough comprehension without hesitation, melding with the Great Path, making it so that everything in the world around him fell into his hands, resisting the fighting will bearing down on him. Dazzling light glittered as Xing Kai's fighting will took a solid form. It was transmuted into a seal as its power spread through their surroundings, enveloping the sky above the Crimson River, lashing out straight at Futian. Xing Kai was already attacking Futian from across the great river. Futian glared at Xing Kai across the vast space. There was no anxiousness in his eyes at all. Chaotic currents whipped around him all of a sudden like devastating lightning bolts. The world around him turned into a world of destruction. Calamities of the Great Path raged on all around him. Countless lightning strikes of calamity shrouded the place, lashing out furiously. A beam of dazzling golden light of calamity collided with the seal, resulting in a furious rumble. The seal crumbled right away as if it had been hit with a devastating attack. Raging light of calamity tore through everything around Futian without care, enveloping the space around him and hitting every single seal that it met. The Crimson River roared as the sky above the river looked like it must be doomsday. Many seals were destroyed by that glittering lightning of calamity. He is that powerful with attacks? Countless eyes were locked onto the figure basking in the devastating light of calamity. Futian's plane was lower than Shinkai's after all, yet he was able to destroy Shinkai's will of the Great Path using only borrowed might of the Great Path alone. It was as if he was not at a disadvantage at all. Shinkai looked unfazed as he watched everything in silence. He then saw Futian approaching him. He responded by cranking up the fighting will on him accordingly. The heaven-punishing fighting will burst from his body furiously as his life spirit was unleashed, making him look as if he was an awakened god of war. Brilliantly shining rings appeared above his body. That fighting will affected the will of the Great Path all around him. The roar of the Crimson River grew increasingly frightening, making it sound as if the clouds above them were roaring in anger as well. Shinkai's body grew extremely tall, as if he was a god of war waking up, and cranked the heaven-punishing fighting will to its maximum, exuding pressure all over the sky around him. He had been repeatedly hammered by Yuxing in the last battle in Crimson Dragon City, which had greatly affected his combat capacity, making it so that he had no time to burst with complete power. In the battle he was fighting at present, he was determined to let Futian see another Shinkai, one who lived up to the identity of being a descendant of Emperor Zhan. Boundless heaven-punishing fighting will coalesced as he extended his hand, conjuring a huge spear which pulsed with holy light. What was even more terrifying was that beams of devastating light of the Great Path tore through the space around them, which seemed to be a manifestation of the heaven-punishing fighting will, raining down from the heavens, tearing through their surroundings as they lashed out at Futian. Many looked up at the scene above, finding it utterly terrifying. Even though Shinkai had lost recently, that was not to say that his fame had been for nothing. Shinkai was truly powerful and had repeatedly proven so in many battles. His powers were definitely top class and few throughout Crimson Dragon Realm were able to match him blow for blow. The pressure which emanated from him at that moment seemed to be a testament to his strength. That utterly overbearing stance and action seemed to make people forget about his current plane level, as he seemed like a living god of war. Futian looked up. The beams of dazzling golden light rained down like spears, heading straight for him. He took one furious step forward and the entire area shook. A space-freezing power was unleashed as the light emitted from the deed of thorough comprehension shrouded his surroundings. The scene transformed into a world of stars shortly after. Stars circled about, protecting him within. The raining spears clashed with the huge stars, resulting in earth-shattering rumbles. Terrifying explosions were heard all over the Crimson River. Boom! Shinkai moved in the air as heaven-punishing fighting will burst to the extreme wherever the spears pointed. The entire sky around them seemed shrouded by the might. Countless spears rained down at once, tearing through space as they headed for Futian. Shinkai had been unleashing his heaven-punishing fighting will in a frenzy since the battle commenced. He had not shown the slightest hint of wanting to take his time to spar with Futian. He was trying to pin Futian down in the showdown without the slightest hint of reservation. Futian naturally sensed Shinkai's intentions. The attacks had been overwhelming from the start. Shinkai's killing intention towards him was unmistakably strong. Powerful spiritual will was unleashed and melded with the vast surroundings around them. The Great Path expanded and multiplied, giving birth to all in the universe. Wherever the will of the Great Path reached, everything was turned into a personal expression of their powers. A dazzling starry world glittered above the Crimson River. More stars were conjured and appeared in their surroundings, emitting an extremely brilliant light. Those stars circled Futian's body, which seemed to meld with the stars, making him the absolute center of that starry world. The stars around him coursed with mystical trajectories. Their surroundings rumbled as the spinning stars clashed with the huge spears raining down from above, bursting with a devastating force that shook the heavens. The ninth servant, who was standing at the shore, frowned, finding all of this similar to the most proficient arts of the star-plucking saint. According to Gai Huang, that old man had fought him once at Qianyes City, holding him back. It seemed that the star-plucking saint was indeed on Qianyes City's side. However, it was not so easy to block the spears of a god of war. Shinkai turned into a golden bolt of lightning at that moment, tearing through space as countless spears burst, blasting the stars of the great path surrounding Futian. Violent rumbles continued to be heard as the stars crumbled and the spears shattered. Golden, divine spears appeared and blasted at the orbiting stars. Light conjured from the boundless heaven-punishing fighting will lashed out in an instant, causing the trajectories of the stars to crumble and turn chaotic, as they were being destroyed in a frenzy. The devastating lightning pulsing on the spears continued to move forward, hitting the screens of light and intending to kill Futian. However, Futian stepped forward at that moment. He twirled about as he moved, conjuring a halberd in his hand. He then lashed out with the halberd. The stars circling him turned into beams of light which blasted Shinkai's body, intending to bury him in the stars. Shinkai then stepped forward and continued lashing out with his spears. His force was unyielding and one star after another was shattered as he continued to destroy anything that stood in his way. At that moment, the light of the stars all around Futian gathered into a single point. The halberd thrust, clashing with a spear heading straight for him. Boundless lights from the stars gushed and melded with the halberd as if that one strike carried the power of all the stars around. At the very moment, the halberd and the spear clashed. Everything around the weapons crumbled into nothingness. The crimson river below howled and rolled in a frenzy. Scorching fires of lava in the river splashed, drowning the space around them. Shinkai took his god of war form in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. His eyes were cold and determined, without a single hint of indecision. The spear in his hand crumbled and was entirely destroyed. He sensed the terrifying entropic powers from what was happening. It was as if there were some terrifying space-shredding powers imbued within the power of the stars. Such was the way of entropy. That entropic power was something he had not seen when he'd last fought Futian. The stars around Futian were crumbling in a frenzy as well. The halberd in his hand was pierced by a powerful beam of light, quickly reducing to nothingness. However, he was able to fight just as well without a weapon. He took the shock of the halberd's destruction head-on with his god of war form, then took one step forward to overpower the space around him. He lifted his arm, causing seals to appear everywhere. Every single seal was imbued with terrifying heaven-punishing fighting will. These turned into divine seals made specifically for combat. He thrust his arm forward and an extremely huge palm print locked the space around them down, blocking out the sky and drowning Futian's body within. At the same time, that palm print howled as it was blasted by all the other seals around it. They were so powerful that they seemed to be able to tear the sky itself apart. Shinkai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was a saint of true self, which meant that his power of the great path was far above Futian's. He was also armed with heaven-punishing fighting will and the Midra of God of War. In terms of close combat capacity, he deemed that there was no way Futian would be able to resist his attacks. Countless people at the shores of the Crimson River and the regional palace witnessed that scene. They saw Shinkai's body merge with his life spirit, and his entire body emit dazzling light. It seemed as if he was shrouded in the heaven-punishing fighting will, emanating a will of the god of war like no other. That extremely imposing form of his made it so that many were able to sense its might even from far away. Just how great of a power was Futian taking on? The battle was not just sparring, but a fight to the death. Shinkai had no intention of sparring with Futian. He'd brought his most powerful offensive techniques into the fight without delay for the express purpose of killing Futian. Futian shot a glance at the extremely imposing Shinkai. So, he was going for a showdown right from the start? Another halberd was conjured as he was shrouded by the ring of light conjured by the deed of thorough comprehension. He saw the seals coming down at him from all sides, yet he did not back away. He took one step forward, just like Shinkai. "You're wasting your time." Shinkai's voice was cold as he howled through their surroundings. His voice was imbued with the towering fighting will, capable of shaking the will of others. Yet at that moment, within the ring of light conjured by the deed of thorough comprehension, beams of light of even greater intensity appeared out of nowhere. It was as if thousands of ancient symbols appeared at the same time, surrounding Futian. Every single symbol seemed to be imbued with extremely formidable powers. Their surroundings rumbled and exploded as the symbols circled Yi Futian. It was the sign of the formless power of suppression emanated by Shinkai being destroyed, making it impossible for him to stop the orbits of the ancient symbols. The 1,000-character proverb! Qishan, who was standing at the forefront at the shore of the Crimson River, was rather shocked. Yi Futian had been the one who was able to comprehend the 1,000-character proverb better than anyone else. He had also earned himself the tablet, which was crafted by a renhuang, enabling one to extend one's spiritual will into it for learning purposes. Yi Futian was obviously able to bring the power of the 1,000-character proverb into the fight with Shinkai despite not having possessed it for long. So that was why he dared to issue such a challenge. Yi Futian swung the halberd in his hand around. The symbols around him all howled at the same time. Every single symbol seemed to have been infused with Yi Futian's will of the Great Path. Powers of the Great Path were infused within the symbols, with the ones at the forefront already clashing with the seals. Boom! A rumble was heard as the symbols blasted onto the seals like stars of the Great Path, shattering them. Thousands of seals flooded the place, blocking out the sky as they flew at Yi Futian. However, the symbols around him seemed to flow like the light of meteors, blasting at the countless seals coming from the other side. The world around them seemed ready to break apart at any moment. Devastating currents swept about in a frenzy above the Crimson River, causing the eardrums of all within earshot to ache. Still, they nonetheless kept their eyes fixed before them, not wanting to miss a single detail of the battle. The fighting at that moment looked incredibly grand and magnificent. The ancient symbols continued to move forward in a mystical pattern, clashing with the seals from the other side. It was like every single symbol was a seal on its own. Boom! Neither man flinched on that tremendously terrifying battlefield. They moved forward at the same time as the palm prints from Shinkai continued to blast at Yi Futian's symbols. Other than the most powerful of seals, which was shrouding the place and blocking out the sky, all of the ancient symbols were quickly shattered and destroyed. However, as Yi Futian swung around with the halberd, the symbols blasted forth one after another, causing the palm print, which blocked out the sky, to rattle. More rumbles were heard, but their force seemed to have been considerably diminished. At that very moment, Yi Futian's halberd burst with extremely brilliant light as it thrust at the palm print like a heavenly weapon. The ancient symbols right before the halberd seemed to have merged into a single entity. Every single symbol looked like a star as they blasted forth with the halberd into the palm print. Stifled rumbles were heard in that instant. A crisp cracking sound was heard as the huge Mudra of God of War began to break apart. The halberd was pulsing with boundless light, a result of the light of the deed of thorough comprehension being melded within it. Boom! A rumble was heard as that magnificent palm print that had been blocking out the sky crumbled and was reduced to nothingness. It's broken! The hearts of many who witnessed the scene raced. Yi Futian had been able to break Shinkai's Mudra of God of War right away, just by using his own power. He'd had no need for godlike weapons. The thing that he had just destroyed had been thought to be unmatched in terms of its offensive capacity, yet he'd done it. Shinkai had never lost a single fight with his peers before the Peach Banquet. He had been able to win every single fight using his peerless offensive powers. Yet at that very moment, those extremely overwhelming major offensive techniques of his had been overcome by Yi Futian's halberd. Was this the power of the 1,000-character proverb? Every single symbol had been an attack on the Great Path. When the symbols moved and attacked, it was as if the stars were all blasting at the same time. The entropic powers brought forth within that instant had been more than enough to tear through everything. Even the Mudra of God of War had been destroyed all the same. Shinkai was dumbfounded. His expression suggested that he'd been caught off guard. His art at the spear and the power of the Mudra of God of War had all been defeated by Yi Futian. The attacks that had made him invincible in the past had just been shredded apart by someone of a lower plane than he. Furthermore, Yi Futian had not evaded his attacks at all. He had been attacking head-on all the time. Shinkai's major offensive skills had been clashing with Yi Futian's attacks head-on as well, and he too had never evaded. Shinkai lowered his head and looked at Yi Futian, who was basking in divine light. When the deed of thorough comprehension was brought to bear, his power turned into a cauldron of the great path, melding with the path of the world that surrounded them. Powerful spiritual will burst forth shortly after, cranking his combat prowess to the greatest level achievable. The person and the great path merged. His spiritual will, physical body, and way of the great path combined, merging into a single entity, reaching the most perfect state. He watched Futian wielding the miracles. Stars appeared everywhere, shrouding the sky above the crimson river and circling all around them. The stars seemed to all be emanating dazzling godly light, reaching down to Futian and merging with his body. The man seemed to command the heavens, the earth, and everything around him. An unassuming elder appeared in the massive crowd at the shores of the crimson river. His expression was strange when he saw that dazzling scene before them. While he had indeed imparted his methods of training to Futian not long ago, he never thought that the results of the lesson would be so dazzling. It was a testament to his ability that Futian had indeed fused the mystical techniques perfectly, connecting them with his spiritual will. Such talents were very surprising. It was no surprise why the combat prowess he'd brought to bear had been able to resist Shinkai, who wielded the heaven-punishing fighting will. If it had been a common saint of true self instead of Shinkai, said saint would have probably been thoroughly overwhelmed. Was this truly the power a proving holiness level saint was able to bring out? A beam of dazzling light burst forward just as that old man was thinking about this, drawing an arc above the crimson river. Futian turned the tides and headed upwards, lashing out with his halberd again. It penetrated the sky and headed straight for Shinkai's gigantic body. The halberd brought the power of the stars with it as it moved, arriving at its target in an instant. That halberd itself seemed imbued with the power of stars, which contained extremely formidable powers of entropy. The seals that Shinkai had conjured were shattered in an instant. The halberd then banged against Shinkai's gigantic body. Surprisingly, the huge god of war was sent flying. Deafening rumbles were. That huge body of his crumbled as the might of entropy blasted him apart. Shinkai's god of war battle form was reduced to nothing. What kind of an attack? The spectators were all stunned by the extremely formidable attacks that Futian could produce. Many wondered just how powerful that halberd was. Perhaps the answer was known only to Shinkai, who'd taken the brunt of the attack head-on. The crimson river continued to roar, yet the battlefield had turned somewhat quiet. Countless pairs of eyes gazed forward. That battle of life and death had been treated as a showdown right from the start, both combatants bringing out their strongest attacks. No one had expected Futian to be able to overwhelm Shinkai. Everyone then looked at the figure whose battle form crumbled, wondering if it had indeed been Shinkai, who had been extremely prideful and known to be invincible among his peers. Xingqiu felt rather terrible watching the fight. With all his powers, his elder brother had never lost like this before. However, those two men who had emerged out of nowhere from Qianyes City had caused even his brother's bright light to dim. All of this had started with that battle he'd had with Yu Xing. "Are you ready to die now?" Futian asked as he walked through the air. His eyes were plain and uncaring as he looked at Shinkai. This had always been a fight to the death. The winner would live and the loser would die. Shinkai's aura wavered as his body seemed to arch. His god of war battle form crumbled, being destroyed by one thrust of the halberd. His arm was shaking slightly. It was not a reaction from fear, but from the fact that he had lost the fight. His Madra of god of war and his god of war battle form had both been destroyed by Futian. He was unable to accept that he, a saint of true self, had actually lost to Futian. The heaven-punishing fighting will was capable of bringing out one's spiritual will in extreme fighting conditions, enabling one to burst with combat prowess far exceeding one's natural abilities. All of his attacks were imbued with extremely terrifying attacking powers, the Madra of god of war even more so. Despite possessing such formidable powers and his plane being much higher than Futian's, he had nonetheless lost and was unable to understand why. Shinkai was a descendant of Emperor Zhan. He was destined to become a Renhuang himself. He was born being able to wield heaven-punishing fighting will. How could I have lost? How could I even lose? Boom! A stifled noise was heard, shaking the space around them. Mighty crimson flames howled and pinned him down. Shinkai looked up and saw Yi Futian moving forward. His aura continued to grow in intensity. Dazzling light circled all around him. It was as if he was clad in all the stars of the cosmos. He looked imposing with the halberd in his hand. His eyes were filled with contempt as he looked down at Shinkai. He was preparing to kill Shinkai. The shores of the Crimson River were silent as the spectators watched the battlefield. Was Shinkai even able to fight anymore? The ninth servant was present as well. His expression was calm. That young man from Emperor Xia's realm had been able to overwhelm Shinkai both in actual powers and talents. This was undeniable. However, Yi Futian was not able to kill Shinkai just yet. Things had yet to turn that dire. Shinkai was about to defend his life and honor. The ninth servant was hoping that Shinkai would turn a new leaf after the battle. Even if he were to pay a hefty price to do so, it would be a new start for Shinkai so long as he was able to win. If he were able to make it past that stage, Shinkai would grow even more powerful than he had been before. His state of mind would become even more resilient. It would pave the way to reaching the third plane of sainthood, unblemished saint. Any price would be worthwhile. That was a battle that Shinkai would have to fight one day. Yi Futian, an extremely dazzling genius like no other, was a gift from the heavens to Shinkai. Boom! Another stifled rumble was heard. Yi Futian lifted his arm. He was probably able to end Shinkai's life at any given moment. Boom! A lightning bolt streaked by and Yi Futian disappeared from where he stood. He thrust the halberd, emitting a light so blinding that no one could look at it. Would Shinkai be able to take this hit? Boom! Countless pairs of eyes locked onto the scene. When the spectators made clear of what was happening above the Crimson River, their hearts raced. That is... Many saw Yi Futian's halberd lashing out straight at Shinkai. The stars in the sky merged into a single entity. The extremely overwhelming attacks blasted at Shinkai. However, Shinkai continued to stand tall and proud. His life spirit seemed to be burning. That tall, imposing shadow of a god of war burned with golden divine flames. Beams of extremely dazzling light glittered over Shinkai's body. A tremendously terrifying protector god appeared around Shinkai. The heaven-punishing fighting will continue to burn, engulfing the powers of the great path of the world around them. The flames of the way all over the crimson sky were being devoured by his body, which then shrouded him entirely. Shinkai's body expanded exponentially. Cracking sounds erupted as his face twisted. He howled at the sky, roaring in anger. Boom! Extremely raging currents swept forward and sent Yi Futian flying. His pupils constricted somewhat, looking at Shinkai, whose body continued to expand. Cracking noises continued to be heard. The bones in Shinkai's body expanded. His life spirit burned. The blood within his body and every bit of his heaven-punishing fighting will burned up as well. It was as if Shinkai was burning his life away in that fight. Shinkai's gigantic form appeared above the Crimson River. The spectators at the shores were shaking furiously. Not even the cultivators of the regional palace had ever seen Shinkai use such powers before. He's forcibly breaking the limits of his body by burning his life spirit and the heaven-punishing fighting will, making himself the embodiment of the heaven-punishing battle form. Pei Min mumbled to himself. Shinkai is effectively cornered now, and he is fighting with his life. What he needs to pay back is something difficult to measure. He's probably going to pay dearly. A descendant of Emperor Zhan shouldn't be underestimated. However, even if he can win, it won't have been a glorious victory. It will take no less than a year for him to return to his previous state, someone in the crowd said. But then again, it's Yi Futian who's in trouble now. Many listening stayed silent. It was undeniable that Shinkai was very terrifying in this state. With him going on a full burn to bring out all of his potential, the fight from here on out would be disastrous for Yi Futian. Boom! A rumble was heard as Shinkai stepped into the air. He then ran into the sky, which was quite a surprise. Every step he took caused his surroundings to shake. The Crimson River below continued to howl in a frenzy. The water of the Crimson River burst like a tidal wave, flooding the sky with massive, towering waves. "He's fast." The hearts of the spectators raced. Shinkai, who had taken the form of a god of war, was able to move with speed and agility that were entirely comparable to his usual self. His body expanded to massive sizes and both his power and defense were brought to new heights. Many wondered just how terrifying Shinkai could become. A rumble was heard as Shinkai lifted his arm and headed for Futian. The sky was blocked as his palm print became the mudra of God of War itself, tearing through everything and suppressing the space around him. Dazzling light burst over Futian. He lashed out with his halberd, clashing with the palm print in the air. The terrifying, massive force was sensed and the halberd crumbled. However, Futian used the resulting force to propel himself through space, distancing himself from Shinkai. "How do you suppose you can kill me now?" Shinkai looked at Futian from afar. His voice sounded like it belonged to something from hell. Futian had forced Shinkai's hand so badly that the latter needed to burn himself in order to fight. After the battle, it would probably take a year or two for him to be able to return to his previous state. He might have even damaged the foundations of his great path training, causing his progress to backslide. Such abilities to forcibly enhance one's powers came with terrifying side effects after all. However, there was no way he could escape using it. That battle at the Crimson River was a fight to the death. Not even the Ninth Servant would be able to cover him anymore. If he refused to use such powers, he would only end up dead. Futian continued to look unfazed as he listened to Shinkai talk. He glanced at the tall, mighty form and said plainly, "A general of a losing army is all air and no substance. Burn yourself all you want. You'll end up dead today all the same." The world tree within his life palace swayed as beams of dazzling light coursed over his body, casting holy light all over the place. His world tree resonated with the powers of the deed of thorough comprehension, glowing with a ring of light that was even more brilliant. The beam of light shot to the peak of the river. The great path of the world around them seemed to meld with the beam, transmuting into a single will of the great path. His body was akin to a furnace of the great path, incorporating the great paths of everything in the world. Boom! The vast space around him turned into a world of stars. Countless stars circled and orbited around him as all the lights flowed onto Futian's body. Under the light of the deed of thorough comprehension, his body transformed into its starry battle form. Boom! A tall, mighty form appeared in their surroundings. It seemed to have engulfed the great path of the world around them. The phenomenon was a result of the deed of thorough comprehension and the light of stars of the great path. This is the starry battle form. Some of the elders felt their hearts racing. They recognized it to be a power belonging to the star-plucking saint. The old man who'd snuck into the crowd expressed his approval, astonished that he'd learned how to use something like that in such a short time. Furthermore, the old man also saw that the young man had been able to incorporate his powers into it, expressing the form perfectly. "Your talents are catching up to mine," he mumbled. However, everyone around him was simply too focused on the battle to hear what he'd said. Futian extended his hand, conjuring an extremely huge staff of the stars using the boundless starry powers around him. The staff gleamed with the dazzling light of the stars. Terrifying beams of starlight shot through the clouds. His might did not seem to be inferior to Shinkai's. Boom! Bang! The two massive figures walked forward at the same time, charging at each other. Massive waves crashed in the Crimson River beneath them, causing the sky above to shake. Shinkai threw a palm attack out while Futian, who had transformed into the starry battle form, lifted his staff and brought it down. It seemed like stars were being brought down, destroying everything below. Boom! Deafening rumbles were heard as a devastating ring of light swept out. Raging tornadoes swept all over the place. The spectators at the shores all unleashed their powers to withstand the aftershock. Both men seemed to have backed away at almost the same time, yet Futian continued to lift his staff and move forward. His staff swooped around in the air as he brought it down yet again. Boom! 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 One strike after another from the staff brought the world around them to the verge of collapse. Xing Kai roared furiously. He then lifted his arm and threw countless palm attacks, engulfing the sky before him. However, Futian, who was moving forward, swung his staff around and struck again. The stars around him fell and merged with the staff. The palm attack of the great path crumbled in a frenzy. He brought down the starry staff with great force. Boom, 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 earth-shattering rumbles were heard as Xing Kai's arm gradually shattered. His body was sent flying away under the relentless attacks of the staff. He then spat a great amount of blood. However, Futian had no intention of stopping. He stepped out yet again, lashing out with his staff and bringing it down hard on Xing Kai's chest. Yet another rumble was heard. Xing Kai's massive body continued to break and crumble. His bones were broken and his meridians crumbled. Xing Kai had paid an extremely great price by taking the heaven-punishing battle form. That, coupled with the extent of the damage being suffered at the moment, made it so that his injuries were irreversible. Even if he were to survive the battle, he would undoubtedly be disabled. What the hell? The hearts of the spectators continued to race. This fight was utterly crazy. Xing Kai had taken the heaven-punishing battle form, yet he'd lost all the same. Futian lifted the staff again. If the next strike hit its intended target, Xing Kai would be finished right there and then. Stop. A stifled voice was heard, shaking their surroundings and causing even Futian to slow down. If he dies, Qianyes City will be no more. A threateningly cold voice was heard. While the ninth servant had not interfered right away, he now took to threatening Futian using Qianyes City. Think you could do so? A cold voice responded. The staff was then brought down right onto Xing Kai's head. Everyone eyed that scene, watching the weapon being brought down without the slightest hint of hesitation. It was as if time had slowed down. Boom! The starry staff came down. A low rumble was heard. Lava-like flames danced and roared in the crimson river, throwing up huge waves. Fiery red waves shot to the regional palace and the shores of the river. However, everyone seemed to be entirely oblivious to that. Their eyes were dead set on that starry staff being brought down right above the center of the crimson river. That staff also seemed to be hitting the hearts of the spectators. Futian did what he said what he would do. There was only one among them who would be able to step into the regional palace. Futian beat Xing Kai. The winner then killed the loser. That is brutal, Qishang said to himself deep down after witnessing that scene. While that battle had indeed been a fight to the death, if Futian were willing to give up killing Xing Kai, no one else would have gone up to do it for him. Furthermore, the ninth servant voiced his threat outright, yet Futian did it all the same, killing Xing Kai above the Crimson River. He sent the challenge to ancient Imperial City after he agreed to join the regional palace's ranks. I guess that was his thought right from the start. Many murmured to themselves. He only needed to get the regional palace to bear witness to the battle before he joined the regional palace's ranks, and that would have ensured that even if he were to kill Xing Kai, the ninth servant would not have been able to do anything to him. Futian made his decision way back then. When he and Xing Kai fought in Crimson Dragon City, he already came to believe that he was able to kill Xing Kai. The battle at the moment verified that belief of his. A group of people stood at the edge of the regional palace, witnessing that one strike being brought down. Their minds were all rattled, and all of them felt unsettled. Yin Tianjiao's mind reeled from that for a bit. She found herself unable to believe what she just saw. That young man who competed with her back in Emperor Kua's ruins back then managed to cut down Xing Kai, who was known to be invincible among his peers. Xu Zi's expression suggested that she felt only fear and disbelief. She was unable to fathom how it all happened. She did not dare to believe what she just saw. That figure who had been overpowering those of his generation in the regional palace, the legendary man who had beaten her many times, had ended up killed by a proving holiness saint. He grew more powerful than back when he was in Crimson Dragon City. It seems his growth rate is considerable. Pei Min noted to himself deep down. His expression was not all that complex, as he felt it to be a pity. Xing Kai was someone who was of equal fame to Pei Min, and he would have been very frustrated getting killed like that. While he did say that he felt that Yi Futian would have won the battle earlier, he did not know how Yi Futian would have managed to win against Xing Kai, who was a saint of true self. Yet, in that very battle, Pei Min saw that Yi Futian was able to use the powers he gained from the Peach Banquet as his own, incorporating them into the methods he trained in perfectly. Furthermore, he had also developed a new way of attack, the way of entropy. Xing Kai burned his life spirit and blood to bring the heaven-punishing battle form to bear at his last moments, but Yi Futian merged with the stars into a single being, taking the starry battle form. The powers within his body probably would have been on par Xing Kai's. The art of the staff used at the last moments saw every single attack feeling as if stars were being brought down. Pei Min was thinking about what would have happened if he was the one fighting Yi Futian instead. He was thinking about if his sword would have been able to withstand such raging attacks with the staff. The might of his sword was such that the attacks only moved forward, with one strike being stronger than the previous strike. However, that was how Yi Futian's art of the staff worked as well, with one strike being stronger than the previous strike. Furthermore, every single follow-up attack contained the might of the attacks before it. The attacks would have continued until they brought down the heavens and the earth, making it so that even Xing Kai's battle form was unable to withstand the attacks anymore. Yet another monster was about to join the regional palace's ranks after Yu Xing. The regional palace was not to be the place where the most genius and the most monstrous of figures Crimson Dragon had to offer gathered for no good reason. But then again, that was also the reason for anticipation. Under the attentive gaze from all sides at that moment, Xing Kai's battle form crumbled. That construct had been conjured by Xing Kai's body, after all. It was a manifestation of true flesh and blood instead of the will of the Great Path, which was then given extremely formidable powers. However, that became Xing Kai's bane instead. When the starry staff was brought down onto Xing Kai's head, it was as if the stars and the skies rained on him. There was no way Xing Kai's battle form would have survived that, and it indeed crumbled. When the staff was still swooping in the air, Xing Kai's body disappeared in the sky above the Crimson River. On that battlefield above the Crimson River, only that shining body of Yi Futian was left, that starry battle form, which was merged with the Great Path and basking in the boundless light of the stars. The vast place was surprisingly quiet. Only the roar of the Crimson River could be heard at that moment. It was but an extremely short moment, yet all who witnessed the scene felt as if it had gone on for a very long time. The roaring Crimson River gradually quieted down and no longer rolled about. However, it continued to flow furiously. Its scorching air lingered in their surroundings, but the crowd seemed not to have felt it at all. Their minds still lingered on the fact that Xing Kai was dead. A legendary figure whose name shook the realm had just been killed outside of the regional palace by a genius who emerged out of nowhere. Yi Futian made it clear to all of Crimson Dragon Realm about who was the strongest in his generation by stepping on Xing Kai's head. He, a saint at proving holiness level, managed to kill Xing Kai. It was a feat that would never be able to be surpassed by anyone. The air above the Crimson River rolled at that moment as if a scorching might was raining down from above, shrouding the entire Crimson River. Yi Futian was able to sense just how overwhelming the pressure of the Great Path had been. It was as if that might was something that could never be shaken, and it leaned onto his body. However, Yi Futian's expression was calm. He knew who was the one doing it. But then again, they were at the Crimson River, right outside the regional palace, and very much still in Crimson Dragon City. The crowd at the shore was unable to help but part. A figure stood tall right there, and it was none other than the ninth servant. He looked in the Crimson River's direction. His might of the Great Path shrouded the entire place. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. He had been watching over Xing Kai as the young man grew up. He had already made it to a saint of true self. His young master was not all that far away from the final destination, yet Yi Futian killed his young master at the Crimson River. He had watched Xing Kai grow. Despite being the young man's servant and his protector, he was still Xing Kai's elder. That young man had been extraordinarily resilient and arrogant. The blood of Emperor Zhan flowed in his veins. He was forever aspiring to be the strongest, and it was probably due to that that he felt vexed at losing to Yi Futian in the peach banquet. He did not leave another mark in Xingkai for that battle. After using the mark of God of War in Xingkai in the last battle, it was incredibly taxing for him to leave another on Xingkai. The toll was so great that it might have even affected him. He would not have been able to use Xingkai's body to do battle otherwise. Furthermore, that battle had been a fight to the death. The regional palace was there to bear witness, and he thought leaving the mark behind would have been pointless. Yi Futian had access to external means for bolstering one's combat prowess as well, after all. The ninth servant thought that Xingkai would have been able to win by using his trump card in that life and death battle. From the looks of things at present, however, if the ninth servant had left behind a mark, he would have at least bought Xingkai some time, making Yi Futian's killing intent falter. Xingkai would not have ended up killed outright like that. Ninth servant. A voice was heard from the regional palace, traveling the vast space. It resounded all over the place. A might that was just as terrifying was sensed as well. At that moment, everyone at the shore was able to sense just how powerful those two pressures were. They turned to look at the regional palace. That aura could only come from that one person. Yi Futian was deemed very brutal for picking the Crimson River to hold the fight, and letting the regional palace bear witness. He had been just as brutal to himself, as he was to Xingkai. The loser dies. Furthermore, no one else would have been able to interfere, not even the ninth servant. While Xingkai meant the world to the ninth servant, it was not like the ninth servant had no other concerns holding him back. There was no way he could have cast everything aside and made his move against Yi Futian right there and then. Senior, ancient imperial city accepted the challenge and agreed to fight. With that said, one side would certainly perish. While that indeed was quite a loss, it was Xingkai's own choice. The spectators saw Qishang looking at the ninth servant. Qishang's tone was polite. Despite being a prince, the ninth servant was nonetheless still a figure at the pinnacle below Renhuang. He was also considered an elder, so the prince still had to give him face. The ninth servant took a look at Qishang. He, too, knew that he couldn't kill Yi Futian right there and then. Xingkai was dead, and doing anything would be pointless. He did not say anything more, not even threaten Yi Futian. He turned around slowly and then flashed, streaking through the air. "Let's go." A voice was heard. Those from ancient imperial city followed one after another and left. Before Xingkai died, the ninth servant leaned on Yi Futian and threatened him to let Xingkai go. Since Xingkai was already dead, doing anything further was pointless. Many watched the ninth servant leave and thought, what would have that city lord from ancient imperial city do? He would not simply do nothing about Xingkai's death. Yi Futian watched the ninth servant leave. He then frowned hard. The ninth servant was the pinnacle existence beneath the Renhuang. Yi Futian was wondering just how potent his threat would have been. Despite understanding what would have resulted, he chose to kill Xingkai nonetheless. Be it killing intent from Xingkai or the ninth servant, everything became inevitable. As such, he saw fit to get the threats dealt with as soon as possible. A group of people took to the air after the ninth servant left, following him. Those were the people from ancient imperial city that Gai Huang brought with him. Gai Huang's expression was glum as well. He came beside the ninth servant and said nothing. He was responsible for Xingkai's death, too. Back when Xingqiu participated in the Battle of Qianye City, as well as the time when Xingkai made a move against Yi Futian, he had been present on both occasions. It could have been said that he gave his silent consent. As such, he felt guilty about what happened. Xingqiu was quiet as well. He looked rather numb. His elder brother had been killed. Gai Huang, bring Xingqiu and the others back to ancient imperial city, the ninth servant said. Gai Huang was dumbfounded. He looked at the ninth servant and said with a low voice, "Sir? Take good care of Xingqiu," the ninth servant said and then headed out elsewhere, distancing himself from Gai Huang. "I will, sir," Gai Huang responded lightly. He then looked at the figure who just left. Gai Huang naturally knew where he was heading. Despite being the number one figure outside of Crimson City, he always carried himself as a servant before Xingkai and Xingqiu, addressing them as his young masters. If a master were insulted, then the servant would have had to die. It was all the more so now that his master was killed. Gai Huang knew the ninth servant very well. Despite being of extremely great renown in Crimson Dragon Realm, revered by the people, and lauded as the #1 city lord, none of that mattered to the ninth servant. He also did not care about how the world looked at him. Face meant nothing to him. What the ninth servant cared about were only the Xing brothers. Xing Kai, who was the one with better potential between the brothers, was killed. One could have only imagined the extent of his wrath. He did not care what the world thought of him. All he wanted to do, at the moment, was to take revenge. The city lord's office in Qianye City seemed unusually quiet. Some passed by and thought that since it was the day where City Lord Yi Futian was having a showdown with Xing Kai at Crimson River, everyone would have gone to Crimson Dragon City to watch the fight. That fight was of utmost importance. It was simply unknown if Yi Futian would be able to win. Many thought it would be difficult. Some were seen looking up in the sky, thinking that the fighting should have been over given the hour. Ha! Some seemed to have sensed a peculiar aura at that moment. A peculiar gale blew all of a sudden, causing all of them to feel a chill. They seemed to have sensed pressure from the gale. That pressure gradually became stronger. Boom! Some grunted all of a sudden, finding the pressure unbearable. They kneeled on the ground right there and then. Their faces became ashen. They all sported frightened expressions as they looked up in the sky. Winds howled above, and there seemed to be extremely potent pressure of the great path descending from above, crushing down everything below. The area was all subjected to that pressure of the great path, with the city lord's office serving as the center. Who? What is happening? Everyone was shocked deep down. Someone was assaulting the city lord's office, and that someone was extremely powerful. That pressure seemed like an authority from the heavens. A holiness of nirvana? A figure was seen appearing high in the sky. The robe he wore billowed wildly in the wind. Those deep eyes of his harbored cold killing intent. The ninth servant of ancient imperial city. Many shuddered furiously deep down. It had not been long since the last time the ninth servant came to Qianye City. That was the second time he came. He came personally to Qianye City again. What is the meaning of this? They wondered. It was possible that City Lord Yi Futian of Qianye City won in the fight against Xing Kai at that battle of Crimson River. Furthermore, the City Lord might have killed Xing Kai. The ninth servant, therefore, was there for revenge. If Xing Kai had beaten Yi Futian, there was no need for the likes of the ninth servant to make such moves personally. His powerful spiritual will swept all over the place. The ninth servant eyed the ground below with cold eyes, finding the number of people in the city lord's office surprisingly scarce. The few who were left within the city lord's office all had very powerful auras. It was a testament to how prepared Yi Futian had been, knowing that he would beat Xing Kai and that the ninth servant would have come to Qianye City. It was no wonder why those who went to the Crimson River with Yi Futian had all been people who were of comparatively low plane levels. But then again, you think I couldn't do anything, just because you left the holiness of nirvanas at Qianye City, waiting for me to show? The ninth servant thought. He was wondering if Yi Futian had intended to take him on as well. He had to admit that the young man who killed Xing Kai in that battle at the Crimson River had been brutal and unyielding. Yi Futian did not give himself a way out. He planned for what would have happened after he won against Xing Kai instead, guarding against the ninth servant's attempt at revenge. Do you think this means anything? The ninth servant thought. Who under the Renhuang can fight me? There might have been several old men in Crimson Dragon City who were capable of doing so, but he deemed no one outside of Crimson Dragon City was able to stop him. Your Majesty, your servant has failed you, for I have not been able to protect the young master. The ninth servant sighed deep down. He lifted his arm and then pressed downward. Extremely raging currents shot downwards within an instant, blasting at the city lord's office. Waves of terrifying currents pressed down on everything below. A huge palm attack tore through space, and everyone afar saw the city lord's office being destroyed in a frenzy, exploding, and crumbling within an instant. The place was razed with just a single attack. The city lord's office of Qianyes City had seen several destructions and rebuilding. The place was destroyed yet another time that day. The crowd outside of the city lord's office retreated in a frenzy, getting away from the place. People on a plane like the ninth servant were able to do a lot of damage if they were to fight in earnest. He could have become a living terror if he were to expand the area of attack as he pleased. But then again, no one would have done so in actual combat situations, as they would have hit their opponents with precision. Nonetheless, it was still very terrifying to get caught in the aftershock. Nobody of a lower plane would have been able to withstand such attacks at all. Dust rose amidst the rubble, from which several figures emerged. Every single one of them burst with an overwhelming aura. There were the likes of Wu Yong and the other 3 tribe leaders from the 9 tribes. All of them were holiness of nirvanas. Xingtianzhan was present as well. All of them waited for the ninth servant to show up. Despite being of holiness of nirvana level, they were different from the ninth servant. The holiness of nirvana ranked on the regional king rankings was known as the number 1 city lord outside of Crimson Dragon City, and was lauded to be invincible below Renhuan Plain. Even if their several holiness of nirvanas joined forces to take him on, it was not certain that they would have been able to defeat him. It was just like how the likes of Futian, Yuxing, and Xing Kai could take on any top-notch figures of their plane. The outcome of such a battle could have been determined through sheer numbers alone. As such, the ninth servant knew about those people around at the very moment he showed up, and he did not care at all. There was still a weak-looking figure standing at the raised city lord's office, who had jet black hair billowing. Formless storms of the sword washed out around her. An area of flat ground was seen with her at the center. At that moment, extremely dazzling light of the sword lit up all of a sudden from that flatland. It seemed that there was a large matrix being activated at that moment. The frail-looking woman who stood on that sword matrix was none other than Yaya. However, her aura was extremely sharp. She willed, and within an instant, the vast space around her turned into a world of swords. The light of the sword drowned the place. She glittered and seemed to have turned into a transparent blade. Terrifying beams of the matrix shot to the clouds. At that moment, countless within Qianyes City looked in that direction, seeing that beam of light of the sword shooting to the heavens. Many swordsmen far away felt as if their will was no longer under their control. Sword wills gushed in that direction. Some of them wore swords on their backs, which rang intensely at that moment. Some of the swords shot to the air right away. The ninth servant's body became extremely brilliant under the light of the sword. Alert was seen in his eyes as he sensed the might of the swords. He was surprised to find that the ones below had prepped such a powerful sword matrix just for taking him on. The light of the swords all over the place shot through the space and shone onto the ninth servant, as if locking onto him. When the beams of the swords were shown onto him, he sensed extremely powerful sword will attacks. However, he simply stood there without doing anything. The matrix was so strong that it could have almost killed holiness of nirvanas at the pinnacle of their training. Even he came to sense threats coming from below. But then again, it was utterly ridiculous to think that a matrix would have been enough to repel him. At that moment, yet another figure dropped to the center of the matrix. That man had a superb bearing and glittered with holy light, and that light melded with the matrix. The matrix lit up more brilliantly within an instant. It circled about, and dazzling symbols appeared, causing the sword matrix to pulse with even stronger aura. It seemed as if the matrix was absorbing the will of great path around them in a frenzy. The ninth servant looked at that figure. The light of the sword matrix continued to climb in intensity. Its boundless light shot up, and that huge sword matrix continued to operate. He found the ability to resemble Futian somewhat. It was able to merge with the great path, resonating with it. It seems like someone from Emperor Li's realm then, he thought. That other figure who appeared was none other than Yan Yuan. He helped Yaya lay out the sword matrix of the void, enabling the matrix to enhance Yaya's power when she was at her peak. Yan Yuan himself was a holiness of nirvana, after all. The one they were about to take on was the ninth servant, and they needed to be able to take him down with a single shot, bringing the greatest attack to bear onto him, giving him no chance to recover. The ninth servant felt the threat continue to escalate. He then frowned. It seemed that he had underestimated his opponents. Qianyes City had been well prepared, waiting for him to show. He wondered if Futian's question directed at him back in the fight was meant to incite him. Vroom. The ninth servant intended to leave the air space above the city lord's office. The might of the sword matrix would be cranked to its strongest at such close ranges, and it apparently would have worked against him. However, stars appeared all over the sky around him at that moment. Someone else appeared above, looking as if he had merged with the stars. The man was none other than the star-plucking saint. The ninth servant had naturally detected his presence before, but the ninth servant did not bother, getting ready to wipe him out along with the others. It was due to the star-plucking saint's luck that he had been able to escape last time. Yet, it was apparent that the star-plucking saint had been laying down a trap for the ninth servant before the latter even showed up. Wu Yong and the other three holiness of nirvanas took four corners as well, bursting with overwhelming auras. Boom! Stifling rumble was heard, and the star-plucking saint attacked the figure below him. The huge star-plucking hand of his blasted below, which seemed to have brought the stars down with him as well. The ninth servant lifted his arm and threw a punch at the incoming palm attack. The punch landed, and the palm attack rang furiously. Cracks appeared all over it. The stars all around them rumbled heavily as well. It was as if some formless power across the space had rattled them. Cracks began to form in them as well. The ninth servant shot upwards as he attacked. However, an extremely dazzling beam of light was seen bursting out. Yaya stepped into the matrix right away, turning herself into a sword. The huge sword matrix spun, and countless sword wills melded with that one sword. The sword was still not yet bursting, but it had already fired a beam of the sword capable of tearing the heavens, right at the clouds. It then took flight afterward. An extremely formidable beam of light of the sword appeared between the city lord's office's rubble and the heavens. It was as if the beam had penetrated the sky. The power of the entire matrix was all invested into a single sword, leaving no means of backup behind. The strongest attack was used right from the start. There was absolutely no way they could have afforded to fight a prolonged battle against some enemy like the ninth servant. No one could have afforded to do so. The ninth servant knew what was coming when the light of the sword burst. His expression turned grim. He slapped his hand downwards. Light of the great path burst, and a holy stone wall appeared, intending to stop that incoming sword attack. Boom! The light of the sword tore through space and shredded the stone wall. Despite the might of the sword being weakened, it was nonetheless able to tear down the mighty wall. The ninth servant used the resulting recoil from the attack to go heights. His body was surrounded by countless palm prints of the great path. Those palm prints then shot at the sword coming at him, yet they were all penetrated and destroyed within an instant. He threw his arm down, and a stifled rumble was heard in the air. It was as if something was about to be shattered with a single punch. The might of the sword paused for a single moment, but continued its way forward at the very next moment, tearing through the sky. Boom! Intense light burst in the sky as the light of the sword engulfed the space around it. Everyone around had their eyes fixed at that scene. That single absolute sword attack burst from the Grand Matrix was a sword matrix of the void, specifically and purposefully laid down to take on the ninth servant for a long time. They wondered if that would be enough to kill the ninth servant where he stood. The blinding light gradually dissipated, and someone appeared in the air. It was none other than the ninth servant. One of his arms was torn off. Sword will penetrated right through his body, staining his clothes in red. His face looked rather ashen, and there seemed to be blood at the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes still looked deep and terrifying, shining with frightening coldness. So this is the present Futian has gotten for me, huh? He thought. That one sword that was meticulously prepped did more than tear his right arm off when it struck him. The terrifying space-tearing powers contained within attempted to tear his entire being apart as well. Furthermore, that formidable sword will had indeed managed to hurt him. However, he suppressed it forcibly by using his overwhelming might of the great path, preventing his body from being shredded apart. His injuries were grave at that moment. He gazed forward, and a young woman clad in white, who looked like an adolescent, stood with blood at the corner of her mouth. Her entire being was clad in dazzling sword will. It was as if she was a manifestation of the sword itself. He never expected to have been so severely injured. Worse still, he suffered such grave injuries not long after he stepped into Qianye City. While Shinkai's death pained him very much, his young master had indeed fought a hard battle. The ninth servant had been protecting Shinkai for many years. Shinkai's talents and state of mind held true to his training undoubtedly, yet he lacked a kind of spirit nonetheless. That was because Shinkai never suffered true despair, and he had never had his life hanging by a thread before. Futian was apparently armed with such a spirit. He did not hesitate after affirming their statuses as mortal enemies. He sent a challenge to fight to the death to Shinkai, requesting a showdown at the Crimson River. At the same, Futian laid down one such lethal trap waiting for the ninth servant in Qianye City. He knew well what he should have done to eliminate the threats around him, and he went all out to get rid of enemies who managed to threaten him. Compared to Futian, Shinkai was indeed somewhat inferior in more than just the extent of his talents. Furthermore, other than the holiness of nirvanas from the 9 tribes who were forced to submit to him, he already had several such figures fully willing to protect and fight for him. That also had been something Shinkai lacked. For instance, that young woman dressed in white right before the ninth servant's eyes knew how dangerous it was to fight the ninth servant. However, she made her move without hesitation. She had even lashed out a second attack. Sword matrix of the great path circled her, with her, the core, standing at the center. She zipped past the sky, and the orbiting sword matrix pulsed with boundless flashes of the sword. The melding continued until they melded completely into a single sword, which then lashed out at him. Her eyes were cold and determined. There was no hint of hesitation in her eyes. It was as if she locked onto her target, and she was very determined to kill. That attack came very quickly as it streaked through space. All it took was a single thought. However, the ninth servant reacted just as quickly. He stepped out slightly at the very moment of the flash of the sword. Terrifying shocks appeared around him even though he had only taken a single step. Frightening storms of tremors manifested around him as if they were able to stop any other forces from getting near. Those beams of the sword that came at him crumbled right away. Only the sword that dazzled brilliantly in the middle continued on its course. The ninth servant lifted his left arm and turned into a mirage. His speed was cranked to an unbelievable extent, making it difficult to track him with the naked eye. Clang! The sword came, and the ninth servant extended his arm and pointed, which landed right at the tip of the blade. That dazzling beam of the sword turned into a terrifying hurricane of the sword and lashed out. The sword matrix intended to penetrate the defenses and hit the body of the ninth servant behind. Yet Yaya only felt that the ninth servant stood there as if he was the lord of the space around them. The power of that one finger contained the might of the great path all around them. Boom, boom, boom. The sword matrix crumbled and was no more. Yaya's sword was shattered as well. She grunted. It seemed as if her body suffered violent tremors, and she was sent flying back. She used the force of the recoil to leave the battlefield within an instant, flying somewhere far away. She spat up blood as she reeled, looking pale. She knew that even if she were at the pinnacle of her plane all those years ago, she still would not have been able to take the ninth servant head-on. He was someone known to have one leg in the Renhuang plane, after all. One of his arms was destroyed, and he had suffered grievous injuries, yet he did not so much as frown. He went on to retaliate simply by lifting his left arm. But then again, she was not the only one fighting that battle. The ninth servant sensed horrifying pressure coming from above as soon as Yaya backed off. He lifted his head and saw the star-plucking saint throwing a punch from above. It seemed as if stars were falling and tearing through the sky below. The ninth servant felt very formidable offensive powers with that one attack alone. He and the star-plucking saint fought before. If he were at his prime, there was no way the star-plucking saint would have been able to fight him. The latter would have had to run away in shambles. Nonetheless, the star-plucking saint was still incredibly formidable on his own, especially when it came to offensive powers, bringing the power of stars with every single attack. The star-plucking saint took his starry battle form. His entire body dazzled, and his punches felt even more terrifying. It was as if they intended to break the sky apart. The ninth servant stepped out, and his body moved upwards. He charged into the midst of the star-plucking saint's attacks instead of evading. He extended his left arm and grabbed at the sky. A huge palm print appeared above, taking down all the stars around, making the starry sky shudder. Boom! The star-plucking saint's attacks hit their intended target, yet at that very instant, the ninth servant's arm flinched. It was as if countless shadows of the palm were being shot, above one wave after another, reversing the tide of offense. However, those waves of arms were continuously shattered. The star-plucking saint continued moving below, and it seemed he was mere moments from arriving right before the ninth servant. The ninth servant threw his final palm attack. Thousands of palms of the great path melded into a single entity. Waves of terrifying might of the great path shattered the stars all around them, causing them to explode continuously. However, at the same time, the star-plucking saint's fists arrived. Everything caught in the crossfire between the two men exploded in a frenzy. The ninth servant was thrown down by sheer force alone. Wu Yong and the other 3 tribe leaders of the 9 tribes, as well as Futian, were all holiness of nirvanas. They had long been ready for what was to come, and they definitely did not let the chance slip by. Words were not necessary between them, and they were able to work in tandem with each other seamlessly. Divine Sword of the Vermilion Bird was brought out streaking through the sky, imbued with formidable divine fires of the Vermilion Bird. Wu Yong assumed the Chonlu battle form and sent palm attacks of the great path bursting downwards, burning the sky around them. The tribe leaders of both the Bailey tribe and Namli tribe attacked alongside Xingtianzhan. At that instant, terrifying flames of the Wei had practically devoured the sky around them. All of them had been formidable holiness of nirvanas in their own right, and at that moment, all of them attacked the ninth servant. People from far away watched the battlefield. Only saints dared to observe the battle. Even saints found their hearts racing, watching what was going on. Such high-level battles were extremely rare. They would usually never be seen anywhere else. The ninth servant, city lord of ancient imperial city, was being ganged up on by holiness of nirvanas from Qianyes City, attempting to make sure that the number 1 city lord outside of Crimson Dragon City never got to leave Qianyes City alive. Terrifying attacks engulfed the sky where the ninth servant was. They only heard grunts afterward, and the ninth servant was nowhere to be found. The hearts of the spectators continued to race. They all wondered if the ninth servant would end up being killed in Qianyes City. While Futian had set up that battle meticulously, what was seen then also resulted from the ninth servant growing too confident and underestimating his enemy. He believed in his power too much. But then again, he was indeed formidable. It was just that he never expected to suffer such a massive blow from one sword matrix, as soon as he showed up. Ha! The spectators sensed formless powers arriving at that moment. That power rendered their blood boiling, and their hearts beat furiously. A very strong sense of crisis was sensed. It was as if the vast area around them had been shrouded by a formless might of the great path. "It's the ninth servant, get out!" Those who were watching the battle from afar retreated in a frenzy. Even though they had been very far away from that battlefield, they continued to back away. That power was so intense that if they were gotten near, they would have been pulverized right away. "Look out!" the star-plucking saint uttered. A deafening rumble was heard at the next moment. All attacks surrounding the ninth servant crumbled and dissipated. Terrifying storms shrouded the place, and the sky shuddered. Waves of terrifying storms lashed out to destroy everything in their path as they hit the holiness of nirvanas from Qianyes City hard. All of them felt as if their souls were about to be torn apart. Their blood howled and rolled. The auras inside them shuddered violently. Grunts were heard, and all of them were sent flying. Many who were watching the battle from afar spat up blood, as they suffered heavy blows. The ninth servant appeared, and his body seemed to have melded with the heavens. Formless storms pressed down on their surroundings with extreme might. However, the star-plucking saint from above attacked yet again, diving straight for the ninth servant. The latter had already been severely injured, and yet he still managed to use such powers. That meant that he was feeling terrible himself as well. Yen Yuan and the others continued forward at their target, attacking from afar. The ninth servant, however, was seen stepping out hard in the air. He sent another storm sweeping out. He lifted his left arm and lashed out at the star-plucking saint, forcibly stopping the latter's advance completely. Boom! Another step was taken, and the hearts of many raced. They all stopped dead in their tracks. The ninth servant shot into the air with that step, bursting out of the barricade, then headed far away. It was apparent that he did not intend to fight any longer, intending only to leave the battlefield. Even though he had been able to deal damage to those holiness of nirvanas, it did not mean that he would have had an easy time killing them. If he were to stay and fight any longer, the consequences would be difficult to predict. It was entirely possible that he would die there. Everyone turned around, intending to give chase, but they quickly heard the star-plucking saint saying, "Let him go." Everyone stopped after he said so. The star-plucking saint watched the ninth servant leave. He finally spat up some blood he had been holding in for some time. The crimson liquid dropped to the ground below, yet he continued moving forward, his silhouette gradually turning hazy. The star-plucking saint knew that the ninth servant had suffered severe damage. He would not have escaped otherwise. Even though the ninth servant had suffered grave injuries, if they were to give chase and were determined to kill that man at the pinnacle of holiness of nirvana level, at least half of them would probably end up dead. The strongest attack they had been able to bring to bear was that one sword. None of the follow-up attacks had been able to kill the ninth servant. It made it so that killing him afterward would have been extremely difficult. It was deemed quite a pity. But then again, they gained a lot from that battle. The ninth servant was severely injured, and it would have taken him quite some time to recuperate. Furthermore, the ninth servant understood from that battle that Qianyes City did have enough power to shake him, making it so that he would think twice before acting against them again. Outside of the regional palace at the Crimson River, situated in the Crimson Dragon City, Futian, Xiaqing Yuan and the others were waiting for news instead of being in a hurry to get into the regional palace. While they had indeed set up an elaborate trap to take on the ninth servant in Qianyes City, success remained uncertain. He was unable to be at ease until news reached him. He knew that the city lord from ancient imperial city would not be someone easy to take on. However, the tension between both sides had escalated so much that they had to do something. If they were to sit on their hands, the ninth servant would be the one getting to scheme against them instead. Someone eventually appeared in Yi Futian's line of sight. It was Wu Yong. Seeing Wu Yong's expression, the burden on Yi Futian's shoulders was lifted. At the very least, things seemed to have gone well. Wu Yong came to Yi Futian's side and reported what happened in Qianyes City in detail before bringing those from Qianyes City back to their base. Yi Futian gave some orders before they departed. He, Yuxing, and Xiaqing Yuan turned around and went inside the regional palace after Wu Yong and the others were gone. News of the battle in Qianyes City spread like wildfire throughout Crimson Dragon Realm. Yi Futian had killed Xing Kai at the Crimson River, and the holiness of nirvanas at Qianyes City managed to rip off one of the ninth servant's arms, dealing severe damage to him and forcing him to retreat. Qianyes City had been able to hold its own in the fighting between the two cities. Countless were impressed. The title of number one outside of Crimson Dragon City might very possibly switch hands. Ancient Imperial City became silent after that battle. It was rumored that the ninth servant suffered pervasive injuries and was busy recuperating in Ancient Imperial City. Regardless, that one battle had already proven that Qianyes City was indeed powerful. If the ninth servant were to take on Qianyes City again, he had to consider Qianyes City's retaliation, and if they would attack Ancient Imperial City. That was unless he became able to wipe out the holiness of nirvanas in Qianyes City in one shot. Qianyes City sent people to keep a close eye on Ancient Imperial City's movements, or more specifically, the ninth servant's movements at all times. At the same time, the tribe leaders from the 9 tribes stayed behind in the city lord's office to train instead of leaving just in case the 9th servant decided to come back for them. Furthermore, all of them were fully willing to stay behind. Yi Futian ordered Wu Yong to pass Emperor Kua's lineage to them, after all. After Yaya recovered from her injuries, she and Yen Yuan laid down 2 other sword matrices of the void in Qianye's city to defend against incoming threats. However, the 9th servant never went to Qianye's city again after the last attack. It seemed as if everything returned to normal after that. Xing Kai, a legendary figure who had once been renowned throughout the realm, gradually faded from the memories of the people of the realm. He was only brought up once in a while when that battle at the Crimson River was mentioned. At present, the one name that was always brought up by everyone was that of Yi Futian, city lord of Qianye City. However, Yi Futian seemed to have been hardly seen after he went into the regional palace to train. It had been quite a while since he was seen in public. The Crimson River continued to flow as it always had, just like the normal passage of time. 2 years passed by quickly. A great number of legendary figures emerged within the span of those 2 years. The Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, held once a month, continued to be a huge attraction. 2 more battles were held at the Crimson River, and 2 other very formidable geniuses made it into the regional palace's ranks. However, none had been able to achieve what Yi Futian had accomplished 2 years ago, when he emerged like a brilliant star from the sky. Year 10027 of Divine Prefecture Calendar. 2 figures were seen standing on the top of a flaming hill on an ancient mountain that was scorched red-hot in the regional palace. Both of them burst with extremely formidable auras. One of them held a halberd while the one held a sword. People were everywhere under the flaming peaks. Their eyes were fixed on those 2 men. A terrifying flash of the sword seemed to be about to flood the entire place, and the swordsman finally made his move. 3,000 swords burst as soon as he attacked. Countless flashes of the sword streaked in the skies, blinding the eyes of the spectators. The other man made his move as well, attacking with the halberd in his hand. A doomsday-like scene emerged on the flaming peaks. The hills around them either burst and crumbled or were razed altogether. The flashes of the sword climbed in intensity, and it was the same with the halberd, where every single attack felt like a rainbow arching through the sky, tearing through space and destroying the great path. Streaks of dazzling bolts of lightning zipped in the sky. Both men separated after a very loud rumble was heard, returning to their spots before they fought. Pei Min lowered his head, looking at the sword in his hand, of which only the hilt was left, and then flashed a bitter smile at the silver-haired young man. When Yi Futian was still at proving holiness level, Pei Min's sword had still been able to overpower him without needing to use the strongest attacks. As Yi Futian became a saint of true self, he became able to destroy Pei Min's sword by clashing head only, armed only with his art of the halberd. "You want another round?" Yi Futian asked. "Please don't look for me anymore from here on out." Pei Min then flashed, disappearing from everyone's sight after drawing an arc with his sword. Yi Futian's expression was peculiar as he watched Pei Min leave. He recalled that it was Pei Min who asked to spar with him when he first got into the regional palace. He turned around and looked at the spectators standing all over the place, watching the battle. He then asked, "Would any one of you like to have a go? Let's get out of here." The crowd dispersed shortly. Even Pei Min gave up. "And you're asking us to have a go with you?" They thought, incredulous. "You enjoy torturing us or something? Damn, we can no longer play around like we used to ever since that B***** became a saint of true self," they thought. Everyone in the crowd was determined to behave as if they heard nothing if he were to ever ask to spar with any of them. Yi Futian felt rather exasperated after he saw the crowd turning away from him. Being invincible was indeed lonely. He fought almost everyone in the first 2 planes of sainthood in the regional palace for the past 2 years. Ironically, it had been them who came to him when he first came to the regional palace. He had defeated Xing Kai in that battle above the Crimson River, after all. However, another figure was heading towards Yi Futian. That someone came before Yi Futian, looking very elegant and exuding a cold grace. It was none other than the daughter of Emperor Wu, Yin Tianjiao. "You want to spar?" Yi Futian asked. Sure. Yin Tianjiao nodded slightly and asked. Well, not quite a sparring session. I'm no match for you, after all. Take it as me asking for your advice. I've run into some problems with my training. They had gotten rather familiar with each other after Yi Futian joined the regional palace's ranks. Furthermore, Yi Futian was different from how Xing Kai had been. Xing Kai was arrogant and aloof. He acted as if he was head and shoulders above the others, appearing unapproachable. Yi Futian, however, looked carefree and laid back most of the time. He even joked around with others. He was so amicable that even someone as prideful as Pei Min was able to get along with him just fine. Even though the two men hardly talked and spent most of their time around each other sparring, Yin Tianjiao knew that Pei Min was very approving and even impressed by Yi Futian. But then again, she knew very what Yi Futian had done in the past, and she had an obvious idea of how brutal and decisive he acted against his enemies. There was no need to mention that his talent was unusually exceptional as well. His comprehension and development in cultivation far eclipsed those of hers. Very well. Yi Futian nodded, seeing no reason to refuse. If you have problems with training, why not seek help from elders or cave masters instead? He hasn't been a saint of true self for long, and there will be little he could help you with. A voice was heard saying. Xia Qingyuan hovered to where they were, looking at both Yi Futian and Yin Tianjiao. Two heads are always better than one. Furthermore, Yi Futian's talent eclipses mine. It could be easier to discover some latent problems among peers instead. Yin Tianjiao replied plainly, looking at Xia Qingyuan, who had come to their side. You speak the truth, indeed. Xia Qingyuan nodded and continued. But then again, you probably wouldn't be his match in sparring, and it would do you little good in furthering your training. How about we spar instead? We might find what we each lack from, after all. A hint of bafflement was seen in Yin Tianjiao's eyes. She looked at Xia Qingyuan's eyes. She only found calmness in her eyes. Xia Qingyuan also sounded laid back. It was as if she was only giving a common suggestion. All right then. Yin Tianjiao nodded and flashed, heading towards the battlefield at the side. Xia Qingyuan headed out as well, heading towards Yin Tianjiao. A grand battle that was pleasing to the eye erupted soon, rattling the heavens and the earth within an instant. The attacks from both women were extremely raging. Both traded blows without bothering about defense. Wait, what? Yi Futian thought. Yi Futian, who was at the side, observed the raging battle between the two women. You girls have to go that far? Man, I'd better not mess with you too, he thought. Yi Futian turned around and left where he stood. He stopped in front of someone else and said, Yu Xing, let's go. Yu Xing stepped out and left with Yi Futian. Both of them came to a high ground, and Yi Futian sat on the ground. The year was already year 10027 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. He had been training in peace in the regional palace for the past 2 years and had succeeded in making into the next plane, becoming a saint of true self. A lot of his powers had grown considerably. But Yi Futian understood that if he were to be ranked among all in Crimson Dragon region, his powers were hardly considered formidable. But then again, he was unable to sit around and continue training anymore. There were still 2 matters that hung in his mind. He wanted to attempt to settle one of them at the moment. Someone else came to their side before long. It was Xia Qingyuan. You girls are done? Yi Futian asked. You girls didn't take your time, indeed, he remarked to himself. Xia Qingyuan then shot a cold glance at Yi Futian and asked, You have something to talk to me about? Indeed. Yi Futian nodded and continued. Princess, I'd like to return to Emperor Xia's realm for a bit, and there is something I'd like your help with. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian. If it were not something important, he would not have come to her more so when he needed her help. She felt rather irked at that thought, and her eyes remained cold. She wanted to ignore him, but she was able to guess what he was up to and knew how important it was for him. All right. Xia Qingyuan agreed to it right away. Aren't you going to ask what it's about, princess? Yi Futian asked. You addressed me as princess. Would I need to ask any further? Xia Qingyuan's eyes remained cold. Yi Futian smiled embarrassingly. He knew Xia Qingyuan was able to guess what he was up to. He only addressed her as princess when he needed her help, and it was indeed quite shameless of him. He was unable to help but feel somewhat ashamed. However, this was something he needed to see to, and he did not want to wait. She looked at Futian, flashing a bitter smile, and then asked, "Are you sure you're going to do this right now? It would be rather risky, after all." "Indeed." Futian nodded. Waiting would be painful for him, and it would be more so for his brothers and sisters back home. "In that case, let's head out immediately. I'll ask for my father's help." Xia Qingyuan did not say anything else. Ancient imperial city stood tall and mighty. This place was the king of all cities found outside of Crimson Dragon City. The reason for this was simple: a holiness of Nirvana ranked in the regional king rankings lived within the city. It was none other than the ninth servant. However, the battle that had been fought 2 years prior had threatened ancient imperial city's place, meaning that its status was vulnerable to being taken by some other city. Furthermore, the ninth servant had returned from that battle in Xianyes City severely injured. He spent most of his time training in isolation, not picking another fight with Xianyes City. It was apparent that the ninth servant was unsure of his chances of taking down Xianyes City. Those from ancient imperial city definitely wanted to probe into Xianyes City's movements. He knew that the holiness of Nirvanas had never left the city since then. He also knew that they had put down sword matrices of the void. If he were to attack them again, the sword matrices would be activated once more. He knew that if he were to sustain such a massive attack from the sword matrix again, he would be severely injured. He had no certainty of being able to take those matrices down. At the grand, magnificent ancient hall of ancient imperial city, Xingqiu stood on top of its steps. He had only emerged from yet another period of training in isolation recently, but the results were not apparent. That battle fought over 2 years ago had affected him greatly, especially when it came to his elder brother's death. He hated himself for being incapable, yet there was little he could do about it. It was the first time ancient imperial city had ever felt helpless. They were unable to take down even that puny Xianyes City. Yet at that moment, someone emanating a terrifying aura arrived, causing dazzling lights of space to appear in the air. A tall, imposing figure was standing in the air. It was none other than Gai Huang. Terrifying will of the great path of space appeared before him, turning into a screen of light of space, shrouding the space. He shouted, "Sir, there is a sword coming." Yet another terrifying aura was sensed as he spoke. The ninth servant, who was dressed in a grey robe, appeared. He extended his arms, a cold glare in his eyes. It was apparent that he had regrown the arm he'd lost 2 years ago. Nothing looked out of place at all. A screen of swords appeared in the sky. A sword matrix designed to tear the sky down had enveloped the entire place. Countless people in ancient imperial city looked up at the sky. Terrifying storms of the sword whipped up around them all of a sudden. Everyone was thoroughly frightened and all of them looked terrified. If that sword matrix hit them, there was no doubt it would kill them all instantly. That sword matrix shrouded the sky as millions of sword auras rained down from above. Blinding flashes of the swords pulsed at the center of the sword matrix, tearing through the sky and heading for the ground. Boom! Gai Huang's defense crumbled right away. The ninth servant took to the air and said to Gai Huang, "Stand down." The offensive powers of the sword matrix of the void were not something that even Gai Huang could stand against. The ninth servant lifted his hand, shrouding the sky as the towering will of the great path engulfed the air around them. An extremely huge palm print appeared in the sky. The ninth servant thrust his hand, causing the palm print in the sky to shake the entire space. The palm print stacked further until it seemed as if thousands of prints were there, rumbling high up in the air. The sky seemed ready to shatter. The swords rained down as the space crumbled like a scene from Doomsday. Countless sword auras rained down and deafening rumbles were heard. The city lord's office of ancient imperial city was being destroyed in a frenzy. Under the bombardment of the boundless sword wills, the place was quickly reduced to rubble. Tall, magnificent ancient halls were razed in the blink of an eye. Boom! A rumble was heard and the ninth servant was sent reeling back, coming to stand on a broken pillar with a grunt. However, that sword matrix had been more than half destroyed. The might of the sword gradually dissipated. Those in ancient imperial city who saw the rubble before them from afar shuddered, their minds reeling from what they had just seen. That's the might of the sword matrix of the void? The city lord was injured by something like in the past? What had happened moments before was incredibly terrifying. The force from that attack could have destroyed a city, yet the ninth servant had stood at the forefront and torn it down with sheer brute force. However, the city lord's office was reduced to rubble. It did not seem that the sword matrix was out to kill them. It had served more as a warning. The ninth servant had arrived at Qianyes City 2 years ago and raised the city lord's office. On this day, the sword matrix of the void had torn through the sky, proving its formidable powers and destroying the city lord's office of ancient imperial city at the same time. It had served to remind him that the sword matrix of the void was capable of killing remotely. If anyone were to anger the person wielding such powers, they would be able to destroy their city without being present. Was this considered a threat? Everyone was puzzled as to why those at Qianyes City would have sent such a sword matrix all the way to ancient imperial city, as doing so wasted a very well laid down supermatrix for killing. Furthermore, the results did not seem to be proportionate to the effort. From a practical perspective, the attack seemed rather pointless. It was obvious that the move had not been worthwhile. Many wondered what Qianyes City was up to. The ninth servant lifted his head and gazed in the direction of Qianyes City. His eyes remained cold. This was the first time he'd been threatened by someone else. Gai Huang, Xingqiu, and some other people appeared behind the ninth servant. All of them still reeling from what had just happened. That attack, which was capable of being launched remotely, indeed represented a huge threat. If the ninth servant were to attack Qianyes City and they retaliated by throwing one such sword matrix at ancient imperial city, things would turn disastrous very quickly. Someone else flashed in after a while, looking at the scene and shuddering deep down. That person then bowed to the ninth servant and said, "Everyone at Qianyes City left their city lord's office not long ago." "All of them?" The ninth servant raised his brows slightly. "Indeed. Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan also emerged from the regional palace. What happened took place after they returned to the city lord's office of Qianyes City. They probably headed back to Emperor Xia's realm," the person elaborated. The ninth servant realized something. So, they were sending a warning before they left? Yi Futian was indeed an insolent PR**CK. After what had happened all those years ago, the relationship between Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm continued to worsen. Conflicts commonly broke out between those of the two realms. Emperor Li's realm had been very aggressive at the start of the conflict, gathering their troops at the border. After Xia Qingyuan brought several holiness of nirvanas from Emperor Xia's realm to Crimson Dragon realm for a bit, another 3 mighty figures were brought back to Emperor Xia's realm to serve the realm. The tide turned quickly after that. The top-notch powers of Emperor Xia's realm became stronger than Emperor Li's realm, which had lost the people of the Imperial Advisor's residence. However, the Dali dynasty was a dynastic force, meaning that they were able to command the forces found throughout the realm, something which Emperor Xia's realm was unable to do. As such, despite the turning of the tide, either realm crashed head-on afterward, only fighting small-scale skirmishes here and there. At that moment, the lieutenant of the army of Tian in Emperor Xia's palace, who was also Xiaorong, the eldest prince of the realm, was about to meet his father. He was dressed in martial regalia and was brimming. He then said to his father, "Father, our holiness of nirvanas are the ones with the edge now. Why not just order the forces found throughout the realm to lead their people to join the battle against Dali right away?" Emperor Xia naturally knew that his eldest son, who'd grown up in the army, was a war hawk. From his perspective, that decisive move he'd pulled back in the Crimson Dragon realm had made him realize his ideals, yet it also made him seem cold and unfeeling. Except for the top-notch forces, the overall strength of Dali remains higher than that of Emperor Xia's realm. If we fight a realm war now, many will perish on the battlefield if we do not have a decisive edge against our enemy, Emperor Xia said. That is the nature of war. The Dali dynasty has always been eyeing us, wanting to hit us. If not for the imperial advisor of Dali not seeing eye to eye with King Tiandao in terms of political ideals, they would have long ago sent their armies surging through our borders. There is no need for you to show that much consideration, father. Xiaorong continued. Wars make people change and evolve. Those from Emperor Xia's realm who have experienced war had to grow stronger to survive. If there are massive incidents in the future, we of Emperor Xia's realm will have enough power to deal with them. Emperor Xia knew what Xiaorong was getting at. However, the emperor did not wish to ever see something like that happen again if possible. At that moment, Emperor Xia lifted his head and looked far away. A warm, brimming smile crossed his face, puzzling Xiaorong. Your little sister has returned, Emperor Xia said. Xiaorong turned around and looked far away as well, adding, I'll go out and get Qingyuan. He then turned around and headed out right away, waiting outside the royal palace. Some time passed and a group of people was seen in the sky, heading toward the royal palace. Emperor Xia had a teleportation matrix that was linked to the Crimson Dragon realm. There was also a space matrix there linking to all realms of the region. However, the toll was prohibitively high and most people would not be able to use them. When Futian and the rest returned, they dropped many of their own from various top-notch forces off along the way. All of them had been training for years outside. Now, it was time for them to check how things were going back home. The others were not idling by while Futian was training in isolation in the regional palace. All of them had been making progress in their training in various places found in Crimson Dragon Realm. Xiaorong stood outside the royal palace and cast his gaze on Futian, whose bearing became even more exceptional. Xiaorong found that he had become a saint of true self. What surprised him more was that few at Futian's side emanated immeasurable auras. They were all more powerful than him. That meant that they were all holiness of nirvanas. They were probably mighty ones of the 9 tribes that Futian had subjugated in Crimson Dragon Realm. They were people like Zhu Kong and the rest. A large group of mighty ones were behind them, which made it look like Futian had brought an army with him. All of them were mighty ones whose training was above that of Saint of True Self. Xiaorong turned his eyes towards Xia Qingyuan. He then flashed a warm smile and called out, Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan took a look at him, and her expression turned rather cold. She was unable to forgive him for what he had done in the past. Xiaorong was exasperated after seeing Xia Qingyuan's expression. She was still bitter despite that all of that had happened years before. An elder brother could never compare to her beloved. Futian. Xiaorong turned his eyes toward Futian again. Xiaorong was just about to say something before seeing the other man continue on his way, walking past the prince and heading to the royal palace, leaving Xiaorong where he stood. Futian was expressionless. He did not even bother looking at Xiaorong. Regardless of what Xiaorong's stance had been, regardless if it had been the right thing or the wrong thing to do to the prince, that was Xiaorong's own opinion. Futian was unable to forgive what he'd done back then. Xiaorong's decision back in Crimson Dragon Realm had destroyed the Imperial Advisor's residence, causing his teacher to be reduced to a weakened and imprisoned state. If the Imperial Advisor had not chosen to take on the consequences of what had happened all on his own, there was no way Futian would have been able to stand where he was in the present day. Xiaorong was very clear about what his actions would result in, yet the prince never hesitated. He had been decisive and brutal, which had considerably weakened Dali's powers. But at the same time, that had completely offended Futian. Xiaorong probably would not have minded it back then. In that case, Futian saw no need to pay any attention to Xiaorong either. They were both from the same background in that they all served Emperor Xia. Futian held immense respect and gratitude for Emperor Xia for what the emperor had done for him, but that had nothing to do with Xiaorong. Xiaorong stood frozen. He did not turn around to look at Futian. There was nothing to be seen in those deep eyes of his. It seemed that there was no chance of reconciliation between the two of them. Futian, Xia Qingyuan, and Yao Shi came to meet the emperor within Emperor Xia's palace. All the others stayed outside the hall. Futian and Emperor Xia were closer to each other after all, and they needed Emperor Xia's approval if they were to meet him as well. Queen Xiao was there as well. Her eyes looked gentle. It had been years since she last saw her daughter. "Father, Mother! Greetings, Your Majesty, and Your Highness." Futian bowed. "Not bad. You've been achieving significant progress with your training, I see. You've now become a saint of true self. Seems like you've gained quite a lot in your 2 years of training in the regional palace." Emperor Xia smiled and continued. "Qingyuan, you need to work harder." Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly. She, however, had no interest in comparing herself to Futian. Emperor Xia then looked at Yao Shi and said, "That goes for you too, Yao Shi. I'm the outsider here. Please continue without me." Yao Shi smiled plainly before turning and leaving. It was rather unexpected that she just left like that. While Yao Shi had been to Crimson Dragon Realm as well, but Xia Qingyuan looked at her like she was watching over a thief. She was very much on guard against her. She said that she was an outsider, which was quite true. Futian was keeping a distance from her somewhat. From the looks of things, she was able to tell that there were still things that one could not have obtained, simply because one was willing to fight for it. Emperor Xia felt rather exasperated watching her leave. While Yao Shi had joined the royal palace's ranks, but it seemed that she was still unable to truly put some loads she had on her mind down. However, that was all up to her, and the emperor had no intention of interfering. "Qingyuan, how was Crimson Dragon Realm?" the queen smiled and asked. "Very good. There are many exceptionally talented cultivators at Crimson Dragon Realm. Many in the regional palace were like me, coming from other Renhuang realms to train," Xia Qingyuan elaborated. "It did her a lot of good training in a better environment. You brought Holiness of Nirvanas with you on your way home, and you did look like you have had a good time." Emperor Xia then added, "So, what are you doing bringing so many cultivators with you this time?" "I'd like to ask for your help, Father," Xia Qingyuan said right away. "It is me who needs your help, Your Majesty." Futian bowed and added, "I'm sure you know that I owed a lot to the Imperial Advisor of Dali. He is in his current predicament all because of me. I remember the last time I went to Emperor Li's city with you, I told you that the Imperial Advisor is still someone from Dali. Even if you truly intend to head to Emperor Li's realm, what would you do if Emperor Li intends to kill you?" Emperor Xia asked. Emperor Li could not have killed someone from Emperor Xia's realm himself, but killing a traitor of Dali was something no one would have stopped him from doing. If they were to send forces to rescue the Imperial Advisor, it would have truly made the Imperial Advisor a traitor after all. "The last time we deployed, we did so in the name of staging a war between the two realms, instead of doing so for the sake of the Imperial Advisor. But the operation this time won't be for taking out cultivators of Emperor Li's realm. It is to take the Imperial Advisor of Dali out of the picture," Futian said. Emperor Xiao's eye twitched, getting what Futian was trying to do so. They wanted to rescue the Imperial Advisor of Dali, and they needed an excuse. Futian, Xia Qingyuan, and Yao Shi came to meet Emperor Xia in his palace. The others remained outside the hall. Approval was necessary to meet the emperor, though Futian and Emperor Xia were close. Queen Xiao was there as well. Her eyes looked gentle. It had been years since she last saw her daughter. "Father, Mother," Xia Qingyuan said. "Greetings, Your Majesty, and Your Highness." Futian bowed. "Not bad. I see you've achieved significant progress with your training. You've now become a saint of true self. Seems like you've learned quite a lot in your 2 years of training at the regional palace." Emperor Xia smiled and continued. "Qingyuan, you need to work harder." Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly, though she had no interest in comparing herself to Futian. Emperor Xia then looked at Yao Shi and said, "That goes for you too. I'm the outsider here. Please continue without me." Yao Shi smiled plainly before turning and leaving. It was rather unexpected that she just left like that. While Yao Shi had been to Crimson Dragon Realm as well, Xia Qingyuan looked at her as she would a potential thief. She was very much on guard around her. Yao Shi had said that she was an outsider, which was quite true. Yi Futian had kept something of a distance from her. It seemed she could tell that there were still things that could not be obtained simply because one was willing to fight for it. Emperor Xia felt rather exasperated watching her leave. While Yao Shi had joined the royal palace's ranks, she was still unable to let go of her burdens. However, that was all up to her, and the emperor had no intention of interfering. "Qing Yuan, how was the Crimson Dragon realm?" the queen asked with a smile. "Very good. There are many exceptionally talented cultivators at the Crimson Dragon realm. Many in the regional palace were like me, coming from other Renhuang realms to train," Xia Qingyuan elaborated. Training in that environment had done her a lot of good. "You brought Holiness of Nirvanas with you on your way home, and you look like enjoyed it," Emperor Xia added. "Now have you brought so many cultivators before us? I'd like to ask for your help, father," Xia Qingyuan said. "It is me who needs your help, your majesty." Yi Futian bowed. "I'm sure you know that I owed a lot to the imperial advisor of Dali. His current predicament is all because of me. I remember the last time I went to Emperor Li's city with you, I told you that the imperial advisor is still someone from Dali. Even if you truly intend to head to Emperor Li's realm, what would you do if Emperor Li intends to kill you?" Emperor Xia asked. Emperor Li could not have killed someone from Emperor Xia's realm himself, but killing a traitor of Dali was something no one would have stopped him from doing. If they were to send forces to rescue the imperial advisor, it would have truly labeled him a traitor. "The last time we deployed, we did so in the name of ending the war between the two realms. But this time, our goal would be liberating the imperial advisor of Dali," Yi Futian said. Emperor Xia's eye twitched as he understood Yi Futian's intention. They wanted to rescue the imperial advisor of Dali, and they needed an excuse. They did not intend to use that as the reason to deploy their troops. The realm would have served as that reason instead. Yi Futian intended to force Emperor Li to hand the imperial advisor over. By doing so, they would have to exercise restraint to avoid infuriating Emperor Li. "The realm will deploy an army, yet they will be forbidden from killing any important figures of Dali, as the aim is to save the imperial advisor. I have no doubt it is all within reason from your perspective. You owe a debt to the imperial advisor. But as for the others, I'm afraid they might not be willing to help," Emperor Xia said. "We would have an absolute advantage so long as you give the word, father. We'll be the ones with the overwhelming edge, and the losses would be small," Xia Qingyuan said. Other than the 3 Holiness of Nirvanas from the 9 tribes that they brought back to the realm, there were also Wu Yong, Shen Tianzhan, and 3 other Holiness of Nirvanas. There was also Yaya as well. Yen Yuan was unable to fight in the war. The star-plucking saint did not come with them, and Yi Futian was naturally unable to order him to do so. The star-plucking saint had only been out to help him before. His case was different from those of the 9 tribes. Even so, Emperor Xia's realm, which already had an advantage in terms of a pinnacle combat force, had 4 more Holiness of Nirvanas and Yaya. There were also many unblemished saints from the 9 tribes, which would have enabled them to gain an absolute advantage. It is easy to give the generals direct orders. As for the leaders of the other forces, I shall invite them to the palace. If you want their help, you'll need to ask them yourself," Emperor Xia said. He looked at Yi Futian, who appeared calm after hearing his words. Yi Futian then bowed and said, "Thank you, your majesty." Rescuing the imperial advisor was his own matter. Emperor Xia had already mobilized those elite figures many times. They had also been to Crimson Dragon Realm twice. It would not have been a good thing for the emperor to keep ordering them about, just because he was the emperor. Xia Qingyuan did not know what his father was up to, but she nonetheless saw her mother smile while looking at the emperor. Emperor Xia had invited these people to the royal palace before, asking if they were interested in letting their younger members follow Yi Futian to train in Crimson Dragon Realm. Each force did so. The emperor had given Yi Futian a chance to meet up with those people by letting him ask them himself. If Yi Futian had been the emperor's son, he would have been the top choice in the succession of the throne. Yi Futian's talents and renown were such that no one in Emperor Xia's realm did not know of him. He had quite a reputation in all of those elite forces, and many thought highly of him. He had also created his own legend in Crimson Dragon Realm. The queen wondered if Emperor Xia had thoughts about allowing Xia Qingyuan to marry Yi Futian, and then having the young man succeed the emperor as his son-in-law. Everyone in the royal palace knew what her daughter was thinking. She had yet to marry, but there was already a man that she kept following around. In name, she was the princess, and Yi Futian was her subordinate. But from what the queen heard, it had almost always been Yi Futian calling the shots. Queen Xiao then smiled and said, "Go rest. I'll talk with Qingyuan for a bit." "Yes, Your Highness." Yi Futian nodded and left, leaving Xia Qingyuan alone in the hall. Both the emperor and Xia Qingyuan looked at her. The queen then said, "Come over and have a seat." Xia Qingyuan went to her mother's side. The family of three acted more relaxed with no one else around. Queen Xiao was not the emperor's first wife. He already had a spouse when he was young, who died in chaos. Emperor Xia was still a saint back then. He fell in love with Queen Xiao after becoming a Renhuang, but it took a long time before they were finally married. In truth, she was only a concubine instead of a true queen. However, his wife did not mind any of that. It was perfectly fine for the emperor to want to remember his late spouse. Despite technically being a concubine, she was hardly different from a queen. "So, how have things been going for the past few years?" Queen Xiao smiled and asked. Xia Qingyuan was dumbfounded. She looked at her mother and realized what she was getting at. She lowered her head immediately and said in a tiny voice, "What do you mean? You two have been going in and out together all the time. Are you still trying to play dumb here?" Emperor Xia smiled. "Qingyuan, why are you still dressed like a guy? This is getting ridiculous. It's not what you think." Xia Qingyuan turned her head to the side. There was hardly any expression on her face. Emperor Xia smirked at his little girl's embarrassment. "Wait, that bastard didn't do anything at all. Sheesh, what the hell?" Emperor Xia cursed. "Qingyuan, do you want me to just order you two to marry? I have no idea what you're getting at," Xia Qingyuan said. "Furthermore, Yi Futian is married, and he's busy looking for his wife. While it may be possible that his wife is still alive, the chances are incredibly slim. Well, at least he is indeed loyal. I'm rather relieved to know that." Emperor Xia then smiled and looked at his daughter. "Wait, didn't you just say that you didn't know what we were getting at? Seriously?" she thought. Xia Qingyuan glared at her father before standing up. "I'd like to excuse myself, father." All right, we'll talk about what happened in Crimson Dragon Realm then." Emperor Xia pulled Xia Qingyuan over and gestured for her to sit again. Xia Qingyuan did so in exasperation. "You two have been through thick and thin for the past few years in Crimson Dragon Realm. Are you telling me that this kid feels nothing at all? He might be very fixated on Hua Jiyu at the moment, but when he's finally given up on her, that's where you come in," Emperor Xia said. "Wait, what? Didn't you say the subject is over?" she thought. One could only imagine what outsiders would have thought if they saw this side of Emperor Xia. Despite it being said that saints and Renhuangs were no longer mortals, they were nonetheless still human. Emperor Xia was still a father. And fathers treated their daughters differently than their sons. Many legendary figures arrived at the royal palace several days later. All elite cultivators were there. In pretext, the banquet was held to welcome Princess Xia Qingyuan and Yao Shi home. But those of the elite forces more or less knew what the banquet was really about. Their younger members had already brought the subject up. Yi Futian would not have brought so many mighty ones from Qianye's city back for anything else. Was he trying to usurp the throne of Emperor Xia's realm instead? Ridiculous. There was only one possibility, Dali. The sword master of Lihan, the palace lord of Xianyuan Palace, the Jiutian temple lord, and many elite figures were present. They all looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was given a privileged seat right below Emperor Xia and beside Xia Qingyuan, which struck everyone present as interesting. Emperor Xia had naturally sat at the very top, the most privileged of seats. He smiled while looking at the crowd and said, "I'm sure you've all heard about the incident at Qianye City. Qing Yuan and Yi Futian took the city back and established a base for us at Crimson Dragon Realm. Now, Qianya City has also become one of the strongest cities to be found in Crimson Dragon Realm. Qing Yuan, Yi Futian, and Yu Xing are all training in the regional palace, a holy land of training in Crimson Dragon Realm. This truly calls for a celebration. The Jiutian Temple Lord lifted his cup with a smile. We thought it would have taken quite some time before Yi Futian became a dear general. We didn't expect this to happen so quickly. Congratulations are indeed warranted, Your Majesty. Congratulations, indeed. Emperor Xia nodded. The mighty ones all lifted their cups to toast the Emperor. It was an extremely rare chance to be able to drink with His Majesty, and it was all thanks to Yi Futian. As they congratulated the Emperor for finding a capable general, in truth they all knew that His Majesty treated said general like his son-in-law. They had all heard of the commotion Yi Futian had been whipping up in Crimson Dragon Realm. They were all very impressed, despite being holiness of nirvanas themselves. Yi Futian was indeed living up to his reputation as one in a million. It was more than just being peerless in Emperor Xia's realm. It seemed that none in Crimson Dragon region could match his achievements. At the very least, there was no peer among the other young ones. Because Xia Qingyuan and Yi Futian had grown so close, and because Emperor Xia valued Yi Futian so much, everyone present knew one thing for certain. Yi Futian was being groomed for rule. But then again, that was little more than a stray thought. Judging from talents displayed by Yi Futian so far, he would have no problem going to Renhuang Plain. If he were to one day rule Emperor Xia's realm, he might bring the realm to greater heights. The mood of the banquet was great. Everyone was having the time of their life. It was some time after the banquet began that the Emperor addressed the crowd. Other than to welcome Qing Yuan and Yi Futian home, I've invited all of you here for another matter. This is a matter for Yi Futian to tell you about, so I will excuse myself. Please go on without me. The Emperor got up and left. Everyone cupped their hands to send him off. Their eyes turned back to Yi Futian after the Emperor left. Other than some important figures of the royal palace, every single person who remained at the banquet was a core member of their respective elite force. Yi Futian looked at all of them and said, Over the past several years, I've come to each of you for your assistance on many occasions. I shouldn't impose on you seniors any further, but there is something that I can't ignore. As such, I'm afraid I must request your help again, seniors. Everyone had a good sense of what he was leading up to. The sword master of Lihan looked at him and asked, What do you want us to do? The Dali dynasty had lost an important figure in the imperial advisor, while Yi Futian had brought back many nirvanas of holiness. Judging from the powers of both sides, Emperor Xia's realm now had the absolute edge. Yi Futian looked at the sword master of Lihan. I'd like to request that all of you attack Dali dynasty at the same time. The target? The sword master of Lihan asked. I'd like all of you to enter Emperor Li's realm from different directions, then converge in the imperial city. I want Emperor Li to promise me one thing, and I'm sure many of you can guess what that is. Yi Futian continued. The sword master of Lihan did not ask any further. Charging inside Dali dynasty, marching into the imperial city, and then threatening the emperor? The plan was ambitious, but he had to admit that the chance of success was extremely high. If they agreed to help Yi Futian out, the differences in power would become apparent. What would Emperor Li do if he saw enemy troops right outside his palace? He would have to make compromises, whether he wanted to or not. And Yi Futian would achieve his goal to force Emperor Li into releasing the imperial advisor of Dali. So we're threatening the emperor himself then? This plan is indeed bold, thought the sword master of Lihan. Then he nodded and answered with two simple yet powerful words. Very well. He was at the battle in Crimson Dragon Realm. He was very impressed with the imperial advisor's bearing, so much that he doubted he could have done the same in that position. Such a cultivator, even one on the opposite side, was worthy of respect all the same. Furthermore, this operation posed little risk to him. So long as they refrained from unnecessary killing, things would be relatively safe. Thank you, sword master. Yi Futian rose. He sipped his drink, then said, If you require anything of me in the future, Yi Futian swears to see it done. None had helped him more than the sword master of Lihan. If the sword master accepts the proposal without hesitation, I see no reason not to do the same. The Jiotian temple lord smiled. I still remember that time when you and those from Lihan Heaven fought at Jiotian temple. I surely did not expect to see you sitting side by side today. It's all in the past. Please let it rest, senior, Yi Futian said with a smile. His state of mind was very different compared to back then. The sword master of Lihan had returned Yi Futian's enmity with kindness, lending his sword to one of Yi Futian's people after reaching the 33rd level of heaven. That incident had had quite an effect on his training from then on out. Count me in. Hasn't Dali dynasty always wanted to attack us anyway? Now we can oblige them this. Too bad we can't kill them, though. The palace lord of Xianyuan Palace laughed, showcasing his frank and straightforward temperament. The purpose of the operation was to rescue the imperial advisor, so naturally they would have to restrain themselves and not cross the line. Yi Futian was rather touched, finding so many elite figures who agreed to help him, especially when he just sprung this on them. He raised his cup with both hands to his lips and drank again. Then he bowed to them. If any senior present should ever need anything of me, I promise to see it done. With these elite figures by his side and the powers of Emperor Xia, the operation had now gathered most of the pinnacle forces found in the realm. Couple all that with those he had brought from the Crimson Dragon realm, and it was now possible to overrun the Dali dynasty. It was just as the sword master of Lihan put it, the battle would have been quite an easy one. I rather look forward to such a grand battle. Now that everything is in order, let's set up a plan and get prepared, said the Jiotian temple lord. Everyone nodded in agreement. The banquet ended shortly after, and all the guests went home to begin preparations. When they were alone, Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian. She naturally knew that they hadn't agreed so quickly just because of her father. It was also because of Yi Futian himself. He was an inspirational figure, and everyone saw the potential he had. Emperor Xia's realm became busy after the banquet was over. Forces gathered and mighty ones went in and out of the royal palace, delivering news. Those at the upper echelons of Emperor Xia's realm knew that a grand battle taking place between the two realms was imminent. Xia Rong had gotten busy as well. He prepared to return to the army and he met up with his father one more time before he departed. Xia Rong felt rather complicated. He had been asking his father to wage a realm war, and his father had always ignored him. However, it took only a single word from Yi Futian after he returned for Emperor Xia to agree to it, starting the storm that would engulf two realms. Just who was the prince of Emperor Xia's realm supposed to be? But then again, he did not bother to think much about any of that. He simply said to his father, "Father, we now have the absolute advantage in this war. Why did you agree to Yi Futian's proposal of simply suppressing them? Why not go further and completely wipe out Emperor Li's realm?" Yi Futian was only doing so to save the imperial advisor, but what the prince wanted was something else altogether. This battle is being fought because of Yi Futian. If not for those powers he brought from the Crimson Dragon realm, we wouldn't have been able to do this. So we'll do it his way, Emperor Xia answered. Father, do you think it's all right to let this chance slip past our fingers, just for the sake of the imperial advisor? Xia Rong asked. Emperor Xia eyed his son, who stood tall and proud. While the prince had indeed sensed powerful pressure, there was not a single hint of retreat in his deep eyes. He looked his father straight in the eye. Xia Rong, Emperor Xia continued after being silent for a while, this is not only for the imperial advisor, it's for you as well. Do not forget who caused all of this. It had been Xia Rong's decision that led to the imperial advisor's current predicament. The emperor had agreed to Yi Futian's proposal to resolve the problems Xia Rong caused. Deep down, Xia Rong knew what his father meant. But other thoughts were interfering with what he knew to be true. Does Yi Futian mean so much to father? He thought. Return to the army and do as you're told by your sacred general. Don't indulge your own smart ideas anymore. Emperor Xia reminded him. Cultivation itself is of greater importance than anything else. I do not think I need to remind you of that, given your current situation. Xiao Rong was not a member of the younger generation, who were incapable of forming their own opinions. On the contrary, he was too opinionated. As an unblemished saint, there was little need to say anything about Xiao Rong's state of mind. It was, after all, what enabled him to make such a decision back at the Crimson Dragon realm. However, that was not the outcome he wanted to see. Yes, father. The Emperor had made himself very clear, and Xiao Rong naturally did not see the point in pushing the matter further. He then excused himself and left. Due to the scale of commotion in Emperor Xiao's realm, there was no way Emperor Li's realm would have been oblivious to it. Both Renhuang realms had placed their spies in each other's territory. Yi Futian's return was not even a secret to begin with. It wasn't long before word of these activities quickly reached Emperor Li's realm. In the imperial city of Emperor Li's realm, a frail old man sat in a prison, held down by a ritual implement. The old man appeared shriveled, his aura was weak, and his hair was unkempt. Footsteps approached, and they stopped before him. "Imperial Advisor," a familiar voice said. The Imperial Advisor of Dali slowly lifted his head and saw the man who stood at the pinnacle of Dali. He exuded a regal, majestic air. He was none other than Emperor Li himself. "Your Majesty." The Imperial Advisor's voice was weak. Though his eyes brimmed at times, the Imperial Advisor's entire being was otherwise tremendously dejected. "News has come from Emperor Xiao's realm. Your student is getting ready to amass an army to attack Dali. What do you think of that?" Emperor Li asked. "Student?" the Imperial Advisor thought. He looked rather puzzled, but he quickly understood who the Emperor was talking about. It was not Yin Yuan, nor most others he could think of. The only one it could be was definitely Yi Futian. "There is a reason why you are the Imperial Advisor. You have good eyes. You picked him over Di Hao or Dong Qin, and time has justified that choice. Yi Futian has indeed proven himself far more extraordinary than the other two, so much so that any comparison to them would be laughable. He is now a city lord in Crimson Dragon City and has inherited the Renhuang ruins. He's being served by several holiness of nirvanas, which have enabled him to turn the tide of the war. Emperor Xiao's realm no longer has any disadvantage. And now, he is about to lead an attack into Dali. I'm sure he's doing it for you, don't you think? Ironically, he was the one person you were willing to sacrifice yourself to protect. And now, he is now about to attack Dali. It remains to be seen how many people will pay with their lives. What are your thoughts, Imperial Advisor?" If it had not been for the Imperial Advisor's treachery, Yi Futian would have perished long ago. The Imperial Advisor lowered his head and said, "Your Majesty, when Yi Futian acted out against Prince Li Yao, it was only to avenge his wife as well as the lives of many others. The prince is no longer present, so maybe there is still a chance to turn this around." He coughed lethargically after he finished. To him, being able to survive alone had been a luxury. Emperor Li looked at him silently. Turn things around? How naive, he thought. The Emperor turned and left. He had not expected the young man he had met all those years ago could have grown at such a frightening rate. It was so much that even him, a Renhuang, felt somewhat threatened. The elite forces departed from Emperor Xiao's realm several days later. They headed towards the battlefield and prepared to rendezvous with the 8 legions. Yi Futian sent 4 holiness of nirvanas out as well. He sent Yaya out with them too, but she was following the ones from the sword clan of Lihin. The sword master of Lihin and Yaya had both fought to be the top swordsmen in Emperor Xiao's realm. Presently, both renowned swordsmen joined hands as they made for the inner parts of enemy territory. None was able to stand in their way. They could have let Emperor Xia take them to Dali Imperial City right away just as they had done previously, yet they did not. They went on to wage a war across Emperor Li's realm instead, charging towards the palace. That was the only way they would have been able to truly lean on the Emperor. What they were really doing was waging a realm war, not staging a rescue operation. Every single group that departed had several demonic beasts with them, all of which had been enthralled by Yi Futian. By doing so, each group could communicate with the others. Yi Futian served as the hub, knowing at all times what others were doing. Futian kept only one holiness of nirvana by his side, and that was Wu Yong. The leaders from the Nanli tribe, the Bailey tribe, and the Vermilion Bird clan, as well as Xingtianzhan, had all departed. Futian remained back at the royal palace, not because he wouldn't participate in the fight, but because he had a mission of his own. Emperor Xia arranged for Futian and his people to have their own palace within the royal palace. No one other than royal relatives had ever enjoyed such a privilege. Even people like the great shaman had only been granted access to training grounds and their quarters, instead of being given their own palace. However, none found that arrangement peculiar. Emperor Xia had long treated Futian as a member of his family. Futian's actual status with the emperor was an open secret. That palace had pavilions, towers, and even a waterfall, making the place look like a paradise. Futian and the fifth prince, Xia Luan, were engaged in a game of chess. Xia Qingyuan was present as well. "I just recalled that I have something to attend to. Please excuse me. Qingyuan, take my place," Xia Luan said to his sister. He rose and patted himself. Without even turning his head around, he began to leave, looking dashing and carefree. "3 losses straight," Xia Qingyuan said in a low voice. "What a formidable player indeed." Xia Luan's mouth twitched, but he still did not turn around. He walked away with his head held high. He was feeling rather frustrated. It was not only that Futian was very talented in cultivation, which made the princes look bad, but many outside the royal palace were talking. They had been saying that Futian looked more like the emperor's son than the princes. Xia Luan was very proficient at the art of chess, and he had actually intended to kill some of Futian's brimming might, saving some face for the princes. The outcome was horrendous. The games only made the prince feel that Futian's ability at calculation was horrifying. "You're up for a game, princess?" Futian asked Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan shook her head. "I'm not a player." "Allow me instead," interjected Yan Yuan as he approached the pair. "All right, older brother. Let's do this." Futian set the board up. Nan Zhai and Fei Xue were there at the side as well. Both of them started playing, and Futian found that Yan Yuan was also a very skilled player. An intense game emerged between the two masters. Futian learned how to play chess at Chess Saint Villa many years ago, but that did not mean he was invincible. The chess saint was but a common saint. Yan Yuan, on the other hand, had become a holiness of nirvana. He wondered just how capable his older brother was at calculation. Furthermore, Yan Yuan did not let up at all, surrounding Futian on all sides. It seemed to reflect his current state of mind. Yan Yuan must have been worried about the imperial advisor. They wanted to help, but they were unable to. It would have incurred Emperor Li's wrath otherwise, and their teacher was still a prisoner of Emperor Li. "No need to get too worried. Emperor Li isn't dumb. He wouldn't have acted against our teacher before things became more apparent. They would have been at an absolute disadvantage otherwise. They're scared of pissing us off," Futian said. After all, the invasion was done in the name of waging a realm war. "Right." Yan Yuan nodded. As a holiness of nirvana, his state of mind had long transformed, becoming indomitable. However, the matter at hand still had to do with their teacher, so it was unavoidable that they still felt frustrated. Even though they were practically able to see the outcome, they still worried nonetheless. Yan Yuan was not the only one who felt that way. Nan Zhai, Fei Xue, and the others were quiet as well. It was apparent that a load rested on their collective shoulders. But then again, they were all very supportive of Futian's operation. If they were to simply leave their teacher locked up in a cell, no one could tell what would happen to him. Their teacher was no longer what he had once been. His training had been wiped clean, and his life might be in an extremely frail state. It was quite a pity. Despite all of them having trained in the deed of thorough comprehension, none of them were able to immerse themselves as deeply in the method as their teacher. They were unable to see fates and luck in the great path. "You guys are really taking your time." The new voice belonged to the fourth prince, the incredibly dashing Xia Kun. He approached the game. "Your Highness." Futian rose and bowed, showing his respect. Xia Kun smiled. Save the formalities, I'm just here to look around. All right. Yi Futian sat and continued to play. Xia Kun was only there to watch. He then said, Bravo! I didn't know that Sir Yin Yuan and Yi Futian were so good at chess. I'm sure my brother was having a hard time earlier. The fifth prince is very skilled as well, Yi Futian replied. He'd like to think so. Xia Kun smiled and then followed up with, Qing Yuan, since when have you been interested in chess? I'm just watching, Xia Qing Yuan said. Well, we never saw you watch a game before. Xia Kun chuckled. Xia Qing Yuan eyed him with a speechless look. All right, I'm done bothering you guys. Come to my place if you could spare the time, Brother Yi, Xia Kun said. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He received a telepathic message from Fei Xue. His hand hung in midair, the chess piece still in hand. Yi Futian then lifted his head and asked with a smile, How is the Xiao clan doing now that Xiao Xing is gone? Xia Kun stopped and turned around, freezing in place. He then turned his head to look at Yi Futian. He saw that Yi Futian was talking to his sister. Yi Futian turned to look at Xia Kun and asked, What happened, Your Highness? Nothing. Xia Kun shook his head, before turning around and leaving. Xia Qingyuan shot a puzzled look at Yi Futian. That question sounded like it came out of nowhere. Neither she nor Xia Kun knew how to react. I've never left the royal palace since I returned, so I have little idea. But after what happened, grandfather felt he should keep a tight leash on the clan. Xia Qingyuan answered. What's done is done, and Xiao Xing paid for it. Don't let this get between you and old man Xiao, princess, Yi Futian said and looked at Fei Xue, who was at his side. Fei Xue's expression changed slightly. I sense a murderous intent, she said to him telepathically. Yi Futian's hand froze again, then he moved his piece on the board. Fei Xue's abilities were only known to those from the Imperial Advisor's residence. He hadn't told anyone in Emperor Xiao's realm, not even Xia Qingyuan. If that ability of hers became known, people would have been on guard against her at all times. After Fei Xue's telepathic message, he deliberately asked Xia Qingyuan about the Xiao clan, specifically bringing up Xiao Xing's name. He was doing that just to see how Xiao Kun would react. The prince covered himself pretty well, but hints were there nonetheless. Then again, that hardly proved anything, as turning around would have been normal. But that emotion could not be fake, and that was not something he was able to cover. Murderous intent welled up in Xia Kun's mind as soon as Xiao Xing's name was brought up. He wondered what exactly that meant. They couldn't find the culprit back then. All the evidence had been destroyed as well. However, as the investigation went on, Yi Futian speculated that the likeliest suspects could have only come from the royal palace. Only someone in the royal palace would have been able to learn everything he was doing, as well as determine that he had headed to Emperor Li's realm back then. However, that was all just speculation. His status didn't allow him to look into those from the royal palace. It was impossible without hard evidence. Xia Qingyuan frowned after Xia Kun left. She looked at Yi Futian and asked, What was that about? She was not dumb, and had naturally known something was amiss. She believed Yi Futian might have been probing. But then again, she was unable to understand why he wanted to probe her fourth brother all of a sudden. Furthermore, he had only probed her Xia Kun and no one else. Yi Futian looked up at Xia Qingyuan, feeling rather complicated. This was not the outcome he wanted. The matter had to do with the princes. He was at a loss about what to do. A question lingered on his mind. He and Xia Kun had not been acquainted before. If there were concerns about the succession of the throne, Yi Futian would serve an important role by Xia Qingyuan's side. But it was not Xia Kun who would be concerned. Princess, which prince was Xia Kun closest to? Yi Futian asked. Xia Qingyuan's expression kept changing in response to the question. It was apparent that she recalled something extremely bad. So bad that she couldn't bring herself to say it. Princess, Yi Futian called. Xia Qingyuan turned her head around, looking somewhere else. It was apparent that she had managed to figure something out herself. Is it him? Xia Qingyuan turned her eyes back at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at her the same way and said, "There is no mistake about it. Even if he isn't the one, he knows something, or may have been directly involved." Why else would Fei Xue detect a murderous intent in Xia Kun's mind at the mention of Shao Xing's name? His current status and power were such that even if he had wanted to kill Yi Futian all those years ago, he would have been able to easily conceal his thoughts. However, the incident with Shao Xing had been an unresolved threat, and it had something to do with what happened back then. As such, it became apparent that Xia Kun was involved. "How did you come to that conclusion?" Xia Qingyuan asked. "Let's just leave it at that. It has to do with some other people and I don't want to see them involved. Do you believe me, Princess?" Xia Qingyuan did not say anything else. She actually had an answer deep down. Her instinct was to believe him. The results of the investigations back then strongly suggested someone from the royal palace was involved. It could only have been someone important. Couple all that with the way her brother had reacted to Yi Futian's question, and she realized what was going on. She felt pained at the complications. It was the last thing she wanted to see. Emperor Xia had 7 children, 5 princes and 2 princesses. Xia Qingyuan was the only princess before Yao Shi came to the royal palace, and she had been the youngest. The brothers shared an amicable relationship with their little sister. The brothers doted on Xia Qingyuan, especially the eldest, who doted on her the most when they were young. Xia Qingyuan grew up being showered with love all the time. Even though the princes might have had a somewhat strained relationship with each other, she was never caught in their squabbles. When Yi Futian asked her who Xia Kun was closest to, she naturally had the answer: Xia Rong, the eldest prince. Back then, Xia Rong was not in the royal palace. But Xia Kun had been present. Both brothers shared the same ideal. They were warhawks, and incredibly talented in cultivation. What those 2 brothers did put Yi Futian's life in jeopardy, so much so that he almost died. And they were doing it through the hands of Emperor Li's realm. One could only imagine how complicated she felt at that moment. All that time, she'd resented what her eldest brother had done, and how he ignored her concerns. She was unable to forgive him. However, if Yi Futian intended to settle the score with her brother, she wondered what she would do. Those 2 occasions had been brutal for Yi Futian. While the actions were not specifically directed against him, the ones closest to him had suffered the consequences. Long Linger and the imperial advisor of Dali were almost killed. She and her brother still had blood ties despite what happened, but not Yi Futian. After watching him all these years, she knew how he would treat enemies who went out to harm those closest to him. "We'll talk about this at a later date, Princess." Yi Futian knew that Xia Qingyuan was going through a hard time. He could relate. Everyone had their own stance in terms of sentiment, and the world did not revolve around him. The other princes had little care for him. From their perspectives, it would have been completely normal for them to act against him to achieve their own objectives. But all of that could be tabled for the time being. The most important thing at the moment was the war with Emperor Li's realm and the rescue of the imperial advisor. Everything else had to wait. Mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm charged from the western region of the Dali dynasty's territory. The armies fanned out as they entered Dali, with each keeping a certain distance away from the rest. A holiness of nirvana led every army. Doing so guaranteed that if anything unforeseen were to happen, there would always be a holiness of nirvana present, ensuring flexibility by enabling those people to provide reinforcements across the region at the greatest speed possible. Even though the elite forces had the absolute advantage, they were nonetheless on enemy turf. The Dali dynasty had the home advantage, and the possibility of being ambushed as the armies moved deeper into the territory was very high. As such, they did not charge straight in without planning and fanned out instead, doing everything to ensure that they went at the same pace. The demonic beast could sense what was happening, which was convenient. Information was constantly being updated and streamlined. That was why such strategies were formulated in the first place. They were sending in massive forces after all, and it would have been ridiculous if they were to do it without proper planning. Every single army had detailed maps of Dali dynasty. They were all given their missions and moved simultaneously. A group of swordsmen rode their swords towards the western region. Their aura was incredibly strong. The ones leading the charge were none other than the sword master of Lihin and Yaya. They brought the mighty ones from the sword clan of Lihin deep into enemy territory. They consisted of an independent army and were also the smallest among all deployed. But then again, the sword master of Lihin and Yaya were more than enough to take on the massive armies themselves. "We're almost at Daily Mountain," the sword master of Lihin said. All faces became even more serious. They were bursting with sword wills, yet remained cautious. Daily Mountain was the camp where the western army of Dali dynasty was stationed. It had also once been the second largest holy land for cultivation in Dali dynasty. King Tiandao was in charge there. However, he had once spent time at the front lines fighting against the army of Tian. So he had not always been at Daily Mountain. Clouds in the sky turned as the swords zipped past. A group of people went down at blitzing speeds. People below sensed terrifying sword wills coming from above and looked up. All of them shuddered deep down. Yaya waved her hands about, and conjured a huge sword matrix in the sky. She gestured and the sword matrix fired at the tall, majestic halls right before them. The might of that sword matrix was not all that powerful. The attack was only meant for probing. From what they were able to sense, Daily Mountain seemed rather empty. Boom, boom, boom! Swords rained on Daily Mountain and the palaces and halls collapsed one after another. Yet no one emerged. That was supposed to be where the Western army was stationed. It was extensively huge, yet it appeared to be empty. "No one is here." The sword master of Lihin turned a bolt of dazzling light from his sword on Daily Mountain. The tall, majestic buildings remained, yet the place was truly rendered empty. Not only was everyone gone, but it was also presumed that they took all cultivation resources with them as well. King Tianao really was something. He ditched his base of operations just like that. But then again, in a situation where they knew the forces of Emperor Xia's realm were going to hit Dali, Daily Mountain would have definitely been the first to get hit. King Tianao had obviously abandoned the base and left a shell of a city behind to prevent them from getting wiped out. Cutting off certain parts to keep the whole alive had been a wise move. But then again, where would the mighty ones of Daily Mountain have gone? The Imperial City? There was also the possibility that they were scattered right below Daily Mountain, or they were hiding in plain sight. "We shall cease moving forward for now. Send word to the other armies," the sword master of Lihin told a flying demonic beast at his side, which was enthralled by Futian. The demonic beast relayed the news to Futian after receiving its orders. Futian, who was far away at Emperor Xiao's palace, felt the news was unexpected, but he was not all that surprised. It was within reason. He relayed the news to all other armies invading Dali and took out a map, sending out the next set of orders. Besides having his own mission, the other reason why he stayed behind was that he was the one in charge of the entire operation. He could control demonic beasts, and only he would have been able to see what was going on with all armies. He had to know the locations of all armies at all times, and what predicament they had gotten themselves into. The mighty ones led by the sword master of Lihin were still at Daily Mountain. That demonic beast then said in human speech, "Sword master, please depart. Now that you're deep inside Dali's territory, the enemies are hidden and eyes are everywhere. Chances of ambush are very high." "Yeah." The sword master of Lihin nodded. "Let's go." The group then continued riding their swords and headed into deeper parts. Several hours later, the sword master of Lihin raised his hand. His sword stopped moving and everyone else followed suit. Huge stone pillars were found below and mystical auras permeated the place. "Matrices," Yaya said. "Possibly illusory ones, which are meant for concealing auras." Voom! The sword master of Lihin waved his hand, and countless beams of swords shot through the air, raining down upon the stone pillars. Rumbles began within mere moments. Devastating powers were felt, and terrifying dragon roars seemed to have been heard. The huge stone pillars crumbled, and the matrix of illusions seemed to have crumbled as well. A terrifying aura was felt, and countless dragon specters suddenly filled the sky. Someone was then seen shot to the air. At the same time, many mighty ones rose from that area. They all had terrifying auras about them. The massive group of mighty ones was an army of saints, laying low and waiting to ambush them. Furthermore, 2 more extremely terrifying auras were sensed as well. King Tiandao, Prince Regent, the demonic beast said after seeing both of them. 2 of the most powerful figures below the Emperor appeared at the same time. They were also likely the most powerful of saints in all of Dali. Not only that, the people they brought were far more powerful than those mighty ones behind the Sword Master of Lihan. It was obvious that they had a good grasp of the makeup of the army when the Sword Master of Lihan had stopped at Daily Mountain, and they went on to set up an ambush. The enemy army seemed to have laid down a matrix. Thousands of true dragons roared in the sky. "Get into formation," the Sword Master of Lihan said. His sword aura permeated the sky within an instant and enveloped him. The mighty ones from the Sword Clan of Lihan drew their swords and prepared to fight. Terrifying storms of the sword art of Lihan appeared all around them within an instant, with the Sword Master of Lihan in the center. Those swords whipped about furiously, seemingly without order. They formed a huge net of swords at the same time, tearing up the space around them. True dragons roared as they charged. They were immediately cut into countless pieces as soon as they came near the net of swords. Yaya was positioned in her sword matrix and diagrams of sword matrices appeared around her. She devoured the aura of the sword arts all around her in a frenzy, imbuing those powers within the diagrams. At the same time, the army that was closest to the Sword Master of Lihan's was led by 2 holiness of Nirvanas. One of them brought a group and headed out for reinforcement as quickly as possible. Back at Emperor Xia's palace, Xia Qingyuan, Yan Yuan, and the others looked at Yi Futian. "The fighting has begun?" "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded. King Tiandao and the Prince Regent appeared at the same place at the same time, intending to surround the Sword Master and his people. "But they are defending with sword matrices. The enemy stands no chance." "Does that mean the Dali dynasty army is setting up an ambush in the city?" Yan Yuan asked. "Most likely. Looks like it's our time to head out." Yi Futian then looked at Yan Yuan and said, "Elder brother, Fei Xue, wait for my news." Yan Yuan and Fei Xue nodded seriously. Yi Futian, Xia Qingyuan and the others headed out, leading a group of mighty ones for the teleportation matrix. Not long after, terrifying light emanated from the portal. Yi Futian and the others disappeared from the royal palace. The place they were heading to was not within Dali dynasty's territory. They headed out to the realm that the 3 imperial realms had fought over long ago, the Empty Realm. Empty Realm was home to a passage connecting all 3 imperial realms. The realm that contained powerful resources was still a chaotic place at present. After Yi Futian won in that battle of Empty Realms years ago, Liao broke the rules of engagement and attempted to kill him. The relationship between the realms of Emperor Xia and Emperor Li quickly took a turn for the worse after that, with conflicts occurring regularly. As such, order at Empty Realm was broken, with the realm currently being split into 3 factions. 3 imperial realms remained in a standoff and battles erupted now and then. All of them competed for the realm's resources. At present, all 3 factions had mighty ones carving out their territories. In Emperor Xia's service, the army of Dou was in charge, with the holiness of Nirvana taking command. The leader was none other than Lu Yu, who had been protecting Princess Xia Qingyuan for quite some time. There was also a holiness of Nirvana from Emperor Li's realm present, King White of the 4 Kings. The holiness of Nirvana from Demon Peacock Emperor's realm was a monster. It was a protector at the Emperor's side and was known as a king in the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. It had the title of Idol King and possessed formidable powers. All 3 factions had fought skirmishes against each other time and again, but they had never gone too far. That was because Empty Realm was directly connected to the 3 imperial realms. All-out wars could have broken out if they were not careful, and all factions could have had people from their respective realms coming to take charge of things. As such, Yi Futian also chose to go to Empty Realm only after King Tian Nao and the Prince Regent emerged to intercept the Sword Master of Lihan. He wanted to confirm that enemy officers at the very top had been deployed. If he were to invade Empty Realm without confirming that, there was the possibility of ambush. King Tian Nao and the Prince Regent stood at the very pinnacle of Dali dynasty. If they were absent, Yi Futian would still have been able to handle any ambush he ran into. At that moment, a group of people descended from above Emperor Xia's city of Empty Realm. It was none other than Yi Futian's party, and Xia Qingyuan was with them as well. Lu Yu and the sacred general of Dou took to the air and called, "Princess." Lu Yu had served as Xia Qingyuan's bodyguard for many years, so it could be said that he was very familiar with her. Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly and both of them turned to look at Yi Futian. Lu Yu met him many times before, yet it was the first time for the sacred general of Dou. The general eyed the genius whose name became known throughout Emperor Xia's realm. He had heard that it was this young man who led this war. Not even the sacred general of Tian, the top general of the 8 armies, had commanded such authority before. But then again, he heard that it was Yi Futian who invited the Sword Master of Lihan and many other legendary figures to participate in the war. "Senior Sacred General," Yi Futian addressed them with his hands cupped. "Sir Yi." Lu Yu nodded. "Your reputation precedes you, Sir Yi. I finally get to meet the man in person." The sacred general of Dou had a brimming aura, yet he had the look and bearing of a scholar, appearing well-mannered and elegant. However, there was no mistaking his extremely formidable combat prowess. He was already at the pinnacle of unblemished saint level. "You're too kind, sacred general. How are things here now?" Yi Futian asked. "Quiet. There is no movement from Dali's side, and the demon peacock emperor's realm seemed like they're just watching the world burn. They probably won't get involved," the sacred general of Dou said. "That won't be it." Yi Futian shook his head. The sacred general of Dou looked at Yi Futian and asked, "Do you think that they would choose to ally with Emperor Li's realm and take us on instead?" Emperor Xia's realm was, at the moment, the most powerful among the 3. The ones from Demon Peacock Emperor's realm might have allied with Emperor Li's realm out of concern that Emperor Xia's realm would have taken the chance to seize permanent control of Empty Realm. "Would you mind going to Peacock City with me for a bit?" Yi Futian smiled and asked. The sacred general of Dou looked rather puzzled, wondering why Yi Futian would have wanted to do that. He was unable to read the young man's intentions. "Very well." The sacred general of Dou nodded, and the group departed. It did not take them long to arrive at the Empty Realm base of operations for Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, called Peacock City. The group barged into Peacock City right away, landing at the central area. A stout man who emanated brimming might sat before them. His form looked mighty and larger than most. His eyes were very huge and his nose was unusually long. Those eyes had extremely overbearing pressure emanating from them as they gazed at Yi Futian. That being was none other than the idol king of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. As Yi Futian felt the weight of his vague aura, it seemed the aura was capable of crushing him to death on its own. Even the sacred general of Dou looked rather alerted. "I'm Yi Futian. Pleased to meet you, idol king." Yi Futian bowed slightly to show his respect. "You are indeed the cream of the crop, City Lord Yi. No wonder the princess spoke so highly of you." The pressure from the idol king dispersed, and he laughed heartily. The sacred general of Dou was baffled. He knew of Yi Futian's current status within Emperor Xia's realm, and about his rather peculiar relationship with the princess. Yet it seemed Yi Futian had a similar relationship with the princess of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. He wondered how that happened. Especially because some years ago, Yi Futian had gotten on the bad side of Kong Xian during the Battle of Empty Realm. The sacred general of Dou then looked at Yi Futian's face, wondering if Yi Futian could do as he pleased because of his handsome features. "That's quite flattering, senior. Princess Kong Xian has superb talents, and she will be quite the demon empress herself in the future." Yi Futian smiled and replied. The Black Wind Condor was still training at Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, and he had long reconciled with her. The relationship between the two was quite amicable. If he were to have Kong Xian on his side, then Dali could have been effectively kicked out of the realm. Then the realm would have been subjected to joint rule by Emperor Xia's realm and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. In Kong Xian's perspective, it all had to do with her coming to terms with Yi Futian, and how the bird was training under a supermonster as well. There was also the factor of Yi Futian's extraordinary performance in Crimson Dragon realm at play. As such, Demon Peacock Emperor's realm would have naturally leaned towards having a good relationship with him instead of making an enemy out of him. The joint rule of Empty Realm would have been beneficial to both while causing no harm. As for Dali, Yi Futian intended to take them on, and Dali dynasty was in a ditch themselves. They could not have so much as even an opinion, let alone getting on the bad side of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. As such, after receiving Yi Futian's invitation, Kong Xian had returned to Demon Peacock Emperor's realm right away to report. She also relayed the news to Empty Realm through the Black Wind Condor, who enabled Kong Xian to converse directly with Yi Futian. All of that culminated with this meeting between Yi Futian and the Idol King at Peacock City. Senior, it was Emperor Li's realm who broke the rules of the pact between the three realms back in the Battle of Empty Realm. We should have kicked them out of Empty Realm back then, and the realm should be jointly ruled by us. Yi Futian continued. That was the agreement he reached with Kong Xian. Well said. The Idol King nodded. Emperor Li's realm was the one who broke the rules. That is how we should deal with them. The Sacred General of Do, who was at his side, was completely dumbfounded. Demon Peacock Emperor's realm had indeed picked a side, but it was their side that they allied with. How could Dali dynasty fight this anymore? I'll head back to Emperor Xiao's city and rally our forces. We'll expel Emperor Li's realm once and for all. Yi Futian cupped his hands before excusing himself. The Idol King looked at Yi Futian's back as he left, recalling how Princess Kong Xian spoke very highly of him. She claimed that his future would not be at either Emperor Xiao's realm or Emperor Li's. The army of Dali dynasty was stationed at Emperor Li's city. Empty Realm had rich deposits of sacred spirit stones, and they were all imbued with Empty Realm attributes. Furthermore, the realm was connected to 3 imperial realms, so Dali dynasty would not have given up the place easily. At that moment, King White sensed a looming threat around him. The ones from Demon Peacock Emperor's realm are here, huh? He frowned hard. A mighty one whose aura brimmed stood at King White's side. It was someone whom Yi Futian had met quite a lot of times, Chao Kong, a figure of utmost importance among the demonic clan. There were many mighty ones from the demonic clan right behind him. King White was not the only one in charge at Empty Realm. The demonic clan's mighty ones were there as well. It was apparent that they believed Empty Realm to be important. Extremely formidable pressure of the Great Path rained down on them, and 2 armies came from afar. King White saw the silver-haired young man at the forefront and felt rather complicated. The Imperial Advisor had taken that young man to be his student back then, and Emperor Li had even wanted to marry off one of the princesses to him. It was quite a pity that he and Li Yao could not have gotten along, given how Li Yao had killed his wife. If the Imperial Advisor had not gotten into trouble, they would not have been on the defense in this conflict. The Imperial Advisor alone could have taken on armies. Yen Yuan, the eldest student of the Imperial Advisor, had advanced to become a holiness of Nirvana as well. However, it was done now and there was no turning back. No one would have expected Yi Futian to have grown so much in such a short period. He had already brought a group of holiness of Nirvanas to Emperor Xia's realm. Idol King, Dali dynasty and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm had shared amicable relations. Is Demon Peacock Emperor's realm wanting to get involved in the conflict with Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm now? King White asked as he looked at the Idol King from afar. We're not interested in the squabbles between Emperor Li and Emperor Xia. But Li Yao broke the rules in the Battle of Empty Realm all those years ago, and that brought on the current instability. Without those old rules, fighting has continued for the past several years, and the order was disrupted, the Idol King said. Since it was you of Emperor Li's realm who broke the rules, then we shall end the chaos with you. Emperor Li's realm shall leave Empty Realm. King White stared straight ahead. Emperor Li's city was one step behind him. It was obvious that the intrusion of Emperor Xiao's realm into Empty Realm was meant to uproot Dali dynasty from the realm itself. Take Yi Futian out, Chao Kong said telepathically to King White. Those holiness of Nirvana served Yi Futian, so the fighting would end if Yi Futian were taken out of the picture. Your reputation precedes you, idle king, and I shall now see what you're made of. King White disappeared from where he stood. However, he did not charge at the idle king. Instead, he headed straight for Yi Futian's location. Chao Kong made his move as well. He stepped out and demonic might swept all over as he headed straight for Yi Futian. The two holiness of Nirvanas targeted Yi Futian right away. Boom! A loud rumble was heard. The sky shook as if it had been pinned down. All of the mighty ones present felt as if a divine mountain had landed on them, intending to crush them outright. The idle king threw a single punch at King White's body, making it as he was about to crush his surroundings. Boom! Another rumble was heard and King White's advance was blocked. The idle king stepped out and said, "If you tell me, I'll happily oblige." Fighting erupted right beside them, almost at the very same moment. Chao Kong threw a demonic palm print, which clashed with Lu Yu. His immense power threw Lu Yu back and he continued moving forward. People who trained in demonic ways were extremely overbearing. He headed straight for Yi Futian after throwing Lu Yu back, yet he saw a shadow like a war god of flames standing tall before Yi Futian. That was the Chonlu battle form taken by Wu Yong. Yi Futian stood right behind Wu Yong, whose body seemed to have turned into a scorching sun. The terrifying will of the Great Path surged inside Wu Yong's body, enhancing his power and cranking his battle form up to the 12th layer. Chao Kong had been the main force when the Yao intended to kill Yi Futian in Empty Realm. Yaya was badly injured and Wuchen almost ended up killed. At the time of the Battle of Qianyes City in the Crimson Dragon Realm, Wu Yong had used Yi Futian to exert incredible fighting power and shake several Nirvana figures with his performance. The strength within Yi Futian could directly increase Wu Yong's strength, allowing him, who had just stepped into the Nirvana realm, to appear as if he was at the peak of this state. Thus, while the leader of the Zhong clan could only reach the 11th phase of Zhonglo battle form, Wu Yong could reach the 12th phase, creating a towering, immense flaming battle form like a sun god of war. Wu Yong's eyes were as bright as the sun. Once again, he experienced that breath. It was an unspeakable power, just like the last time. When Yi Futian lent him the way, he would feel as if he had almost touched an even stronger way, like the source of the Great Path. His physical body was like the source of all flames, swallowing up the fire of the heavens, thus strengthening himself. He only personally experienced this feeling among the remaining 7 leaders out of the 9 major tribes. He also understood that this must have been related to what Yi Futian had obtained from the relics of Emperor Kwa. Wu Yong naturally would not reveal this. He knew very well that because of his original decision, now Yi Futian trusted him the most. On the other side, Chao Kong was incredibly fast. When the Zhonglo battle form finished being cast, Chao Kong had already arrived. His target was Yi Futian, and naturally, he would take Yi Futian down as quickly as possible. Yi Futian was right behind Wu Yong. Mighty demonic powers swept across the heavens, and an awesome demon appeared behind Chao Kong. Demonic clouds covered the sky. They contained a terrible power to consume, trying to devour Wu Yong's flame. He grabbed directly towards Wu Yong's body. Those who cultivated in the demonic arts were experts in close-quarter combat, so he was quite fearless. The giant palm expanded wildly, turning into a vortex of a black hole. It was surrounded by endless dark, magical currents, moving toward Wu Yong's Zhonglo battle form like demonic magic chains. The demonic chains that were formed by the demonic magical currents sheltered the sky and enveloped Wu Yong's body, wanting to imprison him. The terrible dark demonic currents swallowed the flames upon Wu Yong's body. A palm of the Great Path descended and blasted toward Wu Yong's head, wanting to end him then and there. "Let him," Yi Futian said to Wu Yong. Endless flames also surrounded his body. The fire spirit orb of his life palace merged into the ancient tree of the world, and branches and leaves reached out and melded into Wu Yong's body. Wu Yong's Zhonglo battle form became even hotter. Like the center of the sun, flames continued to pour into the great palm print through his battle form, even allowing the chain that grabbed him to devour the flames inside his body. He knew very well that Chao Kong could not swallow this flaming force. Sure enough, Chao Kong's face changed in an instant. The chains became crimson as blood, as did the dark demonic palm prints. The terrifying red color blended into the darkness, and even the will that was madly swallowing up the flames between heaven and earth continued to surge toward his arm. A terrible sizzling sound was heard, and the endless chain of demonic magic started burning, and the great palm print exploded under the flame. Chao Kong's eyes changed, and his body retreated. He wanted to extricate himself. The temperature of the flames on Zhonglo battle form was getting higher, and there was an illusion of divine fire in this space. It seemed as if it would completely transform it into a world of flame. Boom! Just as Chao Kong attempted to retreat, many flaming arms suddenly appeared upon the 12th phase of the Zhonglo battle form, sheltering the sky. When Chao Kong just wanted to get out of there, he saw that Lu Yu had appeared behind him. He raised his hand to blast out a great palm that struck Chao Kong back, causing him to be surrounded by flaming arms. Chao Kong's pupils contracted slightly. There were 3 Nirvana figures on the other side, and because he was eager to take down Futian, he miscalculated Wu Yong's battle power, or rather, Wu Yong's power that was augmented by Futian. However, Chao Kong was a Nirvana-level demonic figure after all. Although he felt the oppression, he was still mentally solid. The monstrous demonic power now turned into an overbearing demonic sword, stepping out in one direction and slashing a way out, cutting off the arms that extended from the Zhonglo battle form. However, as he was about to open up a path, a strong sense of danger descended, and many solar spears fell down, piercing straight at his body. Boom! The magical power swept the world. His body seemed to have been covered by a demonic armor, both hands holding a sword, and slashed out, opening up a fissure with demonic magic. It split the void, breaking the solar spear. Sounds of roaring continued, and the towering battle form of Wu Yong came out. A sun appeared behind him, emitting infinite sun divine light of the sun. Each beam turned into a solar spear. Futian had inherited the relics of Emperor Qua, and he now had mastered all the abilities of the 9 major tribes and passed them on to Wu Yong. Therefore, Wu Yong had been improving over the past few years. What he mastered was not just the Zhonglo battle form of the Zhong clan, but also the abilities of the Zhu clan. The demonic sword cut through the sky and kept splitting the solar spears, but there seemed to be an inexhaustible number of solar spears. The demonic currents around Chao Kong's body were burning up so that he felt as if he was in a solar furnace and bore the roasting of the solar true fire. A radiant sun fell, drowning Chao Kong, carrying endless solar spears. Everything about his body was burned into infinity. Chao Kong screamed as the storm intended to devour the flames, but he found that his great path of consumption was not nearly as powerful as Will of the Flames. He only felt that his body was burning, and even his spirit was bearing this power. In the past, when Futian led the way to Wu Yong, it was to fight against several Nirvana figures. He easily wiped out the Nirvana characters of the Chang clan. Now, Futian's cultivation was even more excellent than at the beginning, and his control of internal strength was much better. Wu Yong had also progressed. So, even though Chao Kong was extremely strong, he was still suppressed with absolute certainty. He couldn't attack, couldn't escape, and was trapped in it. The army on the battlefield had begun to fight. Seeing this situation, Lu Yu turned and headed toward the other battlefields. The cultivators of the Dali dynasty were not their equal, and were overpowered. Screams were heard continuously. On the other battlefield, the idol king of the Peacock Demon realm was also an extremely very powerful figure who could suppress King White. In this battle, there wasn't even a chance for the cultivators of the Dali dynasty to get close to Futian, never mind attempt to take him down. Withdraw. King White retreated and ordered his men to retreat. If they continued to fight, they feared they might be trapped and destroyed right where they were. Chao Kong! He yelled out but saw that Chao Kong was trapped. Countless flaming arms of the flaming war god attacked at the same time, everywhere. With a loud sound, Chao Kong screamed angrily and was hit directly. The flames invaded his body, boiling all of his internal organs, and he spat out a mouthful of burning blood. What humiliated Chao Kong even more was that Wu Yong didn't seem to want to kill him, but wanted merely to trap him with his Zhonglo battle form, continuing to attack him. King White's look changed as he watched the scene played out. He felt the breath from Wu Yong and knew that Chao Kong probably would not be able to extricate himself from the battlefield. He cast another glance at Futian, who was behind Wu Yong. His return this time would spell another disaster for Dali. Who could have thought that the person who could sway the disputes between Dali dynasty and Emperor Xia's realm would be a young man? The death of Prince Liao was nothing worth tears. Everything had started because of him. Start the matrix, withdraw. While King White retreated, he forced Liu back, and as the army of Dali dynasty retreated, those who guarded the matrix now initiated the grand matrix of space. In just a moment, a brilliant beam of great path of space covered this immense land. Clearly, the other had prepared to evacuate at any time. Don't go over there. Get back! Lu Yu and Idol King also ordered. If the Matrix took anyone to Dali dynasty before the army had a chance to prepare, the outcome would be very miserable. The two sides disengaged in an instant, and each returned to their own camp. A loud roar came out, and Chao Kong went berserk. Knowing that King White had ordered the retreat, one could only imagine what he was thinking. However, he still couldn't escape the absolute control. Finally, Chao Kong, this demon, had finally revealed his panic. He was slightly pale when a beam of bright light rushed into the sky. It was like opening up a great path of space. A group of figures crossed the space and disappeared, leaving Chao Kong there, fighting. Bang! With another loud sound, Chao Kong was blasted down by a palm strike and hit the ground. Hot blood came out of his mouth, his clothes were also burnt, and a flaming current now leaked from his torso. I want him alive, Futian said. The demonic might on Chao Kong was powerful, and he tried to get up as another flaming palm struck him down again. Chao Kong was a giant from the Dali dynasty, their premier demonic figure with great strength, who was highly respected. In Dali dynasty, he had the respect and fear of all. But at this moment, his state was miserable. His eyes were pitch black. It was as if he was on the verge of turning into a demon. He tried to get up again and again, refusing to give in. However, he was repeatedly shot down. All of his organs were burning inside. The life force inside his body was being burned up, and his breath became weaker and weaker. Finally, after a long while, Chao Kong lost his ability to resist completely, and just laid there, unable to get up. Wu Yong kept the battle form, looking down to survey the figure below. The Idol King and Lu Yu also came, looking at Chao Kong. The Idol King took notice of the desolate state of Chao Kong. After all, he was a leader of demonic magic. However, although he sympathized, he could not say anything. This was the grudge between the two major Renhuang realms. When Chao Kong first engaged Futian, his ambush in the empty realm nearly made Futian lose his life. No matter what Futian did now, it was not excessive. Currently, Futian's figure drifted down from Wu Yong, and his breath was gradually collected. He looked at Chao Kong below and thought that he had dealt with Yaya this way once upon a time. This time, again in the empty realm, Chao Kong had wanted to ambush him with King White, thus falling into his hands. As such, he now had the first card in his hand. The existence of any Nirvana plane was extremely precious to Dali dynasty. Chao Kong was the leader of the Chao clan, and now that he had fallen into his hands, Emperor Li must somewhat consider Chao Kong's fate. At Emperor Li's palace, King White came straight away to inform Emperor Li about Chao Kong. After that, Emperor Li looked up into the distance, and might of authority shrouded the entire Emperor Li's city. Empty realm was now taken away from them, the army guarding the empty realm was expelled, the Peacock Demon Emperor's realm joined forces with Futian, and Chao Kong was left behind. It was the perfect picture of this war. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.